feeling lonely, hey, and hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you, but somehow I keep running back to you, back to you. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
Go on myself. I'm cold, steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. I'm gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. I can be a weapon.
wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me staying away. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I don't like to leave things unresolved. Maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known, wasn't your fault. Don't even matter. I wasn't thinking clear, trying to take it there. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance. And I don't
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for Championship Sunday of the inaugural 1v1 North American Open of the Rocket League Championship Series. Over 1,500 gamers entered the tournaments in hope of becoming the champion of North America. Only 6 remain. We will crown that champion today, find out who will be representing North America at the Raleigh Major here at the end of the month. Welcome to the pre-show. We got 28 minutes and 30 seconds until, that's not Mexico, but Zapatos representing Mexico kicks off against Chronic to kick off Championship Sunday here. I'm Wave Punk. I got Bass, I got Fear, I got Johnny Boy. Johnny, Championship Sunday for North America. How you feeling?
I'm looking forward to this. This is where we're going to find out who the last player is who can win the World Championship. We're going to be down to just 3 players after the end of today. The World Champion of ones will be either Moxie, Naupo, or the winner of this one, and that to me, pretty exciting.
It's wild how much time we're gonna have to think about this matchup. Fear, like we're gonna have time to think about the Raleigh Major matchup between Naupo and whoever wins today, and then we're gonna have time to think of Moxie versus whoever wins in Raleigh.
Yeah, it's one of those things where when you go into big tournaments in 3v3, you can't really just game plan for one team. Maybe you can game plan for KC right now because you'll probably have to play them if you plan on winning the event. But you really can just game plan for one person as soon as you have one and prepare for the next one for a few more months. And there's a lot of really distinct styles. So I don't know if we've ever even seen that happen in 1v1 before, where you have so much time to prep for one specific person. It'll be interesting to see if there's any adjustments for that.
Bates, how hyped are you? We got this. You're always touting league play, and the thing that's great about league play is you know when the matches are going to happen. You know who's going to. We're getting that for ones here.
Listen, we appreciate the league play shot, but I will say it's gonna be exciting because, I mean, you're gonna have 2 months of prep. 2 months of prep for one individual. You can specifically like orchestrate your scrims, kind of simulate. You can have a person say, I need you playing exactly like Nupo plays. If Moxie ends up playing Nupo, I need exactly how Diaz plays. We're gonna keep simulating that to the best approximation possible. All in preparation for one best of 7. It's gonna be hype in front of that crowd. Moxie's gonna have the French flag. It's gonna be nice to see.
You can't have coaches on the call with you in these 1v1 matches, but the rules say nothing about the time of prep. You could have a whole team, get an army of analysts behind you, put it up on the big screen, do some VOD review, figure out how you're going to take down Moxie out there. We'll see how our competitors prepare, folks, as we are going through this bracket today. 2 quarterfinals, 2 semifinals, and a grand final match before we close out Championship Sunday and crown the North American 1v1 champion. The word champion here carries more than usual. It's not just that they won the tournament, but they are going to be representing the entire North American region for the world in Raleigh, and if they win in Raleigh, at the World Championship as well. It's going to be a crazy one. Yesterday, though, we had some good games. We went to Game 7 one time here, Fear. Went to a Game 6 with Wiz. That was a pretty fun one.
Yeah, there was a lot of good games. I mean, we were kind of expecting some of the later games to be a bit closer with the guys who had gotten into the upper bracket, but it turns out AJ and Chronic was the only best of 7 over here in North America. We know that grand finals, no matter what, are going to be best of 7 based on what we've seen so far in 1v1. But AJ, his journey is done today. He did a good job here against Chronic, delivering some cinema.
Listen, I thought he played excellent yesterday, AJ. He was so deft with all his touches. Everything seemed like it had an intention. He was very creative, and he played Chronic the best he could possibly play him. Chronic just dug deep after going down 3-2 in the series, ended up clutching up, and he made simple adjustments throughout the series. Me and JB were talking throughout the whole entire time, bringing it up high off the sidewall, air dribble reset setups, threatening to shoot, making AJ have to respect that. And then once that opened up, Chronic took over and then just won the whole entire set.
It was a close game down until his Game 7. Chronic finally was able to get a substantial lead and hold on to it. On the other side of things, though, we really thought FK versus Wiz, Johnny, was going to be a pretty one-sided matchup. Wiz, what a debut on the RLCS for him.
Yeah, this is an all-time great 1v1 debut. All-time great just RLCS debut in general. Coming onto the mainstream against the greatest of all time North American ones player, who is still at, pretty close to the top of his ones game. He's still at the top of his game when it comes to Rocket League in general. And to play him this close, have him on the ropes even. Like, Wiz was really confusing First Killer with his confidence. He was really, confusing him with his aggression, and maybe confusing viewers with his camera placement. He is in fact the little head in the bottom corner, not to be confused with the microphone in the middle.
He had such a good attitude through the whole thing too. You could definitely tell Bates at the end there was a little bit of disappointment there. I mean, sure, you get this close, you start to really believe, so it hurts when you end up dropping the series. But throughout the majority of the series, great mental, and I think really a great case for what a player Wiz is.
Oh yeah, he put himself on the map right there. If he ended up closing out that game number 5 against FK, he might have won the series right then and there. But FK showed off his experience, his prestige, him being a GOAT in a 1v1, and came out with a W. But Wiz, I'm expecting to see him continue in the 1v1 scene and maybe even the 3v3 scene coming up.
He's LFT.
Season.
He's LFT right now for the last round squad.
Oh yeah, we do have LCQ. It doesn't have to be next season.
Right.
It could be LCQ.
Yeah. We could see him in 3s this season before the season is over. Folks, if you're just now joining us, let's talk you through the rules. If you've been watching the 3v3s, you'll be very familiar with this, but otherwise, there's only one thing that's changed from 3v3s here. The players it's all best of 7s. You get 1 timeout if you want it. And also, the main rule difference, players are allowed to forfeit after halftime in a game. If you get past the 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, they're allowed to say, hey, let's go next. I don't need to play out the rest of this. This person clearly has won this particular matchup. And just go to the next game. So we'll see who is able to keep it together today in our bracket as we head forward. But yesterday we also had some exciting action, not just in North America, but in the Middle East, North Africa. They played their grand finals yesterday. We watched that match on our stream as well. It was awesome to get to see how close that was. And what a run from Mr. Nupo here, as he made it all the way to the grand finals without dropping a game, Fear.
Yeah, without dropping a single game. I mean, we had a feeling that Rawas was going to be able to give him a run for his money. I think he gave him even more than a run. He had him absolutely on the ropes before forcing him to call a timeout and get, his head on straight. But I was excited for either one of these guys to come out and potentially face NA or maybe Moxie. I think there's going to be a lot of hype around that matchup, and people have been asking to see Nupo. So Nupo, a high flyer, a fun style. Rawas, he was showing maybe what you have to do to beat a guy like Nupo for a bit, but I'm not sure. You guys were talking about having people scrim and simulate people. I don't know if you can simulate Rawas's defense. I don't know if you can simulate Nupo's offense to actually train against. And Nupo, for game 7, he clutched it up. A nice double here to really solidify it. He will punch his ticket to Raleigh.
He got it through there. Roas did have to fight through Nush in that upper semifinals there, did manage to take that one down. Ops also made a big game out of it. A lot of big names really establishing themselves in the 1v1 scene in MENA as well, and solidifying their place in the lexicon of 1v1 players through this tournament there. Roas was incredible stuff there. I want to quickly highlight, Johnny, we were talking about Roas and how good his defense was. There's the air dribble bunt, maybe the most difficult play to defend in 1v1s, and he's still finding a way to keep the goal out of his net.
Yeah, definitely. According to a lot of people in the community, a lot of streamers talk about how hard this is to play against and how annoying it is to play against, but Rawas always saves his dodge. He always has one way to adjust, and he just had some crazy saves yesterday. Look how willing he is to get over the top of the ball and save it downwards. He doesn't really care how far away from the net he puts it. This time he goes under the opponent to get the save, but this is just a short selection. We could have made 30 probably, maybe not 30, but there was multiple per game, and they're not bad attempts. They all look really on point, but he's still getting stops on them.
If you get done with today's broadcast and you're still feeling yourself hungry for 1v1 action, you didn't catch the MENA Grand Finals yesterday, go back and rewatch it. It was an incredible event. Twitch.tv/Rocket League MENA. You can find the VOD there, folks. It was a big day of Rocket League action in MENA, but also in North America. Bates, let's walk through the top plays of main event Saturday. It was a banger.
Listen, it's top 5 plays. You already know who's got to bring it to you. Here's your boy Bates. Zapato's bringing up high in the Sensio, the most creative card we've seen on RLCS mainstream in a very long time. Cuts it in from the right to the left. Air dribble gets a reset. Oh wait, right at the kickoff. Is this deja vu? I think we're gonna go for the same thing. Cause why not? Pops off the wall, reset.
Back to
right
back.
by your Evo, back to back. Simple and plain. It's way too easy for the young man. FK, pressure on Wiz, gets one power shot. Blocked out by Wiz. Boost grab from FK. I'm coming to get it, Wiz. I'm not done just yet. Make it pop, make it jump, make it scream. Zero boost on Wiz. FK puts another one on that. Can Wiz get back to it? Composure on the line. Just don't hold the door. FK comes to slam it. It's not enough. It's not enough. It excellent stops in a row from Wiz. The confidence, you saw him popping off on the camera after this. The composure with 0 boost to get back at this moment. Catch it. Make sure he at least get 50-50 right there. Push it out. Make FK awkward. And then goes all the way down. Walks the dog. Easy goal. AJ one-on-one against Chronic. You already know what time it is. Bumps Chronic out the way. Should be easy goal for AJ. No, sir. Chronic. And Verwaz is the best at stopping and making the most incredible saves. Chronic, he said, hold on now. I might be top 5. I might be second in that regard. To multiple times this set, got bumped by AJ, would rebound off the wall, boost down, and still come in to make a great defensive play. 1v1 action, man. That's simply what they bring to the table. Evil gets a reset, brings it back down. Zapatos, you're going to have to make a play here. Nope. Evo, fake again. Oh, fake again. Oh, right by you. It's a 1, 2, 3. All eyes on me. Look, check it out. Let's move it slow. Evo, I'm gonna go high. I'm not gonna go high no more. I'm gonna go back down. Zapatos, wave that back. Why not? Little fake. Still Spinderella. Zapatos in the bag, in the mix-up. And then, of course, the NA go to 1v1. First killer brings it up high. You know he's gonna be our top play. Gets a reset to his name. Musty Blake on the way. Bang! Wiz! You might have stopped me on Forbidden Temple, but you're not gonna stop me when we go over to DFH. I'm feeling good right now. Boosh! We want to see more of that in 1v1. I honestly didn't see too much of that yesterday. I don't know if players weren't feeling that confident, but I know players like Diaz can bust that out every single time if they really want to. So that's what I want to see from the boys.
That was great. We didn't even have a Diaz play in the top 5 there. I mean, hopefully we'll get to see one today. He had some great plays yesterday. There wasn't the competition maybe wasn't as stiff. Fear, what was your favorite play from yesterday?
Well, there was a specific play that I wanted to highlight here that maybe you didn't catch on the first time around. This is Wiz POV as he's defending against First Killer. Just a standard backboard double, right? Well, no. If we watch from First Killer POV, he's going to touch this to the back wall, and he recognizes, I have this read no matter what. So he turns on reverse cam as he goes in for the double and does not look as he goes in. Wiz can't even see that he's done this. He did this just for us. A nice little flair for the audience as he gets that double.
And it's crazy too, because like we're cutting our own cameras around. We have to be on his POV to catch it. There's a chance he did it just for himself. Like Johnny, he's just so in the zone. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna have some fun. I'm gonna make a clip for myself here. This is great.
We could see an even better one from him today if he's feeling it. I've seen him hit some from further out than that one. That one was easy for him. It's a cool thing to try yourself. It might look easy, but it's surprisingly difficult because even if you think you're on track to get the double already, yeah, it's usually a lot more adjustment than you'd think. But First Killer, one of the most automatic double tappers in the game.
That is incredible. Incredible to not only have the read on the ball, but to have the read on Wiz as well. Be like, yep, he's not saving this. I can just have fun, which is the whole point of video games in the first place, folks. We are having a great tournament so far. We've got 6 competitors remaining. We got 2 quarterfinal matches, followed by 2 semifinal matches with those 2 extra competitors waiting in the semifinals. Evo and Diaz will wait for the results of our quarterfinal matches to find out who they are playing. Everything from this point on is an elimination match. Now, we've been talking about Diaz a lot, Bates, as like the favorite to win this tournament, but I mean, there's 5 other players in this tournament, Bates.
I mean, there's 5 other players, and I think that all of them are good. I'd like to start off with Evo, though. Evo, I think, has been playing some of his best game that he possibly can play. He's been mixing it up, though, a little different from his style. He's been playing more defensively, I should say. That's different from his style, and he's been so effective at it. And you talk around the NA discourse, along the pros and along anybody who's high level, they'll say Evo's one of the smoothest, most mechanical players in NA. He just has to put it all together on Saturdays, on Sundays. He's consistent in what he does. He knows exactly what touch he wants to make every single time. And in 1v1, that makes it his playground. And when you see him in this comfortable in a situation against Zapatos where he's losing the match, and he's still that comfortable to continue to fake out, continue to make plays happen, fakes the musty, gets underneath Zapatos and makes a play. Evo, he's looking great.
We've got to talk as well about the ones GOAT, the NA ones GOAT, of course, is First Killer. And he said it to himself yesterday, he's not done. You know, a lot of players with the ones career he's had would say, that's good enough. I'm just going to, you know, ride off into the sunset, play some 3v3, hit some passes. But no, he wants to prove that he's the best in North America. He's the best in all of the Americas with Diaz playing. And now the chance as well to win the World Championship of RLCS, be the best in the world.
Well, if you're a North American fan and you were hoping that the North American 1v1 representative would be from North America, you might be in trouble because Diaz, the Brazilian, is absolutely the favorite. You guys talking about everybody else. There's a reason why we're talking about Diaz, and there's a reason why we didn't have a highlight package for him, probably because it's so easy. I mean, he's just walking the ball in against every opponent he's had so far, and it looks like a foregone conclusion. So sure, maybe it's not a top play, but it's a winning play, and Diaz is a winner.
I do feel like, though, I mean, just based off what we saw yesterday, our stocks on Diaz are maybe a little bit inflated right now. We felt like there wasn't really a strong competition there. His gameplay looked untouchable because he was untouched there. I mean, if we're saying like for FK, right? I feel like FK is maybe the second strongest player still remaining in the tournament. Like, Fear, if you had to give like a percentage chance of First Killer winning the tournament, like what would you put it at right now?
I would give Diaz almost like a full 70%, which is a lot considering there's 6 people left. And then I would split it between First Killer, Wavy, and Evo in terms of who gets the rest of the big chunk. So as far as who would I give to First Killer? I could give First Killer as low as 15 or 10. I'd have to think about it a little bit more, but having to go through Wavy and Evo and Diaz, First Killer actually has one of the tougher runs available for him. So it'll be huge. It'll be epic if he does it, but not a great chance.
So what I'm hearing is Zapatos and Chronic have a 0% chance of winning this tournament.
They have to go through Diaz. It's I mean, it's tough.
I think Chronic you have to give Chronic a small percentage, I reckon, because he has won some tournaments in the past. He's got the experience. Zapatos, he's just the true underdog story though. This guy has to just enjoy the experience because he's got just a run of death ahead of him. Chronic, Diaz, and then the winner from the other bracket. I mean, come on, he would have to play his best Rocket League of all time. I'm really happy that he's top 6, and everything from here is a bonus, I think, for Zapatos.
We might. There's a world if Zapatos beats Chronic. We've got it's Brazil versus Mexico as a semifinal, right? Like we're guaranteed a non-US player in the NA Grand Finals. Which, I mean, is that a harder run than making the South American 1v1 run, right? North America, very, very strong 1v1 scene here. Which would you say that it's comparable, or is North America
Zapatos dual national though as well, so he's got the Mexico and the USA. I think he's got both. Yeah. So if he does make it through, I think Diaz is the only one yet who doesn't have US or any North American nationality. I think this is harder because Diaz is here, and Diaz, he was the best 1v1 player in SAM, came over to NA, now he's the best 1v1 player in NA, so this is definitely a harder event to win. But yeah, SAM is pretty hard to make top 6, top 4 as well. Like, none of the 1v1 events are easy. When you're in the top 6 in a day like today, usually by this stage in a tournament, you're in a grand final. RLCS 3v3, this is the grand final, the best 6 players. It's just the top 6 players. So it's extremely exclusive to be this far in the tournament. That's why players like Zapatos have to be really proud of themselves.
Well, of the 6 players left in the tournament right now, one of them will compete in Raleigh for the chance to be one of the representatives fighting for world champion, 1v1 world champion in Lyon, France there, folks. So get your tickets if you want to go to Raleigh. See this competition go down live, see who Nupo takes on here in just a moment. Should be a lot of fun. Now, here's the crazy part, because I just kind of alluded to it. If you win today against the 6 best players in North America, congratulations. Your reward is playing the best player from the Middle East, North Africa, in the Raleigh major there in the orange bar. Then there's some 3v3 nonsense with the last chance qualifier, and then you go back to the world championship, and your gift is congratulations, you're the best in North America, you beat the best in the Middle East, and now you get to play Moxie. This is such a gauntlet for whoever wins today.
I mean, you want to become the first ever RLCS 1v1 world champion, you're gonna have to go through the gauntlet, and Moxie, he had to go through the ringer and beating Yan all the way in Championsville. He was up 3-1 in the series, or was it 3-0? I can't remember exactly. It was 3-0 in the series. Yan bounced all the way back, and the nerves were setting in for both of these great players in Game 7. Moxie, I think, was the favorite going into this match, I believe. All right, Johnny, you can correct me if you're correcting me now.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
He ended up getting the W.
He got the W there, but I think this was the thing, Fear. I feel like if Moxie loses here, it changes the whole story, right? He doesn't go to France. He had the one chance to be the first ever 1v1 champion at the World Championship in France. Like all the stakes change if he comes back the next season. It's just not quite the same the next season because he won in Birmingham and he gets his opportunity. The pressure is on one hand. I feel like the pressure is like light, and he's gotten there. He's done it. He's gotten that experience of being on the stage. On the other hand, you're now in France in front of the French fans trying to win a world championship in France. Like, I don't know, which is it, more pressure or less pressure?
It's got to be more. It's a world championship, right? I mean, he might be more used to it because he's had a chance to do it on land before, but playing in front of France, I mean, that's a win for a world championship on land in the 1v1 game mode that he focuses on so exclusively. It's one of those things that are kind of interesting because we have a lot of players who are in the mix today from NA, and Nupo is this case where he'll be representing Ones, but he will also be representing Twisted Minds, which is a really strong team at the World Championship. Right now, Diaz, our favorite in NA, with Complexity. Unless Complexity makes it through an LCQ, you know, that 1v1 might be the only thing he's doing there. So there might be an extra bit of pressure. It's his only game, no warm-ups, no way to feel the land at all in any other way, which is how it worked for Moxie when he played. So lots of pressure playing in France. Maybe a France versus KSA final in France. It's going to go wild.
It'd be crazy to think about like Wavy, not like for like Wavy, Evo, and Zapatos in particular. Like, I feel like Complexity Bates has a really good shot in the LCQ, right? So if Diaz doesn't make it here, there's a really good chance Complexity is going to get an opportunity to go to France. But those other three players, it is anything but guaranteed. This genuinely might be their only ticket there. And this is such a long road. You gotta win the grand finals today, and then you gotta beat Nupo. Like, it is genuinely gonna be quite the battle for whoever makes it through our gauntlet today.
I mean, you brought up a great point. Complexity, they do have a realistic chance of making it through the LCQ. None of these other teams, for the most part, have a chance. And so, these players still want to make the lands. They gotta get the job done. But before they even start that, they're going to have to level up their performances from yesterday. If I want to see Wavy, you're going to have to be more threatening. Zapatos, I'm going to need to see the top 90 flex. You can't have a day off today. And then if you end up beating Diaz today, or FK, or maybe the Evo, then you're going to have to level up again in about a good 2.5 week span, because that boy now supposed to come across the pond, and he's going to be on one. And you're not going to be real ass on defense. So what are you supposed to do? It's not going to be easy. That's what I'm saying. It's not going to be easy.
and yet someone's gonna do it here today. I'm really excited to find out who's gonna be our North American champion. Let's start talking about that first matchup as well. You kind of just alluded to it. Zapatos taking on Chronic here in just under 7 minutes. He's gonna have to be popping off if he wants to take down Chronic. Zapatos, I want to talk about this one mechanic. I want you to talk about it, Fear. I want you to talk about like this one mechanic you saw from him yesterday that longtime 1v1 fans are well aware of, and as a matter of fact, he helped coin this move. Tell me about the Zap Dash.
Yeah, we are going to talk about Zapatos and a specific dash that he likes to use a lot. He's been in the 1v1 scene for a few years, and in a tournament hosted in Michigan Turf Wars, he had some dashing that people took notice of and have started calling the Zap Dash. It is the landing wave dash that he uses a ton here. We actually have a ton of clips. This is one of the moments where he was able to use it to get going and get a nice 50 in the air and score off of it. No direct opportunities to kind of win a race to the ball in this one, but it's something that he does love to do, and it's really different than regular wave dashes. If you might just be thinking of, there's also a Swick Pogo. I couldn't resist putting a Pogo in. But there's a guy there.
Not related at all.
AJ used the Zap Dash
there's one.
to catch back up to him, and there's another Zap Dash up the side wall. It's specifically when you go to land on the ground and pop up your front wheels, just your front wheels, in order to throw it down. People call it the Zap Dash. I'm sure Johnny would like to point out as well. These mechanics have been discovered long before. In fact, Halfway Dead even released a really in-depth video on how this empty jump into wave dash forward worked. It's not Zapatos' fault, by the way, but people just recognized he did it and decided to call it Zap Dash. I don't care what you call it, landing wave dash, curve dash, Zap Dash. There is one thing for certain, and that's that Zapatos is going to be doing it a lot today, and I hope he does it more. When I was going back through the replays, watching him doing it against AJ versus doing it against Evo, it took him a while before he was even doing it in his series, and it's one of the staples of his gameplay. I think he was playing really nervous. When he was not on the mainstream against AJ, he was doing them like crazy. Hopefully he comes out and rocks him right from the beginning.
The big one to look out for is that landing, actually. That is game breaking. You know, when you're just landing from, like, I don't know, any aerial where you don't have a flip and you have little momentum. If you can just wobble the landing and wave dash flip, you're supersonic. Whereas other players land, flip, they're not supersonic. So that's the one that's absolutely game changing. You know, the one off the curve is an advantage, but not as big of a deal. I think he's got both though, so he can pull it out in any situation.
He's got all
Is it easier, quickly here before we move on, is it easier for him to do that in the Sentio? Like, why do we see him do it so much more than everybody else?
You know, it's interesting because that's the first thing I even started saying it. I'm like, oh, it must be easier. If you ask Zapatos himself, he actually thinks it's harder to do in the Sentio for whatever reason. He says when he's in the Octane, he feels like it's even easier to do, but he clearly coined it and has no trouble doing it in that long plank car.
A lot of players do it in the Octane hitbox. You got Vatira, Kofer, Appjack. It's definitely not the Octane hitbox weakness, so there's no copium there for pros. A lot of pros just haven't actually integrated it to their game yet. I think it's time that they do.
Continuing to be an evolving meta in a game with 0 patch updates to gameplay, you gotta love Rocket League. The pure physics engine continues to deliver entertainment, folks. $10,000 on the line for first place. You win that, you take it all. You don't even split that with anybody else. Everyone in our tournament today guaranteed at least $3,000 for making top 6. Congratulations. Some of their runs will end here, though, and that will be the case for one of the players in the matches we are about to watch here. We've got 2 quarterfinals. Winners of those advance to the semis. Winners of those advance to the grand finals, and winner of that advances to Raleigh, North Carolina at the end of the month, folks. We've got 5 matches on the board. Let's get into the first one here. Ultimate's going to be represented in both of our quarterfinals here. Chronic taking on Zapatos as Zapatos tries to zap dash his way to victory. Chronic standing in his way here. Only one of these players will play in the semifinals.
Only one player's gonna make it to the semis, and Zapatos. Has he switched up his backdrop? Was he playing with
It's the angle. It's the angle, yeah.
Is that what it is? Okay, I'm about to say, because this is a whole entirely different room. I didn't know we had multiple places to play. I am going to see.
Wiz style.
Yes, he is. He might
You know the difference? He wanted to get the, what is it you guys call this? We call it a bin. You guys call it a trash can.
Bin?
Trash can.
A trash can.
Yeah, you wanted to get the trash can in the back. So he's gonna try and put Chronic in there.
Okay, he's gonna try, but listen, if he's gonna be able to put it up, he's gotta play better. Oh yeah,
he does.
Like, Chronic had a fan yesterday though, but the fan seems to not be turned on. Must be cool right now. Maybe if the series heats up, maybe you'll see Chronic and move out there, call timeout, move the fan in the background. In all seriousness though, this is a matchup of play styles right here. Zop, he's gonna have to
that's entirely. I have to point this out. That is a water bottle. That is
Yeah, that is a water bottle.
Wait, is that a water bottle? No way.
You're blind, bro.
Oh my days! I thought it was like a really tall bin.
How tall that thing would be if that was a trash can. I didn't want to go before the Wave did.
I thought it was like an ergonomic bin where you don't have to bend down to bend.
Ergonomic trash can? Now you're doing too much.
That's so funny. Chat, who do you think is going to win Zapatos or Chronic? Let us know in the chat. Hashtag Zap, hashtag CHR. Bates, I do want to hear the bit of actual Rocket League analysis you're going to be able to take from the trash can here.
I was going to say, his compliment is keep the ball on the ground. You're really looking for him to make his strong flicks. His flick game needs to be on. It wasn't on yesterday. Chronic, you want to see him to continue to do what he does. Play great defense and be really effective off the sidewall. Make Zop have to respect the reset into a shot, and that will then open up the reset, bring it back down for the wave dash bottom right, bottom left, as Giant loves to call it, the flavor of the year.
Okay. We'll see if either player can get their game plan done here. Johnny, who do you think's got it?
I think I've got it back Chronic here. He looked good yesterday against AJ in the more high pressure games, especially. And these games are all high pressure today. We're facing elimination. Need to see more from Zapatos. Like Bates said earlier, he's got to be on form with the flicks, or he's got to switch it up to something else.
All right, Fear.
I think that if Zapatos is going to take this down, this is going to sound crazy, but what he needs to do is he needs to miss some challenges. He needs to go for a challenge and not get it, because what he was not doing yesterday is taking any risk ever. He refused to go for a challenge that might miss. He sat on the goal line. We saw Evo fake him like a million times. So I want to see Zapatos play his normal game where he tries to be suffocating and maybe misses here or there. But I think that I got to go with Chronic. Chronic comes in as the favorite. I would expect him to win this matchup even without the pressure. Zapatos has clearly been affected by that. Hopefully he's not. Hopefully he gives us a nice close match and goes all in, but I got Chronic.
You hear it, Bates. He thinks Zapatos isn't going to lose a challenge, so that means Chronic's going to win. That's what
Chronic. I'll take Chronic.
Go ahead.
If the analysis you got to miss a couple challenges to win, then that means you ain't gonna win.
I don't know. I never get to talk about Sentios on this desk, and I love those equalizer wheels. It's kind of a hard pick here, but I really want to see Zapatos get it done. And we know he's got the tool bag to do it. Can he reach in and grab the right tools at the right time, folks? We've got a split desk up here a little bit.
Ooh.
It's Chronic the clear favorite on the desk, but Zapatos got the love in chat. Can he get it done on the field, folks? Let's get into it. It's time to kick off Championship Sunday for the first time ever in the 1v1 Open for the Raleigh Major. Which player gets a chance to play for the title of North American Champion? It's Chronic versus Zapatos. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Mexico versus USA in the battle to represent North America in Raleigh. One of the biggest fights is going to go down because one of these two is facing off against Diaz in a semifinal, Johnny.
Yeah, this is such a difficult match for both of them to kick off the day. And I think you've just got to ignore, but you ignore Diaz, ignore the semi-final. Right now, just focus fully on the opponent. As we do start things off, we got a little bit of a, play that we might see from Diaz later there. Chronic attempted the full pitch air dribble, didn't have enough legs to make it the whole way, but turns around, challenges, and then puts in the opening goal.
I mean, honestly, after what we saw from yesterday, right? Chronic was one of the most composed players, especially I think in this head-to-head as well. Zapdos fairly nervous. I think the biggest question mark on him right now is what is he going to look like in this one? Are the nerves away, or are we getting the same performance that we saw before?
I think we're going to need to wait and see how he plays his more precise mechanics to find out how nervous he's feeling. I do like that he's just gone straight for the ball there, though, no nonsense. Just forced Chronic to outplay him. That's something that AJ did very well yesterday, especially at the start of their series against each other. And Zapatos, he'll know that he's up against it here. He'll know that he's the underdog, and that might work in his favor. Whereas yesterday, he was certainly feeling the pressure. Maybe today, he'll be able to relax. Second day on the main stream, and new chance to prove himself. Good save on Chronic's high air dribble there, but the boost has been stolen. Chronic's in an advantageous position.
Just carrying this one around the sidewall. Two almost snuck it in there off the corner angle. I feel like Chronic, again, is able to play these fairly quickly, but another shot on target out just past made. Easy 2-0 up for him.
Yeah, really nice shot by Chronic, and Zapatos has tried to fake him out there. He's tried to make Chronic think that he's got more boost than he actually has, so that he can maybe get a free possession for himself, but Chronic just sticks around. He had a good read on Zapatos' boost total, and the heavy touch ended up being more of a giveaway of possession than anything else. Chronic made a beeline to mid before coming back there, so he did have 100 boost when he arrived. Instead, constant pressure so far. Zapatos forced into his own net, did well to keep that one out. But he is in a world of trouble right now. Chronic with a reset. Early outplay. It's 3-0.
You definitely thought that he might have been able to get up in time to get a touch on him, but no. Once Chronic got that mid-100, and that second touch right there, it's all over the Zapatos. 3:21 on the clock and a 3-0 lead. I mean, Chronic is playing exactly the same way we saw yesterday. Just straight, full confidence coming in. I will say, though, Zapatos, like you said, coming in a little bit stronger, having his moments here. A couple of pretty decent challenges, at least in my opinion, as compared to yesterday. I felt like yesterday was very focused on trying to hit those monsters. Like, ooh, the challenge back and enough boost to hit a little tap in there. Chronic just putting a stop to everything he's attempted to do.
I love that. That's the fake challenge there from Chronic. He made it obvious that he was turning around after driving into no man's land. And no problem, holds power slide just a little bit and then hits reverse to get the challenge in reverse. And it's a really nice thing to show early. Now, every time that Chronic actually does fake a challenge, Zapatos will be remembering that fake into reverse challenge combo might start to panic.
Oh, just off the post there. Again, these resets from Chronic, very clinical right now and consistent. But you wouldn't expect anything less. Now, for those of you at home who might have missed the rules in the pre-show, although, okay, I was gonna say, surely, I was like, that one's going in. At the halfway point throughout these games, you do have the option to forfeit, but I think this goal might have started to get the wheels turning for Zapdos.
Oh yeah, I think he's going to keep going a long way from here. You know, the game hasn't started off well for him in terms of the scoreline, but he'll know that he just has to get some ball control. He's not had much of a chance to control the possession, and here we go. Now he gets an opportunity to control it, puts another shot on net, and that's a really smart play. It was a little flip reset 50 mid-air. Didn't actually need the reset, but doesn't hurt to have one as he cuts the lead in half.
Yep, very clean from him on that one. Of course, having those back-to-back goals is going to do wonders for the mental in this one. Halfway point of game number one. Kick off the delay for Chronic, just straight into the nose of his car and into his net.
Zapatos hates this. This is the play that he hates running into the most. He's so well known for his wave dash recovery kickoff, but he's also, if you've been doing your homework, known to be weak to delayed kickoff. So if he is going to stick to the wave dash recovery, look to see him trying to follow up his play, his first touch on the ball with a subsequent touch. He tried it there, didn't work. Oh, that's a good flick, and it's in for 3. You know, there's a lot of good signs for Zapatos here. Even though he's down, the flicks worked. He's got a goal from his aerial game as well. You know, this is actually very playable for him, even though he's hardly had any ball control compared to Chronic.
No, definitely an improvement from yesterday. And of course, I at least feel like that flick was going to do wonders for him. Like we said, we saw him attempted on average like 4 times per game yesterday. So at least he got it out of the way now. We get a freestyle combo from him. Here comes the reset down. Challenge from Chronic, just stops it in its tracks. Crazy catch out too. And now to double the lead in Chronic's favor.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really tough shot to pull off. Zapatos going for a highlight reel play in game 1, and he just could not get the last reset in time. He likes to go for the late resets. He wants to see the defender commit and then get the reset and put it past him. Is he going to be able to get back here? Yes, he is. Chronic got slowed down slightly by Zapatos on his way to the boost, and now here he comes again with a late air double bump. And notice all these aerial plays, Zapatos is not committing to one play until well into the aerial as he waits to see what Chronic will do.
Yeah, a lot of this was pretty similar to what we saw yesterday from Zapdos. He was one of the players that I felt was the most versatile. Definitely showing out here today against Chronic. There's that flick we saw off the backboard, a little too much power. But, I mean, definitely still enough time. Takes it again from the sidewall. There's that wait to see what Chronic's going to do. The challenge, though, did waste a little bit of time off what he's attempting.
Yeah, and he's just trying to flip reset defensively here. Knew that he lost control of the situation. Chronic with a little wave dash reset of his own. Highly technical shots by both players, but it leads to Zapatos getting a free goal, which he does not miss from distance. And this is staying extremely competitive as both players trade some extremely mechanical plays.
Oh, yeah. And this is, again, this is a good sign because Zapdos is one of those players that everybody did have ranked fairly high, or at least if you didn't, you knew that he was kind of a sleeper pick that could pull it off. So to see him keeping this one pretty competitive with Chronic for now as Chronic places another one on in, 3 up with a minute left to go. I mean, as far as mental goes, Zapdos face cam wise looking way better than he did yesterday.
Yeah, you'll know that there's a lot of good things in this game. His offense is working pretty well. He just really needs to look out for these kickoff tricks from Chronic. That's another kickoff goal by Chronic because he's delayed the kickoff just enough to take control of it, but it's not the same delay as last time. It's really cool to see Chronic coming up with different methods to counter Zapatos kickoff, but he's still well known for that wave dash kickoff. It's not always the same play from Chronic, but he's making it work. And, you know, think about that. 2 times Chronic's got Zapatos out with the kickoff delay, and we have a 2-goal game. Those kickoffs have been the difference.
Oh, yeah. No, and especially anybody that's going up against a player that you know has any sort of a semi-weakness, right? Like we talked about. Spot those. Oh, the power off that.
That is crazy. Zapatos gets the bump after the kickoff, and then he comes in with the wave dash shot on the bounce. Chronic actually had a look at that one in the replay, dropped a nice one. That's ridiculous by Zapatos within 1.
That was the shot too. And he, okay.
He's spotting the delay.
Finally.
And it's been coming. I mean, Chronic again trying to arrive late, trying to let Zapatos hit the ball into him. Zapatos with the counter. So Really a chess match happening right now at the center circle. 28 seconds left. Zapatos is back in it.
There it is, another small delay from Zapdos too. So that level of progression as far as like preparing for Chronic to try and dish one back at you, like you said, it's very chess match. You do one thing, all right, cool, I'm learning how to counter it in real time, but 12 seconds on the clock, Chronic, I think he got the beat out on him here. He's just gonna walk it in, waste enough seconds, but Johnny Boy off the kickoff. We've learned to stop those, counter those delays. I don't know what we're gonna get, okay.
You could do one of his own, maybe. I mean, he's not been the guy pulling the tricks. He's been trying to read Chronic's tricks. No, he just sticks to standard. It's going to work wonderfully off the sidewall with the air dribble. Late reset again, getting Chronic to commit, and he puts it past him. He sticks to his game plan, and he scores with 1 second left.
You had to really, really delay this one too, because Chronic was coming at you fast, and it was just enough. I was so scared that was going to be hitting the ground and not bounce in time, but 1 second on the clock, tied game into the kickoff. Let's see what we get.
Oh, this is staying up, actually. He can get this into the air. Oh, just narrowly misses it. Overtime, game 1 is on a knife edge. Zapatos has all the momentum, though Chronic's been surviving. And there's the slow flick on target to set up the boost steal.
Off the ceiling, has a flip, uses it, power down, Chronic. He doesn't have any boost though. There's enough on the trail to get him back in time, and he's able to get that 100 there. Gotta be...
What? Oh. I thought Zapatos won goal, but it's at the near post. He was definitely very close there. Here he comes to the flick into reset. Top ends! It's absolutely perfect.
He went from almost own goaling into the controlled must-be. Takes his time, reset in to take that game 1 back.
What a comeback. Chronic had all the plans, he had all the prep, all the tricks.
Finally,
See a little smile there from Zapatos. I mean, he's trying to hide it, but we can see it, young man. And you should smile after a win like that. That was incredible. To stick to his game plan and to execute to a higher level. We wondered if it was going to be a switch up from yesterday or just confidence to just go for it again. And if you missed his performances yesterday, what we're referring to is, you know, his flick game wasn't working, his flip resets weren't crisp. And did he back off from that? Did he make it more simple? No, he didn't. He's still going for the flick, still going for the late resets, baiting those challenges, and then getting the outplays. Thumbs up from me as well. Great game.
No, definitely a great game. This is a player that truly has so much potential, and I think a comeback like that really sets the tone for what the rest of the series is going to be like, especially for what Chronic is going to have to go up against next. Because like we said yesterday, he had a game plan. It was not working. He had to kind of like reel himself back in a little bit and play a little safer just to get himself through what he needed to do, right? But as far as today, it's swinging out the gates, level 10 the whole way through.
Yeah, I want to see more of that, please. The reset game in ones is usually all about just getting the reset as early as possible to keep the defender on the ground. It's almost a constant threat, saying, hey, you can't jump because I've got a reset. Zapatos is doing it differently. He's waiting till the jump, and then he's getting the reset on demand. It's a different type of skill, and it's wonderful to watch. I don't hate what Chronic did in game 1 either, though. I think he had a good plan with the kickoff strats, how to counter Zapatos' preferred options. And I think if he can just make a couple tweaks in his own defensive game, you know, Zapatos will have to level up again.
No, I absolutely agree. I think now Chronic's going to be a little bit more mindful of what's coming his way. There's no way. Honestly, Zapatos is one of the flashier ones that we've been getting throughout this weekend. I absolutely love the potential clip farms.
Yeah, that was you know, what happens if Chronic doesn't commit. We're talking about Zapatos trying to get Chronic into the air so he can flip reset on his head. Well, Chronic doesn't jump, no problem. Pogo shot. He's always got another option. Here's Chronic with the grind game. Oh, early pop. Zapatos spied a mile away, but the bump actually buys him time to get back. Chronic hit the bar. That was a good try. Not low enough to get in the net, and then the Devil lands. How's the bounce? It's going to go up in the air. Zapatos reset near ceiling height. Tried to get another one. Actually has a dunk attempt here, but Chronic barrels through it.
Unfortunate, then just gets demoed off for it. Chronic's going to try and get the beat out. I don't think Respawn is in time. Even with it, Chronic still had more power. Opening lead is going to go to him.
So both players get a demo in midfield play, and then they have kind of an open net on the counter attack, but Chronic did well to make that absolutely safe. It looks like Spatos tried to bump him here. Chronic avoids it, gets the second goal, and he's actually just played heads up, wave dash, recovery kickoff against Spatos in that exchange. He says, you know what, I think I can single jump into the ball harder than you and more precisely.
And in that case, yes, the answer was yes, you could. Back into his own corner here. Does get that boost out over his Zapdos, so he's gonna have to go back mid and turn around for that challenge, but Chronic already popped it up. Has his flip, one touch down, a little awkward on that one, so Zapdos has the time to clear this one out, and of course, that one's going straight in. It was a little catch out there. And a great opener, too, for Zapdos, not staying behind for too long.
A smart wall shot by Zapatos. Just a little short flight, completely in line with the ball. Just textbook stuff for all of you guys wanting to work in your own wall shots. Make sure to just match the ball's momentum and then had his dodge to do the rest. Chronic off the back corner wall now. Well, he's mind games Zapatos, something we saw Evo do a ton yesterday. Zapatos will be desperate not to allow that to become a weakness in his game in today's top 6.
3 minutes on the clock here. Still need another one to really get back into this. Couple flashy plays, a couple attempts to fake out Chronic, but Chronic's not having any of it. Instead, he's just gonna take this one out to the side, get that boost. That pinch back, though, kind of slows it down a little bit, gives Spatos time to reset, to get into defensive mode. As Chronic comes forward, it's still not enough to stop him.
That's a great shot by Chronic. Spatos did make an awkward touch to try and keep Chronic at bay, but it more helped him with the setup. He rifles it past Zapatos to take a lead by 3-1. This is a very low-scoring game. Both players have had a lot of success in defense.
Chronic's gonna follow this. Spatos calls himself off. Hasn't been too much backward play. A lot of these resets carry all the way down to the ground, and I think Zapatos is recognizing that a little bit more frequently this time. Halfway point of the game is officially here. To see what Zapatos can do with it. I think he's trying to set up for the flick. A little slower. Easy read there for Chronic to the backboard.
This is still good for Zapatos. It led to a boost steal, and it kept Chronic low. Any kind of high flick to the top of the net, where you can get your opponent in the air, steal their boost away, and then turn to challenge, is a good option to go to. Zapatos looking for plenty follow-through demos in this game. Chronic, more than ready for it. In fact, he's scoring. Oh, what a slot by Chronic. Zapatos in the area, but not really able to make a play.
Yeah, just a little awkward on that flip there. I think it wasted just like a half a second worth of time. So when Chronic got that touch there, it was going to be just in front of him. Minute 51, down by 3, make it 4 off the kickoff.
And Zapatos is he's messed up mechanically on this one just a little bit. Whenever you're bouncing off the top of the ball, you've jumped into the ball too high. So that was just a small mechanical mistake by Zapatos. The only thing that he may have been thinking there is that Chronic might be trying to chip it over him with a delay, in which case going high would counter it. But you can get the same effect without going that high. So he's probably gone just a touch higher than he wanted.
I like that challenge from Spatos too. Just great recovery off the sidewall. More challenges out in this corner though. I feel like for some reason recently, Spatos has done a really good job in that corner there on his 50s getting it out. But Chronic usually wins that race back to his own half. Another battle, pop up. Demo opens this one up and it's just a touch on in.
Yeah, very gentlemanly finish on this one by Chronic. He couldn't count up to the ball and stopped it on the goal line here, which would have been a nice mind game to go for.
I feel like Chronic's not that guy.
We'll see. I think he can be that guy, but maybe not in a situation where the opponent's respawning close to you. I think if Zapatos is totally out the game, Chronic, it would be a mistake to not stop the ball on the goal line when you're winning.
Definitely winning by a fair margin. 1 minute mark, down by 5. And the 50 back, it's gonna make it 6.
Yeah, that's too easy for Chronic, too predictable, but in that instance, Zapatos didn't really have too many options to go for, so he is still playing for the win, it would seem. We've seen 5-goal comebacks before in 1v1 quite a few times. 6-goal comebacks happened also, even up to 7. in competitive settings, so it might seem silly to continue playing here, but with the volatile state of kickoffs in 1v1, comebacks are very possible.
Oh, for sure. I also feel like this is a good sign of Zapatos' mental right now. He's going to pop it up to himself. Takes his time with it off the backboard. Yeah, I was like, you ran out of us on that one, unfortunately, but to be fair, Chronic was already set up pretty decently.
Yeah, so obviously this is just getting played out to maybe look for a consolation goal. Zapatos might try clip on him here. No, just going to warm up the flick mechanics a little bit more. That's still something that we haven't seen him peak with. I've seen some world-class flicks from Zapatos in the past, but none of them have been on the mainstream today or yesterday. So this is one aspect that, as we want to refer back to in the pre-show, you know, he could either switch it up or keep trying. It seems like keep trying, because, you know, sticking to what you know, sticking to what you want to do, that seems to be his play style, but there are many other ways to dribble in ones, and in Rocket League, bounce dribbling, just rolling the ball in the ground and trying to hook shot, trying to go for mind game. He could play for low 50s. I think he's going for the flick a bit too much for my liking.
Yeah, it's also the same vibe we got from him yesterday in his series, where you felt like there was a point where it's like, all right, at some point in time, you're gonna need to try something else. It's clearly not working for you. But I will respect the fact that he did play out the second game. So, you know what? You can have a couple more tries in that next game. But I think if it does start to get away from you, like you said, start going for other options on it, especially if Chronic starts to view it as readable.
Yeah, and yeah, right now Chronic is pretty much just shadowing against Zapatos ball carry. So one of the plays that you guys, I'm sure, all know is good against that. It's, of course, the little pop bump, air dribble demo, anything in between. Zapatos could even go to that if he wants to. Decides to bail out on that aerial play. First chance of the game. Does not yield too threatening of a shot. And now this one might, though. Flick into air dribble. No reset yet, but you know he's going to get one at some point. Oh, he opted the mind game instead. It's going to be low 50. And he puts himself up 1-0. Tricking Chronic to thinking he's going high.
Just a whole clip from one end to the other. I swear, there's moments in time, Johnny, where I'm like, I feel like I'm back in a freestyle event watching him.
Yeah, it does pretty much go to a freestyle 1v1 with certain players in the pitch. Both of these guys are more than capable. That's going to be 2-0. Spatsios with a super open net. He confidently hits it on target as well. It might not seem like much, but that's a good sign. Just confident open net finishing is another thing you can often look to tell how comfortable a player is feeling.
Oh, for sure. 30 seconds into this one and a 2-goal lead. Potentially 3 if he can get back in time. Takes his time with it. Gets that little pad there. Chronic, though, gonna have his way with this one. Doesn't go for the mid boost, but it is still a catch out nonetheless.
Spatos was playing for the boost deal. I think he didn't really read this one correctly. He thought Chronic was going to try and take the ball back. But that's not back corner Barry, that's front corner Chronic. He was going the other way, and Zapatos making a boost deal. More like a 2s or 3s play than a 1v1 play there.
Now we're going to see what Chronic does to get back into this one, just even it out a little bit. Takes his time, plays it low. The 50 does get red. And trying to make another couple of those quick cuts. The good thing, though, for Chronic is all of his challenges keep this one blue side. Up into the air, pop over one, maybe waterfall down to himself, but he is going to have to turn this one all the way around.
This is where the Patos wall dash game comes in handy. We're talking about all the different ways he can produce wave dashes in the pre-show. Wall dashes, chain dashes, or others that he can often add to the list. That's a beautiful dish by Chronic. Making it look easy. He saw the awkward landing Zapatos had to deal with, and he just centers it to himself and scores in one smooth motion.
Very, very clean on that one. Tied game here at 340. Chronic definitely getting back into this one. Not as, ran away with as it was in that second game there. Spatos trying to take his time to do this one. Flip forward. This one gets set out into the corner. Chronic definitely going to play the patient game and allow Zapdos to almost wear himself out a little bit. And then all it takes is that one little pop-up, and he catches him out almost every time in this game.
Yeah, it's getting a bit worrying for Zapdos. Chronic's starting to get a good read on him. He keeps going back to that flip reset 50-50 with his aerial game. Chronic is going to adapt to that if he doesn't switch it up at some point. And Chronic spotted the early challenge as well. Takes a 3-2 lead. Zapdos has given himself a great showing today, but he'll need to keep adapting. He'll need to keep making necessary changes to his game. He's completely missed everything here. He tried to get the boost on the ball and he got neither. Instead, he gets to watch Chronic rolling another goal into his open net.
I like fully was just jaw on the floor that even became a possibility again. 2 up to Chronic off the kickoff. Chronic's just gonna send it back into his own side, gives him time, gets bumped into the boost there, and gets the ball handed straight to him. Takes his time, maybe a chip shot. No, it's just a low attempt on net, but a good read from Zapdos.
That's a great save. That's a tough position to be in. Chronic threatening all sorts of angles with the shots there. Instead opting for low 50s. That's 2 consecutive attacking plays Chronic's low 50'd from. He does get back and stop the counter attack from going past him. Oh, what a touch by Zapdos though. He strips up Chronic as well, and even tried to bullshot him into the ball. He's back within 1 with a perfect, subtle physical play.
I honestly thought he was gonna be a little bit too awkward there, but that bump on Chronic just cut him off in the front wheels of his tires. Puts him back in contention here, just under 1. But, I mean, it's definitely a good way to get going again.
Oh, demo in the corner. Chronic caught Zapdos napping. And Zapdos thinking about the ceiling challenge. He's got to get lower than this, though. Chronic's got a good hitbox behind the ball. Zapdos running out of boost, and luckily for him, that boost is not spawning for Chronic to steal. A bit too soon on the arrival. He wanted to take that one away.
He's gonna have to flip back on this one. No boost. He'd already fully committed to the initial play there. This is another one of those moments where Chronic just enough in the tank to recognize when Zapdos has just outplayed himself a tiny bit on something. And that 2-goal lead goes straight back to Chronic. Very, very much in line with keeping your confidence up. Needs to take this game number 3. Shot is wide. Oh.
Okay. Well, he missed the shot, but he got the follow-through. Demo chance to redeem himself here. This time it's a low 50. Zapdos has to score from this attacker. His confidence is going to be destroyed. He should have scored already. Will he get the goal? No, he won't. He can't find a way through.
And Chronic's gonna get that small pad. Might actually get the angle. He does. Unfortunately for him, Chronic is just beating him out in every single race right now.
And it was all back to that opportunity that Zapdos had right after the kickoff. He had an uncontested shot, and he hit it into the post. It wasn't posted in, it was posted out. It wasn't close. And he could not convert the pressure play afterwards either. Oh, he's maybe prioritizing boost a bit much in this game. That's the 3rd time that he's gone for a boost and almost conceded as a result. He did concede twice already this game because of that. Chronic is looking comfortable. Just over a minute to go. 1 more goal, put him in an advantageous position. Oh, it's a perfect shot. He even made this look like an irritable bump with the takeoff, but he's just got underneath the ball to flick it.
And just to add, like, insult to injury, this all kicked off with Zapdos trying to do another flick attempt that wasn't successful, and then it's just another lost possession to Chronic where you're starting to outplay yourself from nerves at this point. There's just a minute on the clock now, but Zapdos really is, this one is getting away from him. He needs something to give him a little bit of confidence. Another one taken off. The bounce up and down. Chronic is gonna have to play this one from the corner. Challenge comes through. Enough control though to get the flip. The flow musty in isn't gonna quite go in there, but on the reverse then, transition out from Zapdos on the ground.
And unfortunately for him, the shooting has just fallen off a little bit here, whether it's ground shots or whether it's aerial plays. Zapdos is not executing. He needs to be more clinical. Has to score here, and Chronic's not going to let him easily. Oh, he goes for the read on the interception. This was such a good defensive read by Chronic, but Zapdos still out of flip, and he puts the top corner.
actually
He's still in this.
gross. It was so disgusting. The second you saw him get that extra flip from off the ceiling, I didn't know if he was going to get close enough to actually use it and go in, but he does, and that's got to be confidence booster. Takes his time. There's the flick, slow enough to get the save, but good waterfall in front. Nothing in the tank to push it through.
He's still going to go for this. He needs to get the ball in the net in the next few seconds. It's now or never, and Chronic says never. You're not winning this game. Zapatos with the first game where he had more chances. He had 14 shots to Chronic's 9, but unfortunately for him, he was not clinical, and Chronic has defended well at the end of the game here, just surviving, preserving the lead. Goal of the match, though, goes to Zapatos. I mean, to get air dribble, stealing, reset, pinch to the backboard, have it intercepted and still score is something I don't think I've ever seen before. Those are usually, you know, either a clean play where the defender misses or just a straight up defended play. And never have I seen somebody just save their flip to intercept the interception.
No, I want to say the straight playback's so bad when it comes up on screen. I think this one is it. There it is. Once he went off the ceiling, he went just far enough.
Hey.
I did not think he was making that in. I'm so shocked, and I honestly, like you said, that might be my goal of the tourney. Unless somebody actually hits like a gnarly pogo or something insane, I think that one might have been my most technical.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. It's also just the uniqueness factor when Zapatos is on the pitch. You know, maybe it's Vicentio, maybe it's just him. He is doing things differently and coming up with some cool ideas. He's got to do the simple stuff right as well, though. I mean, he's got all the extravagance to his game. He's got all of the you know, peak potential. But sometimes you've just got to bury a position where you're up 100 boost to 0. You just have to put the ball in the net by any means necessary. Unfortunately for Zapatos, those more clear-cut chances are turning out to be quite hard for him to convert.
At least he definitely is slowly starting to get back into it. The problem for him is Chronic is the one that's being able to actually close out these games. But those might actually have gotten over him though. Finally, a little opening lead there. Nice clean little air dribble from his end of the field.
And this is the kind of simple play that I think is going to give him so much in this series. I say simple play, it's a pre-flip into a 2-touch air dribble, but still, compared to going for double resets, often involving multiple elaborate setups, that is something that is just nice to see from Zapatos. Chronic now trying to tie the game. The flick of his own, but he's caught it and taken it into the corner. I don't think he knew much about that one. As he now looks to keep the attack alive, Zapatos is right there with 100 boost in defense.
And Chronic having to play this one all the way back into his end of the field. Unfortunately for him, Zapatos just, as far as boost management, is doing a little bit better in this particular game. Off the sidewall. No bounce down into this one. That first minute or so, though, a lot more back and forth than we saw in the past. Chronic to himself off the crossbar. And here comes Zapatos, going to turn around, try and make a quick cut to neutralize Chronic. Unfortunately for him, Chronic is still out playing almost every single time. That one's going to go down bottom 90.
Is Zapatos just not really doing the best job in the initial defensive play to path over small boost pads, made life a bit difficult for himself, and Chronic was able to punish him. It gets awkward for Zapatos in defense sometimes. He just ends up in these weird positions where he's sideways to the play or loses momentum or forgets about his boost management for a second. Chronic doesn't seem to be having those issues. He's more resilient, more consistent between the two players today.
Oh my gosh. The amount of times I have seen Chronic just get so grossly close on this one, but I respect the pinch around.
It's unreal. I mean, what a dunk by Chronic. Zapatos got hard hits on it, didn't matter, it goes in off the post anyway. Can Zapatos equalize with the off-the-wall air dribble? He's gone underneath the ball, it tries to bump Chronic, who got past him in the nick of time. And he takes the open net to go ahead by 2. It was a nice idea by Zapatos, but it wasn't premeditated. That was more of a reaction to a heavy touch that he made, and he ended up going all in.
Now you got to get yourself back into it. Couple of mistakes definitely are making Zapatos fairly inconsistent, I think, in his eyes as well right now. But this might get him back into it. Quick little cut around, shot on in, down by 1.
Okay, well, there's the simple conversion we're talking about. Got the boost advantage, just get a quality shot on net. He does. Chronic didn't even have time to pick up a small boost pad. That's the way Rocket League could be sometimes. You forget about the big one. You don't even have time to go to the edge of your box and pick up 12 before the shot's on target. Now, Battle's trying to park in front of Chronic and slow him down. But Chronic has a pretty direct route to the bottom corner there. Zapatos can't really prevent. Again, it's a cool idea by Zapatos. You know, I can't get to the ball, but I can stop Chronic from getting to it. Unfortunately, you know, getting chain bumped in Rocket League is a tricky position to recover from.
Oh, for sure. There was no way. He was half flipping back in time for that one. Ball was already on the nose of his car, just like it is here. Out into the corner. Demo is going to give some time. Chronic's going to turn around on this one. Has that mid boost to work with there. A little bit lower for Zapatos. I expect the challenge to come through. Flick up on it, though. But still, Chronic's patience, I really think, is what's been paying off throughout the majority of this series.
Yeah, it's his patience, his awareness. He's not getting caught out. Again, he sees the Zapatos coming, and he's able to come out of these tussles as the stronger of the two players. It's getting slightly more and more out of control the longer this series goes. Zapatos took game 1. Game 2 is close, game 3 as well, but now things are getting away from him. You know, the scorelines don't always tell the full story. This has been a close game, but he needs to find a way that he can create quality chances on repeat right now. That's what he's lacking. He doesn't have a go-to play that he knows is going to make Chronic uncomfortable.
Yeah, unfortunately, that really has been also the thing that has allowed Chronic so much success in this series. He's found that he can just kind of let Zapatos wear himself out, take this ball from him, although this time might be a little bit different.
Oh.
The bump play comes through and also kind of forcing Chronic to own goal on this one. He got the ball right behind his car. You'll see it after the flip over. And just crossboard down.
I thought Zapatos saved his own shot, but then Chronic was there to finish it off. I think Zapatos, with the momentum he had, would have probably made it back and either bumped Chronic away or scored anyway, but no time wasted. 2 goals in it. Zapatos, he does put Chronic under pressure every now and then. Chronic with a pre-jump now, shadowing midair. Late pogo shot attempted by Zapatos. So Chronic's missed, and Zapatos hits the crossbar with the open net attempt.
Actually so unfortunate. Now you just got to turn around and try again. Air dribble all the way. It's going down. Easy read out into the corner here. Going to play this one out into his own half. Does get that mid boost to maybe slow Chronic down behind him, but it's not going to do too much. Again, that patient game really has been playing off. And of course, you're down by 2. Maybe the flick attempt. This one, not enough power, not enough height. We still stay where we are. Oh, and another catch out.
Yeah, good shot. That's a great shot by Chronic. You know, I hate to keep saying it, but the flick's just not working today, Zapatos. It's not been working on the whole weekend, at least, yesterday and today as well. I would love to see him just do something different as his main source of ground game, because he's got a quality ground game already, and he's got Chronic backing off in a lot of these positions. Oh, open double. Doesn't look away, but he still scores. And I think he even got a reset for fun on the goal line.
I was gonna say, I know for the most part, a lot of us are like, all right, your ground play is fairly solid. He wants to also do the flicks off the ground as well, but for the most part, honestly, the very simple aerial gameplay we've gotten from him has been the most successful at this point. So honestly, simplify yourself a little bit, because Chronic's gonna attempt to do the same on you. The bump play comes in. Oh my gosh, the nosedive!
Zapatos hits Chronic with his own save. Idea, get bumped to the backboard, and then dive bomb the save off his own post as well. Zapatos is just hanging on in this game, but he needs possession, he needs a goal. Chronic baits him into the air and blocks him to all but confirm the game win. Nothing Zapatos could do. Chronic has flicked it up and over in just a waste of time, and he will be winning his 3rd game in a row. Zapatos has that heroic moment, but it's not been enough against a player like Chronic.
It's just, that's gotta be so frustrating too. We also do get our first timeout from Zapatos, but to really, like, he keeps getting into it like far too late into the game. And then right when you think, all right, he's found a bit of momentum, he's starting to, you know, lay off the flick shots, right? Another aerial play that we were talking about. The simplified ones really have been working for him, but Chronic, at the end of the day, patience has been a virtue and kept him winning this entire time.
Yeah, Chronic knows right now that he's got a good enough read on Zapatos that he doesn't need to do anything too crazy. He's matching Zapatos kickoff well. He's also, you know, earlier in the series, he was struggling against Zapatos, air dribble dunks, air dribble 50s. So now he's just mostly going for the ball in every play and ignoring what Zapatos is doing. It's up to Zapatos to move the ball around Chronic. But it's going to be all about the ground game for me. You know, Zapatos, I've seen him do it before. I know he can absolutely play the rolling dribble very well. And especially in a car like the Sentio, you get some nice slice with your hook shots. You can get it up in the air. I want to see hook shots from him. I want to see just ground shots on the bounce dribble. And I even wanted to see pop bumps from Zapatos as well, because Chronic is shadowing almost exclusively whenever Zapatos puts the ball on top of his head. If he just has the ball on his head and he's dribbling, Chronic's shadowing. And that's a vulnerable position against air dribble bumps, pop bumps, if you're not named Rawas.
Yeah, fair enough on that one. I also think, you know, I think Zapatos also, there's got to be some sort of like a breathe in, meditate, like find yourself sort of moment, because you can also just physically see when he starts to get really antsy. He is a very solid defender on top of all of this, right? Like, bottom line, he can defend against Chronic. It's just him getting away from himself in some of these very, very crucial moments. And then after that, it's like, all right, off the kickoff, Chronic's just gonna come in and, you know, delay it. And then it's the snowball effect of stress. But I don't know, we're gonna see. This is the most high pressure situation, I think, for Zapatos. It's only one last chance.
Yeah, can he make it work? Can he survive any longer against one of the best players in North American 1v1 history? A player who, despite being still quite young in the scene, has so much experience being a top player in ones way before he could play RLCS. And he is giving Zapatos headaches today. Chronic, triple match point.
In that corner, little battle for possession pops up in favor of Chronic. He's gonna pop this one up to himself as well. Zapatos already up with the reset faster. Wow. Crossbar down and in. Chronic's playing exactly how he has been this entire time.
Look at the power he got on that shot after getting the reset of the ball. He used it pretty quickly. He sends the ball flying towards the top corner. Not much the Zapatos can do about that one. You just have to say, nice shot and carry on.
Truly, I can't even think of much that would mess with his mental. A little bit too much power on that flick. Might be able to float her in, but Chronic still says nope. Even if you think I'm on nothing and I can't save it, it's still enough in the jump to keep you out.
Chronic did a great job there, staying with the ball, even in reverse, even with no boost available. Able to create a 50-50 to buy himself time. And now he's just being annoying. He's not giving Zapatos the back corner air dribble that he wanted. That awkward touch just made it so much harder for Zapatos to play. Once again, goes to the flick, but only to set up pressure, which is fine. But will there be a quality shot at the end of the sequence? That's what Zapatos has been lacking.
For now, the answer is no. Chronic might get the pop on this one. He does a lot of power. This one played to the backboard there, out and around. But unfortunately for Zapatos, Chronic just seems to be everywhere at once, and every single touch just disrupts any potential sequence that Zapatos has been able to even try to start.
Oh, miscatch there by Zapatos, concedes possession. Chronic just gonna hit it to him and see what he does on the turn. Zapatos handled it pretty well. Avoids the bump, and now he's got a chance to do pretty much anything he wants. He opts for the ground game. There's that simple flick on target again. It sets up a boost steal, but will he get a good shot off of this? It's just not happening. Chronic is surviving. And even if his boost gets stolen away, he's still able to get the next stop as well. And usually counter-attack or clear and lead to a goal. It's Chronic who's playing just solidly in defense. Zapatos cannot get the ball past him.
He's just, again, that patience really just continues to play off. Even in these micro moments, you felt it. He just let Zapatos go and defend that first one. And as soon as it floats down, it's just a sneak in under the bar. And 2-0 up right now. It feels much closer to being almost like 5 up.
Oh, here we go. There's a bounce dribble. That's the switch up from the ball carry we had earlier. And it doesn't result in an immediate goal. In fact, Chronic has just smoked him on the follow-up challenge. I mean, he is just defending everything Zapatos tries with the ground game. But, you know, credit to Zapatos for trying. I like that he's done something different there, even though he kind of telegraphed where his shot was going to go.
Yeah, you do gotta respect the fact that he is trying to do something a little bit different. Unfortunately, it just isn't the right thing to be picking out a bag of tricks. You just gotta keep finding new combos, new mechs, anything to try and slow him down. But you also do gotta respect the fact that Chronic defensively is so disgusting. But not only that, his transitions out are so fast that you aren't even back to prepare in time. It doesn't even give you the space to think.
With 2 minutes left, it is still all to play for. 3 goals in 1v1 is a recoverable scoreline. This is probably similar to 1 goal in 3v3. So he's just got to think about it 1 goal at a time. Oh, it could easily have been 4 there. The Chronic went for it, top shelf. But he hit the bar with the reset. Zapatos going to try and return the favor, except bar down and in perhaps. And it's off the post. Chronic with another great save.
He tried to commit to it too. There wasn't going to be a touch on him, but this one will. No touch needed, just some accuracy and speed to really get Zapatos back into this one.
Good turn. Zapatos sticking around in low boost. Chronic thought he was going to leave, get the mid boost, but no, he stays there in the position. And he gets his first goal of the game. Chronic again able to match him pretty well with the wave dash recovery kickoff. Okay, for the wall demo, Chronic does. Zapatos backwards to the play, but there's nowhere for Chronic to go. He somehow still almost gets the goal out of this, but Zapatos chaperones the ball clear.
Just a tiny bit of boost, gonna try and follow this one down. Chronic reads the attempt. Plays this one back into his own side. No space given to really set himself up. Instead, it's just another 50 forward. Chronic might take a shot on it, plays it back, and there it is.
Zapatos, I think he just tried to do a bit too much here. Panicked, hit the ball to Chronic, and then he's jumped on the spot while thinking about ways to get back into the play more quickly. And for once, the guy who seems like he can pull a wave dash out of anywhere doesn't have one available. A minute to go. He needs control of the ball. He's going to need to just go for a demo in Chronic here. There's no other way that he can really challenge this. Yeah, he just turns away. He doesn't want to go all in. He does still have enough time. That is about to change.
Time's definitely going to be getting away from him very quickly here. Follows the pop-up. Chronic was already up. Might have to play it down. He does. Oh! I was like, I feel Chronic coming behind this poor kid.
It's just so close, but so far, it seems like it's been the story at the end of the series. Oh, hang on, open net. Chronic's missed his sidewall double. Zapatos slots him just inside that near post.
And now this kickoff is really going to be in everything because we don't know who's delaying, who's staying, what's going to go through, but Zapatos needs something off the rip.
I can't believe Chronic tried to precisely hit that. He tried to shoot it. It's going to be Chronic with a delayed kickoff again, though. This was the bane of Zapatos to the start of game 1, and now Chronic's hitting it the whole series, only to bring him back in clutch time. He completely blocks Zapatos and makes it 3. You know, the good news for Zapatos is, though, we've got another kickoff, so if he can return that kickoff goal with one of his own, he is still in this. He's not going to get one. Chronic fakes him out. Surely that's going to be game.
I think it might be here as you count down that last 10 seconds or so. Zapatos tried the hardest he absolutely could, but Chronic showed everybody a defensive masterclass and an offensive surprise. And now we will see him face off against Diaz later on today.
GG's, Zapatos, top 6. a fine showing in his first ever RLCS main event. I think he could be extremely proud of that achievement. And to only lose to players like Chronic and Evo, I mean, there's nothing to be ashamed of there. Some of the absolute best players in North American ones right now, and for a while, these guys have been at the top of the game. Zapatos is such an entertaining player. It's the reason he's got so many fans. It's the reason everybody's talking about him. He just plays such a unique brand of Rocket League. I hope he keeps going with his unique style, makes the necessary tweaks to perfect it, and I'm sure we'll see him again.
Yeah, I think this is an incredible player. So much potential. It's only the beginning. Now the eyes are all on him, finally, and well-deserved. But Chronic is going to continue on NA's hope to try and take down Brazil in the semifinal.
explore. Imperfect visions, like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand.
What a way to start off Championship Sunday. Zapatos gave it his best effort, and what an effort it was. Pop-off reactions from both players throughout the course of those games. Game one, I really thought we were in for an instant classic after coming back from being down. I think it was 4-0 to force overtime and then win it with an absolute freestyle of a goal. Herc, that was a crazy game one, but Chronic did get it all done in the end.
Yeah, Chronic, just too consistent, too defensive, and honestly just too patient for Zapatos. And that was just unfortunate for him. I felt so bad because me and Johnny Boy were both like, please stop with the flicks, like do something different. We know you're so capable of it, but no, he wanted that signature shot. Unfortunately, it just never came to him.
I mean, Johnny, I feel like it's easy also in a competition setting to get a little tunnel vision, to feel like this has got to work, and I had to like take that moment to step back and realize, like, should I reassess and approach with a different game plan?
Well, it's happened to some of the absolute best players in the world, some of the players with the best flicks in the world. Sometimes it's just not there, and you've got to go to something different. And I think it was game 5 that Zapatos realized that, tried the bounce dribble, which also didn't work, but you know, you just have to have that experience to, you know, have more than one shot available to you. It's hard to just, it's easy to say that, of course, and hard to do it because he's probably thinking, my goodness, I'm so close to winning these games and my flick isn't even here yet. When my flick comes online, GG's, I'm going to dominate.
Yeah.
Because all these flicks are going to be top left unsavable, top right unsavable. And unfortunately, they just continued to be, at least from Zapatos standard, mediocre. All the flicks, I'm sure for a lot of you guys watching are thinking, yeah, that's my best flick of the month right there.
Yeah.
But, you know, for him, those were just 75%. He was missing a lot of power today and yesterday.
That's how good these players are. But Zapatos' run ends here in the quarterfinals. A top 6 finish. Respectable and wonderful. We'll see him in future tournaments. Chronic advances in the semifinals to face off against tournament favorite Diaz. That'll be coming up a little bit later on. We got Evo waiting in the wings for the results of our next match. The players are on the pitch and getting ready to go. So let's get into it. Wavy trying to bounce back after a lackluster performance yesterday. First killer trying to continue his momentum here, Herc.
Yeah, this is, I feel for him. He had, again, another one of those performances that was such a good qualifier, and then we finally see him in, like, the first day of our, like, you know, main event, and it was just, he fell flat, and it was frustrating. It was kind of very similar along the lines of what we were getting from Zapatos. I think in this case, we're just hoping maybe he does switch it up. I do feel like Wavy is a little bit more free-minded in terms of that, especially because he is aware that first killer can do the same thing.
Yeah, Johnny, I mean, first killer, we've come to know him as the GOAT of 1v1s in North America, but somehow not the tournament favorite at this point in his career, given how good Diaz has been recently. And we heard from FK yesterday, he feels it's so important to him to be that North American representative. He would love to, as the greatest of all time in North America for 1v1s, be that representative in Raleigh.
Oh, absolutely. This would be the crowning achievement on top of an already great one's career, and I'm sure he wants this more than anything. But for his opponent Wavy, this would just be the crowning achievement in his career, like as a whole. Forget about the game mode. So, you know, a ton to play for both players. Wavy, of course, not out of the threes season just yet, as you know, as the fact that we've got the last chance qual that I hope he'll continue to be a part of. Maybe with this team deleted, maybe not. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, first killer. He has to prove something here because he's been challenged by a lot of the guys in NA, and now I think we're into the expected top 5. The 5 remaining are the 5 that I'm sure a lot of the Ones fans watching would have picked out as the top 5 will First Killer be able to continue to elevate in the Elite?
I'm excited to see if he can get it done here. Johnny, who do you think is going to win?
I have to go with Wavy. And the reason is, he's won the last 4 series against First Killer. So I'm going to pick it. You beat him in this tournament, beat him in the Swiss stage, and he's won the last 3 series in the offseason against him as well, twice in Arm the Rebels, once in Salt Mine. So, you know, all time, they're actually really close. First Killer won the first 3 series they played. Wavy's won 4 since.
Hark, who you got?
I feel less crazy because I was also going Wavy on that one, and I was like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to justify myself enough to everybody, but Johnny Boy did it for me perfectly, so thank you for that one.
I love how strong Wavy is, and the results with Wavy here are amazing. But what we saw from FK yesterday was a determination to win, and what we saw from Wavy yesterday wasn't a caliber of player who seems like he's going to be able to beat FK. I feel like it's recency bias for sure, but I think First Killer is going to be moving forward in our bracket today. We'll see if he can get it done on the pitch against the players. How does chat feel about it? First Killer, a favorite for a lot of times, and he's going to continue to be a favorite here. One of the best players in North America. Let's see if he can get it done against an opponent who's had his number of late. Let's see if he's still got that number in the bag. Winner advances in the bracket to take on Evo in the semifinals. Long road for these players. This is the first step. It's Wavy versus First Killer to stay alive on Championship Sunday.
We start off the day with 6, vying 4 to be the Enable 1v1 champions. We're down to 5. Chronic just advanced to the semifinals. First Killer would love to join his teammate in the other semifinal. In his way stands the man who's strong with the tide, Wavy. I'm your boy Bass, joined by Fear in the commentary booth yet again as we're into the match.
I'm excited to see First Killer versus Wavy. First Killer on Championship Sunday in 1v1, something we have yet to see. We've seen First Killer on Championship Sunday all the time in NA, but how is he going to do against a guy like Wavy? You heard Johnny talking about how recently the matchup between Wavy and First Killer has been favoring Wavy, but I tell you what, this is First Killer's home. Championship Sunday. Wavy maybe hasn't been here yet in a big game, especially not in 1v1 because it's never happened, so will First Killer be able to clutch up?
That'll be the big question. Another question mark that we will be looking at seeing here, Fear, is how does Wavy bounce back from yesterday against Diaz? He looked a little tame, looked a little timid, and he didn't really prove to us that he could really compete against Diaz. So this will be a good test, though. He did start off this tournament beating First Killer, I believe 3-2 in the Swiss stage of this. So that was a big W from him.
Yeah, if one of these guys wants to take down Diaz, we might need to see them separate from each other a little bit more, because the way it's going right now, if Wavy puts up a good fight against First Killer, this one goes the distance, and then another one where, you know, the same thing happens against Evo, which is who the winner of this match will play. I think Diaz is just going to walk through everybody because he made Wavy one of these challengers look nice and easy. Maybe the best chance, if you're trying to root for an American to win, is to see First Killer have the same kind of performance against Wavy. Maybe he's going to look strong. Right now, he's going to cut in the midfield, and he's going to make it a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, he catches Wavy out with no boost, realizes that he's got a challenge, and just gets a good, strong flick over him. Yeah, I know, Fear, you wanted the desk this time around, so I'm going to ask you a question for the people who are watching might not know it as much. If you had to break down this match or a preview of what fans should expect, what would you have to say to them?
First Killer loves to play quickly. He wants to try and move around, get the ball speed high. He can bang the ball harder than anybody else, really. I know it's easy to think, like, wait, shouldn't all these guys be able to hit the ball as hard as possible? Well, First Killer somehow surprises us here and there. Wavy is your 1v1 type main. Now, he's not a 1v1 main. Deleted game and really solid as First Killer, almost able to get a double. Does have the follow-up for a third. But Wavy is the kind of guy who is going to be down to take it into ball carries, play, you know, some shadow defense, and look for irritable bumps, look for all the classics of 1v1. Expect really safe gameplay from him, where he does not dispossess himself very often, and look for almost the opposite for First Killer, who is down to slam the ball over to Wavy and just expect that he'll be faster to make it work.
Anything about the kickoffs people should be watching for?
Wavy's going to love the wave dash kickoff. I think right now in the ones meta, is he's going to shoot on an open net. We'll see like Moxie and many other 1v1 players default first to the wave dash recovery kickoff. It's important to be able to throw tons of different kickoffs into your game, whether that's, you know, the standard flipping left and right, maybe half flipping and not even going for the kickoff at all, or a delay. But the wave dash recovery is going to be Wavy's main. I think First Killer is not going to get stuck too much like we saw in the MENA Grand Final. but I think he'll be, a little bit more preferential to the standard if I had to guess.
Well, there you go, people at home. You got the fear analysis. He broke it all down for you. If you weren't listening, I don't know what you were doing. Get your popcorn ready, because we got a set going. As we're doing all that yapping, 2-3 set so far. FK's hit Wavy with a couple quick shots. A lot of speed, a lot of aggression. Wavy's came back with a kill goal himself. Wavy with possession right here, flicks it out. FK is there to beat him. It's just a really neutral ground in the midfield right now. Some space for FK, a boomer shot. Wavy there to meet him every single time.
And this is what First Killer's going to do. The question is Wavy going to be able to escape easily enough to end possessions? First Killer actually did a little camera check because he expected Wavy to come get him, but oh my goodness, what a save. He still ended up getting bumped. He's going to make the reaction on the goal line and get away with it as Wavy goes to the skies. First Killer deciding to play defense proactively.
Shot opportunity.
Reaching out to meet him, but Wavy will still get the goal.
Great recovery there from Wavy. Took a little M1 finish from FK with the contact. No free throws though, but I don't think he'll mind it. As he gets the goal to his name. As we reach the halfway mark, both players seem to be evenly matched. Wavy already putting up a way better fight than he did yesterday against Diaz. I think he's moving around faster, more confidently. He's not doing that slow dribble he was doing yesterday. That thing was not correct. Oh, and he's actually performing on defense as well. FK has yet to really bust out the mechanics so far. Everything's been real quick, real powerful, and he tries to go from one side of the map to the other side of the map. That's never going to work. Wavy punishes him as he should.
Yeah, First Killer is in deep on Wavy's corner. Sometimes it can be hard to find an angle, and you'll see players try and pull the ball out to try and create an angle back towards the net. First Killer was really aggressive, trying to really swap the field. Wavy will just delete him off the map. And First Killer is going to regret maybe not just going for a pretty tough, tight angle. It's going to be better than getting scored on. As Wavy goes for an air dribble off the side wall. Too far of a setup towards the opposite side to really ever threaten on net. And now he's trying to make something out of this possession, but he's probably going to have to back off. Close shadow as First Killer brings the ball on top of his car. He's staring at Wavy behind the play. This flick is not looking strong enough to get past. You're going to need to do a little bit more than that. As Wavy, nice cut. And he's looking at an open net.
That's an error in the midfield. Getting too greedy for his on hit. Wavy's going to play with him a little bit. So that'll take an extra 2 seconds off the clock. FK tries to back up. Can't you see it in the replay? And Wavy just hits him with the right to left crossover. Gets right by him. FK seems to be a little frustrated doing that spam camera thing that these one players love to do in between games, in between goals. He's gonna have to bounce back though. He started off hot, Fears. He had the lead early on, 2-1, 3-2, but Wavy's been on fire ever since.
Nice dunk down. Credit to First Killer for finding a way to save that. Wavy's going to miss this on the follow-up. First Killer, he wants to punish, so he's trying to take it straight down the center of the field. Wavy has the first save. First Killer is hoping to lock him in jail here around the net, but First Killer doesn't have much boost of his own. He's actually hitting the zap dash to try and stay near the back wall. But Wavy does escape, but not fully, because now he's all the way in First Killer's corner with no boost. So chances are we're going to see First Killer right back in control, and here is his air dribble. He got a little bit out ahead of himself. He tried to air roll through to get just a bit more space, but this one is also saved again. Wavy is known for his defense in 1v1. Can First Killer break through? Nice wave dash cut, and he's within one.
That's a crossover if you know it. Come on. FK says, mama, let's have this dance. Wavy comes back, no boost. Wave dash cut to get to his right. Wavy lost. He got put away. And FK, best goal of the game so far for him. Still down by 1. If he wants to tie it up against Wavy, kick up on the way. Ooh! It's a good win ball. Ugly bounce though. Wavy should, I believe, take possession away right here. And he does.
Yeah, in this corner, First Killer is right to dive before he can really get a shot attempt. He's so fast. This is the First Killer 1v1 gameplay. He is going to be so much quicker than his opponents more times than not. And Wavy trying to come off that side wall. It's really hard to recover when you're in that position, and you're never going to beat First Killer in a race to the ball.
Exactly. You said it. You're never going to beat him. So I don't even know why Wavy's jumping. But we always say put a hand up in 3v3, hand down, man down, went ones. When you're playing for FK, run away. Run away. Yeah, all right, there's a run on site. Can you try it again? And look at that. Wavy puts himself in a great position, gets a great 50-50 on FK. Sees him coming from a mile away, doesn't actually try to beat him. Just tries to get the 50-50 in the midfield, which he does. And then he automatically gets a wide open net, kills FK's momentum, 6-5.
Yeah, I mean, Wavy makes First Killer look silly, but the reality is getting that perfect touch off the 50 with a diving challenger like First Killer is not easy to keep around. First Killer's hoping for any sort of bounce that takes it to the sidewall or anything to buy him a bit more time, but Wavy perfectly killed him with a mistake from him in the corner. Can he get back and make the save? He can't. First Killer will dunk it in.
Wavy, where's the composure? You're a bubbling, baby. Ozzy's passing. Slow down. You hate this to death for Wavy, man. That's a giveaway. That's a blunder. And now it's anybody's game. 15 seconds left. Fear, quick guess. We're seeing overtime, yes or no?
No, it's 1v1. We're gonna see a kickoff goal, something here soon. I thought we were
Okay.
gonna get a delay. I saw Wavy go for a delay earlier. I think it would have been a good time to do it here, but he decides to go standard.
Uh-oh.
We got 5 seconds, but a great position here for Wavy as he keeps faking the start setup. He really played it passive, and I guess I was wrong. We're gonna head to overtime.
I mean,
Wavy on the air dribble, gonna get denied by First Killer, as First Killer pick up Wavy's corner, gets a reset off the stealing. Oh my goodness, he gets the ball first. I felt like Wavy was there. First Killer was not protecting this in any way. I was talking about this earlier in the green room about how you gotta protect your air dribbles. This one was not protected. If Wavy gets a touch, it is absolutely going the other way and into the net, but First Killer slams it into the ground and takes game number 1. First Killer dropped a great pass and then a GG and said misclick. I read GG and misclick. So for a second, I thought he was trying to apologize for saying GG. Wavy says no problem. First Killer was the one to set that up, but a great game number 1. I think we're hanging out with just me for now, but that's okay. I'm down
So I'm
to
back, baby.
chat with you guys about 1v1.
can you hear me? I'm back.
I don't
Wait,
know,
you
can
can't
chat hear you?
Ah,
back. All right.
yeah. I'm so back. That was a great goal by FK. And I'll tell you this, man. I really don't like how Wavy played that so passive at the end of the game. A straight line dribble, had the air dribble, had a potential air dribble setup. He could have went forward, could have went with some pace, power shot, anything. And he just kind of gave that opportunity away. I wasn't a fan of that one. And then FK, of course, FK does what he does in overtime, just comes off the sill and smashes one down right in front of his face. There's not much you could do at that point. I just feel like Wavy played that real passive, and if he really wants to be the NA 1v1 champion, he's gonna have to play, I feel like, a little more aggressive than that, a little more opportunistic. Take what FK gives him, be confident in what he can do, and trust his ability, trust all the reps. And I'm expecting that in game number 2. I didn't like that.
Yeah, in perfect contrast to what you're saying about Wavy. I was talking about it maybe while you were gone there for a second. First Killer for that OT shot, whole game on the line. If he doesn't get it past Wavy, he's in big trouble. He takes a big risk. If Wavy even gets a touch, First Killer is not going to have a great recovery. So he is willing to make the big time play, and he's rewarded with a game win and a series win. And now he's going to head to the skies for a reset, try to
What a
fake
save,
Wavy
man.
out. But Wavy made the save. It's going to be the last bit of boost that First Killer has in order to guide it to the sidewall. Wavy off the ceiling, flip reset. First Killer will deny.
Too tame right there, but Wavy, impeccable save. Stopping FK's setup right there. It looked like he could get by. I wasn't on his player cam, but based off of FK's POV, it looked like Wavy might have jumped down on the last second or just barely shifted his car to air roll just to get the downward thrust that he needed to stop FK right there. Beautiful stop right there for Wavy. Defense on point. Let's see about the offense, though. As FK chasing him, FK grabs a 400 boost. That way gets caught out.
Bang.
Is that it? Wow! This man's so good, bro. That's insane clear.
I'm glad that we finally got an example of what we're talking about when we say he just hits the ball hard. He just hits it harder than anybody can expect. Wavy has played so many 1v1s. He is grinding his 1v1 rank. He's grinding every single tournament that has any amount of prize pool in it. He's played against everybody. But what he hasn't seen is that ball just getting slammed across his whole field in a position like that. And so now he'll have to play from behind as he tries to undercut First Killer. First Killer actually just kind of set him up with a decent pass. He's recovered, but he's in a really tough spot as Wavy sends a flick high over the backboard. First Killer resets on the 100 as well. Wavy, I don't know if I love that first touch. It kind of closes the distance between him and First Killer, and so he'll have to reset.
He's gonna have to reset in D. FK sits on a big boost on the back right. Collects 100. Let's see what Wavy could do. He was in the situation last game. Dribble to his name on the way. Sets up the flick. 50-50 is too weak, though. Trying to get a backward pop off the crossbar. It's just a little unfortunate for the young man. And FK escapes about the skin of his teeth. Setup coming for him, though. Reset, perfect setup. Oh, man, this is beautiful right here. Oh, and he bumps out Wavy, Tuco. Why not? Beautiful. And this is all in the first touch.
Yeah, getting the right setup and bringing it to a place where anything can happen with the dribble. He recognizes Wavy flying in from the high right, gets a reset and forces it left. And it's a 2-0 lead for Mr. First Killer. who got away with one when Wavy was so close on his last possession, but he's been a little bit more effective when he's had control, converting on his open possessions as he drops this ball down. He's going to try and reset back into the corner. And in fact, Wavy doesn't feel like he can get the boost and the ball and stick around, so he's going to go all the way back. First Killer dives. Wavy, can he accelerate this ball? He will. I think First Killer was hoping for a demo that did not connect.
Listen, I hope he was hoping for a demo. Otherwise, I'm confused why he's there. No, I mean, yeah, okay, that's why. Yeah, you're right. He was hoping for that demo because that is Rocket League 101. You don't want to go all the way up right in front of your opponent's net, or even honestly in your opponent's back third, I would say, back quarter, without making a challenge on ball. But it doesn't matter though. FK responds right off the kickoff with a top left power shot.
Yeah, there's just, if you try and prep for this, if you're Wavy and you go up there and defend that top left with that kind of power, you're leaving everything else available. So Wavy is really not even making the worst decision as he creeps into net there. Problem for him is First Killer has that shot consistently. And now gonna pinch this one away as he loses a kickoff possession. Wavy, first touch, has this ball controlled, but couldn't quite get it into a spot where he felt like he could flick. I felt like he knew First Killer was coming to challenge, but didn't want to launch the ball. First Killer trying to pass to himself off the back wall. This is the speed from First Killer.
Can we get an FK POV, please? Look at how fast this is. Wave dash. He screams out of the corner. He screamed, bro. Wavy never had a chance, man. He moves so quick. It was a blur. And usually, listen, I mean, all these players are moving really fast, y'all. So, okay, of course, they're all pros, etc. But when you see a pro moving that much faster, I mean, there's not much you could do. FK is on right now. Wavy, his offense is going to need some work. He's not looking threatening in any of his attacks. And FK, he seems so comfortable at the moment. Like even this, oh, wait, no, FK goes too low. I spoke too soon. Wavy, right over the top.
Yeah, Wavy didn't like his first setup, but First Killer allows him to go to the ground and start up again. You can see First Killer expecting a fake. He thinks that his pre-jump has done enough to convince Wavy to go to the ground, but sometimes just taking the dribble and keep on going is good enough to beat out the defender, especially when these guys are just playing so many mind games with each other. They're so deep back and forth, expecting the fake, 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 and sometimes just dribbling is the right answer, as First Killer gets a demo and is now trying to stick around on offense. Wavy feels like he had separated from the ball and has to rush out to make a play. A little undercut might make it possible for him to get something going, but it can be awkward to control off the side wall, and he ends up just rolling it straight at First Killer. He's hoping for a panic. First Killer does not panic.
I feel like Wavy's just reacting a little too slow to what FK's doing, so Wavy drops the ball expecting FK to at least challenge or take another half second to continue forward in expectation for Wavy's move. But when FK does finally challenge, Wavy just seems to be in shock. And how does he let FK get away with a half flip, continue with a half flip, not even coming back into the ground with speed and power? Wavy needs to be a little bit more clinical, a little bit more precise, and also just expect FK to make a couple of these plays happen. I think he'll be in a better position. Going up high, 50-50 right here, does great.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. I think Wavy was basically relying on First Killer to make a panic mistake that he's not going to be making. First Killer has shown that he is playing to the top of his game right now. So Wavy has to try and outplay him, and he can. He can make a nice play like that. 50, you know, he's expecting a solid challenge there, not just hoping for a miss from First Killer. And he's got himself some time. I love these delays. We saw this earlier. Should be able to grab the boost. First Killer's going to have to back off. Great bounce to start a dribble with, so Wavy will take it as he goes up to the ceiling for a reset, but dispossesses the ball. He needs to stay in control of that. Can maybe even afford to go a little bit lower and to try and keep it so that First Killer doesn't feel comfortable going up for a really high challenge. But instead, you know, like what I mean when I say that is First Killer might get faked out for going too high. Right now, First Killer feels comfortable going up because he knows Wavy's going all the way to the ceiling and not getting caught out. And Wavy's going to hand possession back over to First Killer in these final moments. It is definitely a time that First Killer could wait out the rest of the game by just playing patient and going all in. Maybe zero boost, getting bumped.
Wavy's stuck on the ropes right now. He can't get out. He's trying to get out. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. He's taken out. It is another goal. He couldn't get out, man. FK had him on the ropes. He knew it the whole entire time. Backflip, constantly being annoying. Finally speeds up when he knows Wavy's going to go for that 100 boost. And it's just simply not there for him. 6'3" FK in a very clinical game on Forbidden Temple.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's playing confidently. He's not letting Wavy get anything going. It's clear that Wavy doesn't feel like he knows what to do on offense, and
Hold on now.
he's got to try and prevent because there's
Hold on
still
now.
a chance. Clearly, First Killer is kind of throwing off the gas here. Just by, let me see if I can get a little double, make it 7-4. But with a couple cheeky kickoffs, he might give away a game for no reason.
See what happens right here. FK a little bit too confident right there. He must have forgot he's playing for becoming a 1v1 champion, and also all that moolah on the line, because now he's giving Wavy a chance. Oh! Wavy once again plays it so passive. Yeah, I guess he really wanted to see, and it goes back to what you say, Fear. He really wanted to see FK mess up and expect him, and expect FK to just fly right by the ball as if Wavy was going to shoot. But Wavy, I believe, should have just went in and slammed the ball at the net, and he would have given himself a good chance.
Yeah, I think he has to come up with a new strategy. What he's doing right now is hoping, and maybe this works against some different opponents that he's used to outmatching, but you have to outplay at this level. You can put yourself all the way to rank 1 by just being better in the sense that you like roll balls at players and let them mess up. You can just capitalize and be comfortable, but you're going to have to get uncomfortable on offense. You're going to have to go for something risky. You're going to have to try and make a big outplay. Otherwise, First Killer will be doing that to you on the other end. And Wavy is going to call timeout. The classic 3v3 timeout. We've seen timeouts used differently here in ones, but Wavy loses twice. He wants a break.
Yeah, I would love to see the direct stats that I'm sure he's already compiled. What is the timeout win? What is the win percentage coming out of a timeout for a player in a 1v1 setting? I know in threes that it's more often than not that the team who calls timeout ends up winning that next game. So it will actually be very interesting. We saw it yesterday in the Nupo versus our last game where Nupo called timeout down 3-1. He won the next 3 in a row. So that is something to take into account. But Wavy, he's got to be deep in thought. You see him right there. He's contemplating, trying to figure out what the heck do I need to do. And if you're a Wavy's coach right now, Fear, what would you tell him? What have you been seeing to just give him a little bit of advice?
It's tough. I do like what I've seen from him in terms of mixing up kickoffs. Sometimes what I want to see that I can think would help Wavy is a lot of these first touches on side walls and into these air dribbles. A lot of them are not as threatening as they need to be. I think that's what's resulting in him deciding to play it safe and see if First Killer will just mess up. You know, he's deciding he doesn't have an outplay, so maybe I'll just wait, see if First Killer, overreacts, but he's not right now. But as a coach, it's tough to, I don't think it's good coaching to say, hey, you should get better first touches, or, you should get resets on the ball. You should control your car better than you've been doing so far. I mean, that's not the best thing to focus on. Usually it's a better idea to think something you can really control guaranteed. But Wavy, he's not in too much trouble. It's time to think about his previous matchups with First Killer, because outside of this big pressure, outside of this best of 7 on the mainstream RLCS ones, Wavy has had the edge recently, so he just needs to shake that off and play his regular game.
Listen, we love to see that. We love to hear that. Wavy coming out of timeout, down 2-0. Now we're on DFH Stadium. This is a place where series either get extended or you basically start thinking about what's next on the mainstream. First Killer starts off with possession right here. Pop up high. He's been definitely the more threatening of the 2 players, and he tries to continue it right there off the crossbar. Wavy gets away with one, and now FK probably has to back up, but Wavy's not closing the gap. He's not closing the space.
Gonna switch the field to this side wall, and he's reacting to First Killer and how he likes to chase him down. He's playing this a lot quicker. I love this from Wavy. He knows not to slow down. Even this first touch, normally you see players wanting to roll the ball up the wall to be guaranteed to get the best touch. Wavy gets a heavy touch and gets the perfect bounce out of the corner to get this all set up. He is playing to First Killer's pace to get the first goal.
That's a beautiful setup for Wavy, and that's a good goal for him coming out the timeout. Showing himself that he can score. Kickoff, way dash kickoff to his name right here. Messes it up after the endo. Could have had a really great opportunity. FK kind of panics for a second. Is right back to the ball, and FK somehow beats out Wavy again. Wavy challenge.
I gotta watch Wavy POV. You have to be taking advantage of, I mean, it's not going to go back far enough in time, I think, to see the real mistake from Wavy. He might have been deciding to leave and then almost got baited in. Sometimes you get baited in when somebody makes that bad of a touch. Wait a second, maybe I should go challenge. I was going to leave. And then he actually finds himself in no man's land because First Killer does recover decently well enough, but Wavy can't let First Killer get away with that kind of stuff. He's not very often giving you freebies, and if you don't convert them, you're going to have a tough time. Right now he's got First Killer in net. First Killer's doing a really good job of making these saves with as little boost as possible. Save that boost for this big clear to send Wavy to the back wall. And Wavy is not Diaz. He's not going to go off the back wall. He's instead going to cut it down to the ground, but still into the air and over the top of First Killer.
Extra little air roll gave Wavy just the right amount of speed that he needed to get over FK right here. See it, one more air roll. Caught FK by surprise. He wasn't expecting that last touch. Maybe thinking Wavy might go for a reset or for a 50-50. And Wavy gets right over the top of him. Great play.
Headed to the volatile diagonal. Wavy going for a wave dash. Actually going to get a big advantage here because he's going to have the 100 boost. First Killer has to tap it away, but now he's going to be stuck in a bad spot. Wavy dove for a demo. It's not going to be too bad of a deal that he didn't get that because First Killer really doesn't have anything, although he has forced him out to midfield. So First Killer resets now. Wavy on an air dribble. He wants
on the way.
First Killer gets over the top of it. He was watching the Rawas film, and he will tie the game.
He sure was. He took a page from the great defensive players playbook. Page 202, how to stop an air dribble bump. The cheese isn't going to work today. FK studying. And that's a great play. Gets right over top of Wavy. Gets a goal to his credit, too, for his hard work. Beautiful defense, Wavy. And honestly, since FK, I think it's the first time Wavy's tried to go for air dribble bump for real. Now it's going to give Wavy some cause for pause. He's going to think, maybe FK can stop me on this. I might not be that comfortable going for him. Off the post, man, misses the empty net. Unfortunate for him. But he will get possession back as FK passes it right back to him. Up, he's going to score.
Yeah, I'm not sure what FK's doing. He gave up. He went really all in on the original take that allowed Wavy the shot he probably should have made in the first place. And then he got gifted the opportunity to, try again. And he says, no, I insist on slamming this ball away over to Wavy and letting him score. As he heads to a mirrored wave dash kickoff. These two vying for control should be Wavy, who will have first possession. Now going to play on the ground. The classic hook shot. Sometimes it's all you need, and it's off the post, and he'll follow for a goal.
That's nice. That's threatening. Wavy starting to mix it up now. Gets a catch, brings it right around, makes FK have to work. Quick hook shot. And honestly, the hook shot usually has a little bit more of a wind-up, but Wavy just does it so fast and so effectively. Makes FK have to respect it. Gets really fortunate that it goes off the post and then bounces to the right side. But listen, you create your own chances sometimes, and Wavy will take that every single time. FK trying to respond, a 50-50, bottom left corner. Just here play from him.
Yeah, Wavy, he approached the midfield for longer maybe than he should have in order to try and grab the 100. First Killer had that race won. So Wavy late recovering. First Killer forces the issue. Maybe Wavy doesn't get the setup in net like he would like in order to try and win that 50. So First Killer forces it in to put it within one little bump here and take it into his back corner. And he's also not going to go in the air. In fact, he tips the ball right towards Wavy. And there's a reason why players do go in the air, and it's because you're going to get challenged if you bring the ball down to the ground. But First Killer maybe has regained control, and this time he's just going to boom the ball. So many other players in this spot. They take that bounce for an air dribble. Wavy wanted a full field redirect. Didn't get it, but at least it falls far out to First Killer, not an immediate shot attempt. And now zero boost as FK runs back. He'll pick up the midfield 100. Little pass to himself. Maybe he will dribble this one. He's looking at Wavy underneath this dribble to know whether or not he can get away with bringing it down to the ground. But he lost control, and Wavy will take one easy.
Went too far. That's like that. And this just shows when y'all see Diaz play later on today. Diaz can do this almost every single time. And FK still one of the best players in the game. The control you need, bring it off your own backboard all the way across. The touches have to be perfect. They have to be immaculate. FK just boosted and twisted and one air roll too far past the ball. And at that point, it was over. He's not going to be able to get the power he needs. And Wavy sees that, counterattacks efficiently. And FK, once again, every single time, Wavy gets a 2-goal lead. FK scores within the next 10 to 15 seconds.
FK put this in an awkward spot. At first, I was thinking he was trying to react to a potential early challenge and flick it past him. But watching it again, he might have been planning to do exactly what he did. Just put it right hovering behind Wavy, where it's not easy for him to get to the ball. He doesn't know what to do, and First Killer has the much easier follow-up. And now he's within one, but he hasn't won this kickoff. Wavy is wave dashing deep in. He's in big trouble, just enough of a touch to guide this into the corner. But he's not out of the woods yet as First Killer takes his 100 boost. Wavy trying to wait. Is First Killer going to let him have the ball? He will. Eventually challenges. Now First Killer's going to have to rush back on pads. Going for the back corner 100. Will that be a mistake? First Killer, another soft shot. He hasn't been able to finish these like we're normally used to seeing. And because of that, he's playing from behind.
He is playing from behind. He isn't really necessarily being that threatening. I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen the flavor of the year so far. Just the reset, bring it back down from him at that type of height from FK. I think that would be a good switch up that might put Wavy on the back end. FK still goes for some of these very advanced and very difficult high air dribble reset catches. Nothing coming to his success so far, though. He's got to contend against one more Wavy dribble. Can he do so? No, he can't. Wavy dribbles it right by him. Gets another 2-goal cushion. And he's looking good in game number 3.
I told you you're going to see some classic 1v1 from Wavy, and this is it. A nice ball rolling slightly across the field where you can fake that hook shot at any moment. Wavy is really threatening everywhere in the net, and First Killer having a tough time cover it all. End up being down 2, getting off to the side wall here by Wavy. He'll throw one on net, but no boost left over. A bit of a slow zap dash from him, and Wavy will catch him out in the midfield. Not enough to put it on target. First Killer again, even on 0 boost, when he's not going to have the follow-up, he doesn't mind just booming the ball as much as possible. Can he get a bump on the back wall? Maybe the only way to squeeze this one in. They're going to 50 it up high. First Killer has big boost advantage. Reset, double, puts it on the opposite side of the net, and he's within 1.
He's so confident, man. He's been going for some crazy shots, and this one is no less. Gets a reset to his name. Knows Wavy has low boost, but he still has to get the power. He's not coming in with much momentum, so he knows the flip has to be precise. Otherwise, it could be off to the right, or Wavy can just land and get back to it anyways, and FK handles business exactly how he needs to. 18 seconds left. Wavy gets possession first. Wavy up high. FK comes in with speed, comes power, and barely misses out Wavy, and Wavy's going to hit him just like he hit him at the beginning of the game. A soft double tap.
Yeah, First Killer, he decided that the game was going to end here on this challenge. Either he was going to make it through and he was going to win and it's going to be OT, or if he missed, he was just going to chalk it up, because that was definitely a very high-risk challenge. 11 seconds, probably a cheeky delay is really all you can do, but even that's not going to work. So Wavy, looking like his timeout has been effective. First Killer has lost a little bit of that firepower on offense through his air dribbles. He's got maybe a chance to exit this game with something nice in order to build the confidence, but Wavy will even stop that. It's GG's. It's Wavy on the board in game number 3.
Yeah, big credit to Wavy right there coming out the timeout. The adjustments that he made mentally while he sat there looking and contemplating on the camera clearly have worked out for him. His offense was much more threatening, much more poignant. Also busted out a couple more variations of his dribble with a quick hook shot, quick threatening straight dribble, line drive dribble, I like to call that, or if it has a name, I'm just gonna call it that. That's what I'm saying. And then for FK's purposes, he actually went for way more high up air dribble type plays this time around. Less boomer ball from him, less power shots. I think he was really successful. Them first 2 games were catching Wavy with just a whole bunch of power and speed. And this time he was really trying to keep possession and control of the ball and trying to just outclass Wavy in the air. And then I don't know necessarily if that's the best way for him to go about attacking Wavy, but he's on the field for a reason, so we'll have to find out.
Yeah, First Killer needs to get the right first touches is probably the big difference. I can think of one specific kind of first touch that he ended up having to use 100 boosts just to correct, not to score a goal, but to, play defense. Sometimes when you don't make the right play setup, you go from playing offense to, oh no, I just need to make sure that I don't let him score. But First Killer will score first as he gets a nice catch and uses the speed once again.
He's back. He said, I don't need, stop going up in the sky. Stop going up in the sky. I'm gonna go back to the ground. I'm just gonna catch it real fast and just zoom the ball right to the top right corner. Wavy, you better respect me. And that's why I think FK is most successful in this matchup against Wavy. Not when he's bringing it up to the sky, but more so when he's dominating with speed on the ground, getting the power shots, the demos, the back flips, the bumps, making Wavy as awkward as possible and making Wavy have to respect the speed. But FK, when you just want to keep passing on the ball a couple times every game, it doesn't matter how quick you are, because Wavy's going to say, don't mind if I do.
I'm going to give him a break, okay? I'm giving him a break for this one, because off the demo, he decides he's just going to slam the ball towards the back wall and go pick up boost. And of the 4 respawn points I think there are, only one of them is that a really bad idea, and Wavy got that one. So now all of a sudden, First Killer is not making the right decision, but he couldn't really know until the respawn. Nice fake, the hesitation there before the shot gets him the second goal.
Great heads up once again. FK scoring right off the kickoff or within the first 10 seconds of the kickoff. Wavy, he's going to have to find an answer to this. He can't keep on giving up these goals in quick succession after every single successful opportunity that he has. But hold on, Fear. So how many times on your stream you give people a break? I need to know. I need to have a Fear break counter. So I know, okay, you just cashed in on one of them. I don't want to cash in too many times. You're going to give players so many breaks. So what's the usual Fear break counter? What's it, about 3, 5?
I don't give breaks very often. I'll give breaks for RNG. That's got to be allowed, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Maybe I'll give First Killer a break. You know, the GOAT gets one break, right? The
All right,
goes.
gets one break. That's nice. That's what's up. Wavy pinch coming. Oh! Gets a nice one from FK in the chat. Wavy just comes off the steal and then slams it down off the ground.
Just do that every time, Wavy. Oh my goodness, the side flip. It's specifically the height off the pinch that is so nice. Oftentimes you'll see players go ground pinch, but they just send it screaming low on the ground, rolling into the net. But Wavy actually pops it back up over the top of the defender. That is a ridiculous
Oh, tell me he's scoring
play.
again. Thank you.
And now First Killer, he's fortunate he whips a flick in order to stop that momentum, but he's here on offense, just trying to get everything going. He's just flipping at the ball like crazy, like he likes to do.
Power
even
shot.
in a dangerous position, and he'll boom it into the
Wavy,
net.
you gotta chow the young man, Wavy. He's got a shot and he's not gonna stop shooting. He's a snipe. He's actually, wow. FK's perspective, this is so technical. He's looking down before he jumps. He's pulling his camera down to see where Wavy is and jumping simultaneously. Then he goes and launches the shot. Most people, they have to be looking at the ball the whole entire time. FK's looking at Wavy and then still shoots the ball top right corner. That's impressive. And he gets another kickoff goal. FK's on fire right now.
FK, the ability to control the camera, it's something that I've seen from a lot of North Americans. Evo loves to move his camera around. If I even accidentally touch my camera, I'm instantly thrown off. I have to retreat all the way to my net. So I don't know how they do it. Maybe I got the wrong sensitivity. I'm sure that's the only difference between me and them.
Yeah, that's the only thing, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, not the hours, not the amount of games, the scrims. Nah, it's just the fact that, you know, it's just a sense. What you playing on 1, they might be playing on 1.7. Oh my gosh, Wavy, man. You're just letting the shooter shoot, man. FK's looking like Steph Curry out here. I'm gonna need you to put a hand up now. I know how I talked about no hands up, but then you need to start putting one up. Okay, FK's on fire.
Yeah, First Killer's doing a good job of starving him out of boost and then making it look like he's just sitting there and there's nothing he can do. I mean, these plays for control in the midfield where First Killer is being able to, you know, control the boost, control possession, is leaving Wavy in a spot where he feels like he can't challenge. I think some of these challenges would look even worse than him standing in net if he went for them. But the real issue is all this midfield play is going to First Killer. Every time they're both on the ball, these big pops are going in his favor. This time he just steals it away from Wavy after a bit too heavy of a touch. And 7-2 from First Killer, even before the forfeit line has been hit.
Yeah, and even on that setup by Wavy off the sidewall thing, he looked like he wanted to go for a musty, but then pulled out of it. It's just a really awkward spot at that point because the ball was so close to the ground where FK can just backflip, and he did opt to use the backflip, and Wavy had to respect it and try to get a 50-50. Good challenge right there from him. Closes the gap. Now he gets a counterattack on the way. Can FK stop him? He sure can. But that's what you want to see if you're a Wavy fan, making FK have to work. And now FK makes a defensive mistake. Pop up high. It's going to be tough for Wavy right here, though. Not much available for him, but FK does have low boost. Wavy, he needs to be able to close the gap. Wavy, close the gap! FK's coming in with speed.
Yeah, you maybe want to bait a player in sometimes and see if you can convince a low boost player to challenge. First Killer off the ceiling. He's doing just enough. Wavy, a little bit of an opening, but couldn't get around the ball. Actually has to tap it back into the control of First Killer. He has to undercut him in order to regain possession. But man, First Killer is everywhere. Wavy cannot escape. He's going to try and escape to the opposite corner. He's got First Killer as far away on the map as possible. Can he convert with that? He reads the fake challenge this time and collects and flicks for a third.
Nice. I will say, Wavy, I feel like it's kind of been successful every single time he gets possession. It's the part of actually obtaining the possession that he has been struggling with. And I think to do that, he needs to trust in himself. Maybe First Killer respect starting over, maybe throwing a fake challenge. Maybe actually challenge just in general. Yeah, the more space he gives FK, the more opportunities that FK gets and the more chances that FK will score. Beautiful fake right there from Wavy. Ends up getting possession out of him. And now here we go, reset, 50-50, and yet another successful opportunity. Wavy, he's starting to figure him out.
Yeah, he's getting over the top of this 50. I want to watch from First Killer's POV. These dribbles, Wavy has actually been sticking to these straight dribbles, but dropped it down underneath where First Killer was expecting it to go. He is definitely within striking distance. I mean, 7-2, we have seen big comebacks in 1v1. A 5-goal lead is definitely time to give up in threes. But we talked about there's 3 minutes left. You fix up the kickoffs. If you could just get first possession, ooh, nice demo First possession on every kickoff could help out, but First Killer got the possession this time, and a demo puts it back to 4.
Now, how the heck am I dying when he has no boost? Wavy, jump off the ground! What are you waiting for? He keeps expecting First Killer to make a mistake. First Killer's a trained man. You sit on the ground for that long, he's gonna gather momentum, and he's gonna come hit you. Because why else would he be there? There's no other purpose. If he's gonna stay there, he's gonna come hit you. Oh, good bump right there.
He's so used to playing 1v1 against maybe other kind of 1v1 mains. I mean, First Killer's been the 1v1 player from North America for a long time, but he doesn't play it like how a lot of the players who get a ton of reps in it do. There's almost like a, not an agreement, but respect to like, let's not go for it. Let's play really slow. Let's catch on the goal line. First Killer's not doing that for you. He's going to dive. He's going to dive. It's the kind of ones where, streamers go, what was he thinking there? Why'd he go? Well, First Killer's going for a reason. Wavy is flicking for a reason as he will launch a musty in the bottom right.
Now, earlier in this match, he did get scored on. And he kind of attempted the musty, but he didn't commit to it. This time he says, nah, I'm going to go all in. Bottom right corner, that's what you want to see from him. Down by 3, a minute left. He's been losing the kickoffs. FK's been killing him with delay kickoff to his name. He's going to be able to get possession over here on his left side boost. Here we go, pop up high. And like I said, he's been successful so much. Good 50-50, but FK's there to meet him this time around. And he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, both these guys low on boost. Oh my goodness, what placement. Oh, he's staring him down. He's staring him down. He's making sure he has to run back. First Killer found the absolute perfect spot on the crossbar where Wavy does not get a save, and the ball stays on the goal line.
That's the crossbar cheese, man. You hear the ping, but you don't know where the ping's gonna go. Sometimes that ball goes perfectly right there, and Wavy gets a clear, easy counterattack. And other times it goes exactly like it did right there. It does bump out FK, but FK collects the 100 boost. And now with 35 seconds left, FK, there's no back corner barrier yet, Johnny. Don't start smiling too much. FK, he's actually just gonna hit him in reverse. Hit him in reverse, Terry. As he goes right by him, easy. I know exactly where he's gotta go. Into the net. Wavy says GG, go next. And we're gonna move on to game number 5 with FK up 3-1.
Might not have been back corner barrier, but it was definitely playing the lead as he decided not to go for that wall to air dribble, and then he's just gonna camp behind the ball forever and says, Wavy, you have to come dive or you're gonna lose. And Wavy lost. He both dove and lost, so sometimes you're just in big trouble either way. Wavy has had enough, but hey, a good resurgence there. The fact that that game didn't get forfeited a lot earlier goes to show that Wavy was finding his mark for a little bit, but he does not have his timeout anymore. He is facing match point against the North American 1v1er, and he is cruising on the field.
He sure is cruising. And Wavy, he's got to recognize that he's essentially going up against a speed boxer, man. Somebody who he can stay close to you. He can hit you with a quick 1-2 you're not expecting. And if he does land those 2 hits, you're going to be stunned. And that's exactly what FK's doing. He's sticking close. He's sticking in the box. All the old 1v1 players from way back in the day when FK used to be dominating, they always talked about the First Killer shadow, how First Killer can play you so tight, so close, better than anybody else in NA could at that time. And he can still be so effective, either being, as in 1, being a threat offensively, or 2, being effective defensively. And FK definitely hasn't lost that. Wavy, you need to make the necessary adjustments on Aquadome. Let's see if you can do it.
He's got to get in the driver's seat for the rest of the series. The First Killer will be there now as he's going to get the first possession. No boost, but he will flick it past Wavy and try and keep this going. Sometimes it's not really necessarily about scoring on every take. It's about keeping this ball around where you can actually follow it up. And that is still the case here for First Killer, who actually just used a ton of boost. The respawn is going to be perfect for Wavy, who dodges the demo, has a carry the other way, but there is that shadow you're talking about. Immediate challenge from First Killer. Not letting Wavy breathe. He did not pick up 100 boosts, and yet still he gets a nice 50. He's staying supersonic and aggressive in net because he sees an opening, and Wavy keeps thinking he's going to back off.
Wavy, you gotta read the scouting report, man. This man's not leaving. You leave the ball for half a second, and he's coming in like a snake, coming in like a viper. He's gonna hit you in the mouth, Wavy. I can see what you're saying, though. I don't know how much ranked one's First Killer's playing, but it's definitely catching by surprise, I think. Catching him as a Wavy, because that's like the 16th time this series where he's driven to that corner boost expecting FK to leave, and FK just not leaving. He's sticking there the whole time.
It's like the IQ's too high. It's, First Killer, he'll never go. I have the higher ground, so surely he does not try and make a play, but First Killer is making plays every time he can. He's going to head to the ceiling for a little reset here in order to beat Wavy. to the midfield 100. Now first killer with space on a ground dribble. A flick gets sent to the corner. Again, Wavy counter off of this. First killer is going to be rotating a little bit late. Heavy first touch from Wavy, and he's just going to hand it over, allow first killer to end the possession.
Does allow him in the possession. FK going side to side, collects both big hundreds. Wavy gets the mid. FK, we talked about it in game number 3. He kind of went for a lot of air dribbles. In game number 4, he went right back to what he was doing. Quick speed cuts, backflips, quick shadows, staying relevant in the play, making Wavy have to respect him. Even right here, he has not left. He backflips. Is that on purpose? FK, are you toying with your food right now?
He was definitely playing with his food a little bit with the few first fakes, but I don't understand how you can ever justify just backflipping instead of finishing that ball.
He gets an oops in the chat. Okay, I think we have a confirmation that was not intended. I don't know. That would have been kind of funny though if he backflipped and Wavy went flying, trying to block it, and he smashed himself into the goal. But yeah, FK with the oops. Wavy hit him with a "This is Rocket League." And Wavy gets away. That's a 2-goal swing right there. Would have been 2-0 in favor of FK. Now it's tied up 1-1. And I know Wavy will be appreciative of that, as both of these players just starting to fill each other out here on Aquadome. Wavy passes the ball to FK, gives him a 300 boost. FK tame flick, and Wavy's there to meet him.
The flicks have all been weak over here in North America today. Something is in this Aquadome water. I want to see those flicks start to snap like we can see from these players. As Wavy is going to tap one to the back wall. He's in a really tough spot. First killer actually did not get enough height on it. Normally you're trying to tap it high, keep that low boost defender having to make double jumps over and over. But Wavy got one with a single, but on the next attack, he scores anyways.
He does score anyways, and sure, you're on the money. The flicks have been very weak. I'm actually kind of surprised that Wavy let this one get through. But Bear, they didn't really commit to the challenge. It's kind of in no man's land. Then it double jumped, then it closed the gap between FK, and FK just took the opportunity, put one on net. Sometimes you just got to see if the opposition can stop you, and Wavy couldn't do it this time around.
Wavy, again, having to deal with a close shadow. First killer, whenever he has the opportunity, closing the distance between them two. But sometimes you can just walk it in. Wavy just goes all the way down the field. First killer isn't going to backflip this time. He's not doing that mix-up. He's dashing away. He's waiting to react to Wavy, but Wavy's just going to do nothing.
Sometimes that's one of the best recipes you can cook up. Absolutely do nothing. And it'll end up coming out to in your favor. Wavy, great play, ties the game back up. And you gotta remember, y'all, Wavy's tournament life. Both of these players' lives are on the line. FK has a couple games to play with that. He's on match point. But Wavy, he needs to get this W if he wants to continue. And if he's getting boxed out by FK like that, it won't be happening anytime soon.
I love a good box out. It's not often you see box outs in Rocket League. I know I'll sometimes go for a box out and then remember that demos exist, and then I just get deleted. What was I thinking? The first killer at slow speeds is able to make sure Wavy can't get back. Man, another boomer of a shot to take a 2-goal lead.
I mean, this is just clinical, y'all. I mean, y'all go open up the training packs, air roll shots by Yiza or Whey Protein, because that's exactly what FK's doing. That is a beautiful power shot, man. Gets the angle he needs with the finish, too. He's sniping it like he has an octane out there. And that's just impressive, man. Wavy, there's not much he can do. He's got to respect it. His FK just being a sniper.
Thought maybe we see the ground pitch again. It worked earlier. Wavy doesn't find it. First killer is going to dive in. Wavy trying to collect and clear the ball. First killer chasing him off.
Good demo.
Demoed on the follow-up, but does force Wavy to reset again. It's actually going to take him a bit to get boosted. Neither of the boosts are going to spawn. It was going to spawn last second there for Wavy. So now first killer is already here. You thought you were going to have space? No. First killer shadowing, although he's giving a ton more opportunities for Wavy to dribble the ball. He's wave dashing away on his shadow, which is a very easy thing to read, but then he mixed that up with an immediate challenge. Diving for boost. Has left the net open, and we're within one.
I could have sworn I saw some sparks right there. I gotta watch it. Oh, never mind. He barely got by. Barely got by him. I thought we had a little bit of client cheddar right there. Wavy got away with one, but nope. Never got touched. Bates might be blind. Wavy ends up pulling it within one. Kickoff, he ends up winning it. Let's see what he can do.
Wavy straight towards the net. He's going to score immediately. And I think this is almost just a testing shot. You know, after winning the kickoff, you kind of have to force that defender to play defense, make a save, and then score later. But first killer turns in immediately to try and challenge, and that will be good enough. So a tie game. Wavy his life's on the line. Like you said before, First Killer maybe not sweating as much. Big kickoff win for Wavy to the side wall. What can we see from him? He's going to go to the ceiling for the reset. He's got First Killer waiting. Nice fake flick. He has him going for the front flip to tap it forward.
Oh my God, that's a beautiful first touch by Wavy, and then that settle off the ceiling. You're so right. Fakes the Mustang, goes into the front flip. Wow, the technical control and composure that a player needs to bust that out at this stage, at this moment. That's incredible by Wavy.
Wavy staying locked in. A weaker mind gives up with First Killer up so many games and up on Aquadome. First Killer's got a strong mind as well, a good mental as he starts from the back corner. Reads that challenge from Wavy, and a little wave dash pop will be the recipe for a goal.
This man's just successful, bro. He's just a successful player. He just wins every single close quarters contact they have. Wavy tries to come in. FK says, don't worry, I already knew you were going to do that. Quick pop by you. The first time he's busted out the single jump pop the whole series, and he saves it right for this moment, and he might even get rewarded for, oh yeah, of course he is. It's an air roll shot. What am I expecting? It's not even going to hit the ground. It's just going to go straight to the net.
Yeah, top shelf as well. As these guys both go standard kick out, First Killer able to force it into the blue half. And yeah, never stand a chance. I mean, I think most people are finishing it there, but especially with the way First Killer likes to do it. Another slightly staggered kickoff. I think we're going to see a mix-up from either one or both. There is the delayed kickoff from Wavy. First Killer just dunks it right through him, puts another one on target. Wavy doesn't jump. I don't know why. I mean, you got to believe at the last second, maybe you could get a save. But he just decides to wait it out and hopes that First Killer missed. Guess what? He's not missing.
He's not missing. He hasn't. I don't know why he keeps hoping that First Killer's gonna make a mistake. There've been very few far and in between. And in the moments that Wavy's expecting a little bit of a hiccup, First Killer hasn't had one. 38 seconds left, and all of a sudden the game has shifted from 5-4 to 3 quick goals by First Killer. On a potential closeout game on Aquadome, FK with the ball. Gives up the Wavy. He's gonna need to score right here and right now if he wants to have a chance.
Got chased down in the demo. Wavy escapes, but it's First Killer with possession, and he's low playing it. Wavy has to dive. He doesn't have much time, and he has decided to call it there. First Killer is going to advance in the bracket to play Evo. Wavy has had enough. He's not going to play out the last 19 seconds. I mean, there's a world in which you can get 3 goals, but the mental has been destroyed. First Killer has won this game through and through.
I guess he has won the game. I don't know why we're saying GG's with 19 seconds left and this much prestige online, Wavy. We got to finish it. We got to see this through, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll see you in the LCQ. First Killer was definitely the better of the two this whole entire set. I mean, and honestly, it really was a tell of how FK was playing the series. The first game and the second game, FK was just playing with speed, with power, with aggression, and with great shadowing. The third game, he wanted to try to go up into the sky, start getting a whole bunch of resets, air dribbles. None of that was working. Wavy was successful in stopping all that. FK immediately makes an adjustment right back to his game 1, game 2, 4. In game 4 with a quick catch, power shot, and he never looked back since then. He's gonna move on to play Evo. He's looking really great. And Wavy, he's been really good at 1v1 in the 1v1 scene here. You would know it, but he's gonna have to make a couple adjustments, and he's gonna have to bounce back for the next season in a 1v1 Rocket League.
I feel good about the Wavy bounce back. He is a hard grinder. He seems to have such a good attitude. Nobody wants to lose. Nobody's gonna look happy in defeat, but he seems to get right back on it. He was joking around because I think there was a tweet about when you would forfeit in a 1v1. He said, is this trash talk for me after his match yesterday?
Oh,
but
yeah, they did
I
tweet
think he
that
likes
out.
to have a good bit of fun. You know, he doesn't take himself way too seriously. And I think it shows in his gameplay and his ability to stay grinding and having a good time with Rocket League as much as he has. And we will see Wavy in the future. If there's more NA 1v1s, Wavy will definitely be back. But for now, the king of 1v1 will advance in the bracket.
He will advance. Next up will be Diaz and Chronic right after this break.
So big Your lips are stained with fiction. You always have your reasons, and I spell you rotten. Your hands are sealed in pockets. You fill them with your secrets. To you, I am nothing. I am. Your kiss, sweet like poison. You know you make me reckless. I'll run, but you are friction. Your touch feels like heaven. You make me hate all my sins. You are my religion. My religion. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you. I have a million reasons to leave you, but I have a billion reasons to keep you.
Wavy put up his best effort, but First Killer is hungry for that grand finals. We'll see if he can get there. He's completed the first of 3 steps here with the win over Wavy. Another overtime in game number 1. These series continue to start off hot. Welcome back to the 1v1 Open in North America. We now only have 4 players stand in. Herc, we got Evo, First Killer, Diaz, and Chronic still in the running.
Well, okay, first I should be able to talk, but oh my gosh, that is a very stacked group of people, and I feel like with what we've been seeing over the last 2 days, this could actually go an infinite number of ways. I know that we do feel like Diaz is a quote-unquote clear favorite, but I feel like Bates had a point yesterday. I don't think there is a clear favorite anymore.
I wonder. We still haven't seen Diaz play today, Bates. It's Championship Sunday.
It is Championship Sunday, and already I think FK's shown that he's leveled up today. I think that he went more so back to his true play style, aggression, keeping everything tight, close quarters, power shooting, accuracy, and efficiency, and really making you have to worry about that quick, viper-like instinct and ability that First Killer brings to the table. That would be something that will definitely give Diaz some cause for pause. We're about to see Chronic, I think he actually played better today than he did yesterday as well. Way more clinical, way more precise. And we still haven't seen Evo play yet either. And Evo's been playing real defensive, real great Rocket League so far. And if he can be a little bit more efficient in his offensive opportunities, it'll also make Diaz work. So Diaz is the favorite. Fear gave him a 70%, a big chunk of the circle. I will say that much. But I think that young man will get pressed by these players, and it's going to begin very, very soon with a Chronic 1/3 of the Ultimates going up against him.
I think it's a good testament to why we rate the Ultimates so highly in North America, despite not having a regional win. The team has been considered the number 2 for so long, and only recently has that started to really be into question because of the individual skill of the players. Chronic and First Killer really demonstrating that here, as 2/3 of their roster have made it through to the top 4. We'll see them play and see if they can get, who knows, we might have an Ultimates versus Ultimates grand finals when this is all said and done. Let's get into the first of the semifinals here. Chronic, he's had a little bit of time to cool down, to kind of catch his breath after playing Zapatos, and now he's got the other player here from not the US, Diaz from Brazil, going to be taking on Chronic. Let's see if he can go 2 for 2. Does Diaz prove everybody right?
I mean, Diaz, what he's going to bring to the table, he's going to be up in the sky, effortless air control, calm, collected, and it's just going to be smooth. He might be the most smooth player on the NA server at the moment. Daniel would definitely have a say in that, or Atomic. But I will say that Diaz, he looked real good yesterday, but he wasn't necessarily that challenged. And that's why the question marks still remain. When he went up against Wavy yesterday, Wavy didn't really give him much fight. And we just saw FK, Wavy had a better chance against him. And FK kind of slapped around Wavy as well right there. So the question would be, Diaz, how informed is he at the moment? Was it really just him outclassing Wavy that much? Was it Wavy not being up to speed? Or one of those two. And then for Chronic, he's had some close wins. He had the fight tooth and nail to beat AJ, and then he ended up taking out Zapatos, who was playing a much better game today than he played yesterday.
He was absolutely, but Chronic did end up getting the win there. Did manage to hold it all down, keep his gameplay together, keep his wits about him, and now he's got to deal with what everybody's saying is a bigger problem here. But Turk, we haven't seen Diaz play on Championship Sunday yet, and we know how big things can swing from day to day with players. How strong and how resolute, how consistent is Diaz going to be today?
Honestly, I do feel like we are going to get a very consistent version, but I do also believe that this is his first genuine challenge. Like T-Waits was saying, Wavy didn't give him too much yesterday. I do feel like when you looked at Group A versus Group B, I felt like Group A was a little bit more like a group of death, and he might have had a little bit of an easier run getting all the way to Champ Sunday. So, I don't know. There's a lot to say, but I definitely feel this is the proving moment.
Are any of us predicting Chronic?
I'm going Diaz.
That doesn't sound like it. I think we're all going Diaz in this situation here. So, is there a game plan for Chronic? Is there a way, Bates, that he can take it to Diaz? Is there something you've seen from Diaz that he could exploit?
I mean, he's got to close the gaps, play tight against them. Don't let him get up into the sky and start to get comfortable. Make it as awkward as possible, and also he's got to make a couple great saves. You saw him yesterday going up against air dribble bump, coming back down, crashing off the back wall. He's going to need a couple of those if he wants to be successful.
It's a laundry list of things to get done, but if anybody can do it, Chronic definitely has the capability. Let's see if he can make it happen here. This is a David versus, maybe a Goliath versus a smaller Goliath, a notably smaller Goliath here, but Chronic's got the tools. Diaz has the firepower, folks. Only one spot in the finals from this side of the bracket. It's Diaz versus Chronic to make it to the grands.
It's time to find out if Diaz can do it on Championship Sunday. He's been struggling all season today in the 3v3 portion of RLCS, but this is his game mode. This is his tournament. Chronic in his way. It's not going to be easy, but he's starting strong with a kickoff win.
Yeah, Diaz is almost like a leveled up version of Chronic. I watched Chronic come up in his 1v1 heyday. He loved himself a good wall to air dribble. He'd do it from the side wall, and he would read defenders to the next level. Diaz has mirrored that, and he's took it even farther. He's taking it all the way to the back wall when he needs to. But the first air dribble from Diaz is going to get intercepted by Chronic, and Diaz is hanging around low on boost, trying to make it like an awkward setup for Chronic, who does not want to go off the side wall. He's going to go to the ground, and Diaz will come steal it away.
You know, one of the underrated aspects of Diaz's game, we can all see the aerial mechanics, we can all see the efficiency. You know, that's the easy aspect of this game to spot, but the amount of possession he's able to create, the amount of territory he's able to gain in these matchups, he does that by challenging effortlessly. He just takes the ball from his opponent, and then it's much harder for them to get it back off of him.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about how it feels like Diaz has been in free play against his previous matchups, and that's what I'm talking about, because he's just moving around the map with such ease. It feels like you can almost tell that he's not worried about anything. You have the ball, I'll flip towards it, I'll take it away. I have the ball, I'll take it up the side wall, I'll launch it towards the net, and he's got the first goal.
That's a crisp wall shot to kick things off, and you know, it might sound like not that big of a deal, but one of the key things to trying to see if somebody's feeling good mechanically on any given day is the power shooting. We saw it from First Skillet earlier. The power shots were looking good. He wins the series. Diaz starts this off with a very nice power shot from distance. So I think the mechanics are on for. We'll see if he can bring that to the air as well.
Yeah, you need to have the mechanics. Nobody's had the flicks. Diaz has the speed. He's not going to barely get this angle. But Chronic's not out of the woods. It's still a tough challenge. Man, he has the placement. Okay. The mechanics are looking good.
Yeah, the confidence is there to even go for this shot with Chronic in the net. And yeah, the power shots are looking very nice right now. That's a great shot. Top shelf, accuracy on point. All time. Chronic's only ever beaten Diaz one time. They've played one series. Diaz has beaten him 6 times. I think that does come down to largely what you mentioned. Diaz is just a better version of Chronic's 1v1 style. He's more efficient, he's more dominant, and right now he just looks so confident.
I can't believe that we have seen no nerves, nothing from him. I know he's been playing with complexity on the mainstream. He's played in big games. Oh my goodness, he's so far ahead. I mean, this guy, he looks like he's another rank above.
Chronic trying to get something going his way with a kickoff, but he's completely messed it up. Left a gap between himself and the ball, and Diaz just chips it right past him. You can see that Chronic wasn't arriving fast enough. He's all over him. Chronic's yet to get a shot. Diaz has 6 to his name. 4 of them are goals. It's a continuation of yesterday's strong performance.
Just the ease of movement from Diaz. Every single touch seems like he got fortunate. Oh, it's so nice that it bounced there and just went into your control. But when he does it every single time, you know he's completely the one who's making it happen. As he tries to go for a goal line 50, that doesn't bother him. Back to the side wall. He'll attack again. He reads Chronic going high, so he just pushed it hard forward.
He is just clinical right now. This is brutal to watch. Chronic expects the air dribble because he's up against Diaz, but Diaz saw the stealing challenge coming and just shoots it on target. And you know, Chronic's not really trolling there. That's a great play against Diaz. Off the wall air dribble to go up off that stealing for the challenge, but you've got to wait just a split second longer or else he's going to take you out with another play. Chronic spawning, doesn't matter. Oh, he's just no one goal, but there's not much he can do. 6-0, 10 shots to Diaz, nothing for Chronic. This is as one way as you get.
Yeah, Diaz, I can't believe it. We keep thinking, you know, eventually someone's going to put up a fight against him, but there's definitely no fight yet. Chronic hasn't put one on the board. Chronic is the kind of guy who is willing to leave games early when he thinks they're out of reach, but yeah, he's got over half the game left and he still hasn't scored yet though. It's not often in 1v1 ever that you hold somebody completely scoreless. I mean, there's just so many goals. You end up finding one here or there, but man, every single touch works for Diaz.
Oh, Chronic even got the slightest piece of this one, but it's still not enough. He must have just rolled barely around the ball here. Yeah, just couldn't quite get it, and that's another painful one to concede. He's going to stick in this and just try and figure out something that works. I mean, if he's not going to win this game, he at least wants to get a shot on target. There we go. Surely that registers. One shot to Chronic. He's on the board.
I can't believe it. I mean, I've been watching the game, but you're right. That is the first shot. Chronic has some offense going. A little reset denied by Diaz.
2 shots.
Doubled up his shots.
Oh, Diaz is missed.
Oh, and no follow-up either. A rare miss. He's human. Chronic is not moving in. Yeah, there it is. He's he says, no, pause it faster.
Oh, he's on the air delay. He's like, I can't even be bothered. I can't be bothered defending whatever this guy's about to do. Let's just go next. He just wanted to get a shot or 2 on target, and then he calls next. I mean, that is about as small of a win as you're going to get mentally in any matchup of Rocket League. Chronic's he's smiling to himself a little bit. That's such a hilarious time to call next. I think it's fair enough though. He's like, nah, I'm not gonna give him one more like swing of the momentum. I'm not gonna let him score on me while I'm trying. I'm just gonna call next and sit still.
I had a crazy read that I was gonna say when it felt like he was getting his first shot and maybe gonna score. I thought there's a chance after he scores, he forces.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm on a roll, baby. Let's put that into the next game instead of wasting it on this one.
It's just 100. He said 0 boost to 100. Diaz with the ball. He just says, nah, I've had enough. Next game, let's just go next. But you know, this has really gone wrong in every possible way for Chronic. He was getting dominated in the kickoff battle. Even when he tried to switch it up, Diaz read his mind. He couldn't stop Diaz's offense. He couldn't counterattack him with the defensive style. He couldn't even score on him when he got a couple chances at the end of the game. So absolutely everything needs a revamp here. Chronic just has to try and level up. And that's, yeah, easier said than done.
The way I would describe Diaz playing the first game was as if he had a superpower where he could retry every take until he gets the exact perfect play. Like, I'll miss that one, go back in time 5 seconds, and get the exact right one. And every single touch went his way. We'll see if he can keep doing that. Chronic is going to save the first attempt. But the thing about Diaz is he does such a good job of making sure he gets control again and doesn't seem to be bothered by any take that doesn't pan out.
He's just so efficient that he arrives in your half with the ball in the air with so much boost left over, he can just simply recover. And even the very best players in the world struggle to do this. He's just the most efficient player when it comes to the aerial game, in my opinion. If you want to pay attention to one thing about Diaz, look at the first touch. He gets it so close to the ceiling every time, but doesn't hit the ceiling. And that's the key. If it does hit the ceiling, it would be harder to make that full pitch air dribble work.
He is out of position here. Is there a chance?
Oh dear, oh dear.
A little bit of a flub touch, so we're not going to find out if he had fully boomed that ball. First killer style, maybe. But Diaz gets Chronic up in the air and then bails out, saving onto that boost. Still has 43 left over, even while he's getting chipped around. Seems like he's not too worried. As he goes to the goal line, Chronic, let's see if he can starve him out and get his first lead, or first goal, right? I think he did end up forfeiting without scoring one. The wave dash is stopped, and Diaz sends it to the midfield.
This is still much better than from Chronic. Double reset looks pretty good there. Into the air he goes again. Diaz is pre-jumping him, trying to match the height on the approach. He does so. This is a lot more defense than Diaz had to do in the last game. So Chronic's at least managed to get into the midfield. Small victory, but compared to a 7-0, it's huge. And now he's up by 1. So, you know, we asked him to make a massive turnaround. It starts with those small things where you can start to defend against Diaz, start to run his boost dry a little bit. And Diaz with a bit of a head scratch there, maybe. Confused as to why he's not winning by 6.
I don't understand. It doesn't normally take me this long in order to get 6 goals. But Diaz is just going to boom this one. This is a big mix-up from what he normally likes to do. He loves the high air dribbles every time. So maybe trying to catch Chronic off guard. But he's got him around the net for an air dribble, and he did not protect the ball. Chronic's looking at an open net.
Yeah, not enough time there for Diaz to get under the ball, get the reset, and then right his car again. He's landed really awkwardly, and Chronic's up by 2, so that's a big mistake by Diaz. And, yeah, I do like that he's tried to go for some long shot just to keep Chronic from pre-jumping everything, but he's not made the air dribbles count when they have come around.
Diaz has to get some offense going. Surely we don't see an 8-0 game the other way. He has to get a goal here the way he's been playing. He gets forced to his back wall. Awkward for some. The sweet spot for him as he chips this one off. Only gonna get one more touch. It's a reset. It's on the board.
And it's all Diaz once again with the aerial game. Just look at the efficiency. I mean, he's arriving with 30. It's the standard stuff. Every time he does full pitch air dribble, he still has 30 boosts left over. It just gives him so much flexibility. Does he full commit? Does he just let the ball go towards the opponent slowly and recover? Well, that's up to him to decide, and he often makes the right choice.
Chronic tapping this one to the backboard as Diaz, such a great reverse half flip there in order to land perfectly aimed at the net. Wow. Use that position to follow up for a second goal.
Yeah, it's such a nice flip cancel by Diaz. Just gets the center ball just that little bit earlier, but you can see how much of a difference it makes. If he didn't center that ball to himself, when he did, if he waited another split second, Chronic's there. Chronic's able to get a clear ball. Diaz is right back in it. We knew he was going to get rolling at some point.
Diaz almost wave dashing a fake like he's going to go leave the net. Does stick around. as he looks to be a pest. He wants to take the ball and bring it to his own back corner. Kronik's going to help him out, but he's not going to pick up the 100. So instead, he tries to pass to himself off the back wall. Kronik is flopping around. Diaz didn't get the pace he needs, as Kronik has to go up. Otherwise, Diaz will make a play on this ball. So he finds himself in control again in the orange half. Kronik turns to Shadow, and it's just going to be a heavy touch from Diaz.
Yeah, he's got options of the follow-up there. Kronik had to run away from the ball, be safe from the demo. But Diaz, he's not just there dribbling off his backboard every time. He wants to go direct sometimes, keep Kronik on edge, make sure that he has to worry about retreating as a priority whenever Diaz is in defense. Oh, big cut in field. Diaz in the reverse challenge position. Nowhere near Kronik. Saw that one a mile away, and he puts himself ahead again.
Yeah, Kronik, I mean, Diaz, he was nowhere around when he went for this half flip. But every other time he's gone for a challenge like that, it seemed to pay out. Maybe he's trying to read to the future, expecting Kronik to bring him the ball. But he's down. He's down as we get a little bit later in a game. It's time to actually start thinking about maybe him dropping it, as he's deciding whether or not to stick with this ball. He will leave, as he was on 0 boost. Kronik trying to catch him out with a power shot, but Diaz collects it, controls it. Didn't get the best first touch in the corner, so if he wanted an air dribble, he's not going to get it. He's going to have to go to the ground and make a play happen from there. A little bit too forward in order to get a real movement on the ball before Kronik makes a save, but here is, the back corner barrier of a different variety. Diaz just wants to get some offense, and that's where he feels best about getting offense, as he goes ceiling height, the length of the field, the roll.
Oh, that's a huge save. Diaz thought that he could get one more touch on the ball to put it over Kronik. He was hoping Kronik would be over covering on the reset angle. Kronik pulled some power off of that shot. He was worried about missing it, getting hit on the counter attack. Maybe he should have fired, as he's now in a bit of trouble. A great defense again. He's going to be first to this one. Open net. Kronik ahead by 2. What a response to one of the most one-sided game ones we've seen. Kronik has completely turned this one around, and has been the defense, stopping the dribbles, stopping the air dribbles. Put Diaz in a whole different level of pressure.
Still getting outshot by Diaz, but been able to make some saves. A nice demo. He should be able to walk this one in. And in fact, Diaz is now trying to get Kronik to not score by calling that. What respect. Kronik just ruined his stats, man. He could have had one more goal there.
Yeah, he could have, as Diaz didn't fancy it. He's already forfeited this game, so it doesn't matter if he scores here. Nothing changes, even if he did decide to bang in a third goal. We are going to be tied after 2. Interesting game here. Diaz tried to mix in the long shots. He tried to mix in the ground game. And we didn't see the flip reset in his offense as much as we did in game 1. I expect they're going to make a return in game 3. But Kronik is not falling for the mind game. I mean, that's really what Diaz is hoping for here. He's hoping that Kronik will pre-jump nothing, and he's hoping that Kronik will back off and respect him more than he did. Kronik played a really smart game. He knows what it's like to go up against this guy. He has a lot of experience. It's paying off right now.
Yeah, the question is whether or not, we're going to see this for the rest of the series. Was this the exception, or was game 1 the exception? I have a feeling we're going to have a closer bout the rest of the way. This game number 2 was more like what we were expecting to see. Sure, maybe Diaz wasn't to the level that we are sometimes used to, but I don't think he outclasses Kronik so much that Kronik can't even touch the ball like he did in game number 1. So game 3 is a new, fresh one here. Diaz is going to win the first kickoff and is going to try and stay on offense despite not having any boost. Now he will leave and allow Kronik the possession.
Yeah, he couldn't do much with that one, even though he had the first chance. Kronik with a flip reset, and doesn't get behind the ball enough. Diaz with a solid challenge makes it 1-0. Kronik didn't have the confidence to pull the trigger after landing the reset here. It didn't look perfect. He was hoping Diaz would give him more respect than he did.
Diaz is ready to defend against those resets. He knows how they work. Nobody knows any better than him. As Diaz is going to try and get a touch. I think he would have, if he wanted to air dribble, needed a touch farther away from the net. But he kind of touches it towards the net, allows Kronik to make a somewhat easy save, and the counterattack will be Kronik's.
Well, this was something that worked really well for Diaz in game 1, just taking shots from the wall. Kronik was a little bit too focused on defending against air dribbles. He was making beelines to the ceiling, pre-jump, but now Kronik is just staying grounded on these challenges. He's not going all the way up the wall to try and preemptively get in position to defend against Diaz aerial plays. Diaz has to actually make some. Oh, that's good flick. Well, didn't have a lot of boost there, didn't need it. Diaz, 2-1, as another kickoff goes his way.
He's been efficient in the midfield, especially in his game 1 win. It wasn't just the air dribbles. It was every single touch was controlled and exactly what he needed. He's going to cradle that ball into a flick. Now headed to a diagonal kickoff. This one into Chronic's half. Diaz going to try and place it perfectly. Bit high. Has a follow-up. Soft touch to try and lob it right into the top shelf. Chronic is able to save it because it's a bit slow. And Diaz resets again. This time going to dribble from the ground. Chronic pre-jump. Diaz trying to go over the top of it and maybe 50, but Chronic expertly takes it away.
Oh, that's actually going in. Chronic's actually, he's managed to score this with a little bit of help from Diaz. Diaz is trying to flip it to Chronic and make him lose control, but Chronic just got the shot off in time and ties the game 2-2. He's doing such a good job against Diaz's aerial game. This is by far the best defense we've seen at any point in this tournament.
Yeah, Diaz is out of free play. He's in a match now, so can he handle the adversity? As he wants to step one up the sidewall, Chronic tried to stop him, but actually gave him a pretty good pop and put himself on the sidewall. Might have a tough time defending as he chain dashes his way to the ceiling, but fakes the ceiling, goes to the back wall. Diaz has the reset, gets a bump, and should be able to get around this to get the finish.
Wow, well, Diaz might have gotten a bit lucky there. It looked like he was trying to flip reset and lob the ball, but the follow-through just bumps Chronic miles away from the goal. Even on the second look there, I'm not sure that's what Diaz was trying to do. It looked like he's going for a flip reset lob, but you never know. You do put yourself in front of the ball when you go for that shot, so it can happen as it did.
Yeah, probably a slow down. Sometimes just throwing the change up and popping it high, slowing it down can get defenders to miss. Or sometimes you get lucky and also bump into them, as Diaz is going to try and dunk at the midfield. He's got 31 boost, so maybe he's just pretending like he can go for this air dribble. He'd rather take it to the ground. A strong flick, but too high, and now has to try and survive. Chronic's going to demo him, and I don't expect a respawn save as Chronic ties the game.
Great play by Chronic again. He just knew the flick was into the bar and makes a beeline for Diaz. Diaz needs to be careful in this match. You know, that was a 31 boost position. We're usually crediting him for having boost left to recover with. That time he was pretty all in. The kickoffs are doing work for him at the moment. He hits the post with a full volley, and that gives him some space to work with off the wall from the midfield. Diaz, late reset attempt here. Actually just going for that last touch. I want to see resets from him, as you can probably tell by my commentary, but he's not going for them, and Chronic is making him look a little bit normal compared to usual.
Yeah, Diaz going for the power shot, and he took the check down to see if he's got it, and he does. These have actually been working for him. I was actually going to point out how different he plays from First Killer, as Diaz, I just watched the last First Killer game, commentated it. You could tell First Killer wanted to play every single touch so fast. Diaz almost seems like he's wanting to play in slow-mo. Even when he gets an open net, he kind of just rolls into it and gets a kind of softer power shot. He is such a slow, controlled player in the air, but one of the things he does best is reads defenses after getting the reset. Right now he's just trying to do it all with rolls. But he does have a lead at halfway against Chronic in a pass. He's trying to pass to himself off the back wall, and Chronic's going to allow him to. Taps it over to him. He wanted the boost steal. It doesn't spawn for him, so it'll have to be a zero boost play, but he's got Chronic awkward. So a chance to pick up the opposite 100. Chronic will send it to the orange back wall, as Diaz is now going to take it to his other corner. He wants a big dribble. I don't think he's trying to waste time. I think he just likes his air dribbles, and he's going to start this one at ceiling height. Still no reset for him. It's just going to roll through. This is what he's sticking with.
Yeah, he's sticking with these just vanilla air dribbles. Chronic's missed the wall shot that was technically open on that side of the goal. Diaz slightly out of position there. And yeah, he's not going for flip resets at the moment. I don't think it's a purely strategical choice. I think he might just not be fully comfortable committing to that against Chronic. He scores again to make it 5-3, and that's again just from a midfield outplay. Just beats Chronic to the punch. But, you know, is Diaz starting to lose some confidence in his usually perfect aerial control? You'd expect to see far more flip resets than we're seeing.
Yeah, these players are too good, even in North America, especially at the LAN, for Diaz to not play his strongest, weapon. As this guy trade demos here probably favors Chronic, as the ball's rolling around in his half. Although he's gonna have an awkward time picking up the 100. It allows Diaz to get all the way there. Diaz thinks he has a good challenge. Chronic dunks it over the top of him and will shoot on an open net.
Good finish. Chronic back within a goal here. And if you thought this was going to be a one-sided series, then pay attention. Lock in, because Chronic is playing such a good series against Diaz. One of the best I've ever seen him play against Diaz, to be honest. And it's all coming from the denials on Diaz air dribble plays. Oh, Diaz with a huge mistake. What's that? He just totally misses the ball.
You can see the lean back. He's getting a drink of water, trying to reset here a little bit. This is just such a rarity for Diaz. It's just a miss. It's just a miss through and through, but it's a huge miss with the last minute of the game approaching, having a lead and being able to control the pace of the game, force defenders into bad challenges. Is really nice. And that's why Diaz is going to get a kickoff goal so that you can do just that.
Well, that is going to be a relief for Diaz. Chronic was really on the side of the ball there. Diaz goal side crushes him. You know, you might wonder, why does that happen? Sometimes one player just so side onto the ball, they're kind of asking for it, right? Well, you know, it's almost like rock, paper, scissors. That kickoff that Chronic went for would beat other ones, but gets destroyed by the one that Diaz has chosen. It looks like Diaz is going to be putting more pressure on Chronic. Chronic being forced to make multiple saves. Can Diaz avoid another misplay like the one he just made? Can he make it across the finish line? He's still in offense here, still in a crushing position. And there's a 2-goal advantage.
A safe one as well. He ends this with like 30 boosts left over, pushes the ball in. He knows Chronic is going in and out, but he just has faith in himself to muscle it through. Chronic slightly jumping off the underside of the net, and he really couldn't afford to do that with it. Top shelf, he almost had to drive through if he wanted to make a save. Just that little gap is enough for Diaz. And a kickoff is going to go back into his half, but in his favor. And it seems like he's going to make Chronic come get it.
Is he dribbling it back here?
Not going to take this ball
Is he dribbling?
unless you challenge.
I thought he was waiting for Chronic to pre-jump backwards, then just dribble the ball back. Instead, he's taking it all the way down the pitch, and then he dribbles it back. And Chronic's not even going to bother chasing him. It's fair enough. The back corner play will secure it. And there, finally, we do see the reset from Diaz once he's already won the game. 2-1. He's being made to work for this, and he looks way more nervous than he did before. But he's still getting the job done.
Chronic saves the reset as well. Who knows how much, you know, it's garbage time in that moment. They knew the result of the game, but Diaz, maybe it's honestly not surprising. He goes for the reset the one time that it doesn't actually matter. It kind of goes to show just how much, you know, he is overthinking it, or it's up to nerves, doesn't trust himself. As soon as he's truly back in free play in a moment where nothing matters, he gets his reset shot. So he's going to have to find a way to bring that into the actual regulation time. But he does still come out with a win. Right now, he's got the edge in the other places against Chronic to sneak one out.
Yeah, and I think we have to give massive credit to Chronic as well, because he's pre-jumping almost all of Diaz's air dribbles, and he's doing it in a way that covers the flip reset, or at least the most direct flip reset option. But usually when players do that, when they cover the reset, they leave themselves vulnerable to the high, you know, final touch, which is exactly what Diaz has been doing. So he's seeing the pre-jumps. He's thinking, okay, Chronic's pre-jumping my flip reset here. I'll just hit the ball hard a couple more times. And Chronic is still reaching it. He's getting enough elevation with his pre-jump to cover the second option that Diaz is deviating towards. We'll see if he can pull any out in this game, but credit to Chronic. He's pre-jumping extremely well right now, and he needs to. He had 12 saves last game, by the way.
Wow. He's finding the sweet spots that no other defender against Diaz can find to be able to cover every single option as Diaz tries to score first here, swinging through for a demo. Chronic won't let him do that, so he'll get back on the other side of the ball. Bit of a weak air dribble from him. Diaz wants to pinch it away. Force Chronic onto the back wall, and he's chasing him down here. He's trying to make him feel the pressure of him hanging out around the net. Pop this one up to himself, gets the midfield 100 perfectly, gets a flip into a catch. Will have a reset now, but he's not going to be able to put it on target, and he's not going to be able to snag the other boost either, which is going to be the big deal.
And Chronic just testing Diaz, just playing a simple shot over his head. And after Diaz blunder at the end of the last game, I think that's a smart move for Chronic. Diaz lost his ball carry, still able to roll it into Chronic and make things awkward for him. Chronic taking a bit too long going back to his net. Left the top shelf open.
Yeah, it'll take almost a full minute to get this first goal. Slowing down here between these two. Diaz eventually finding his way through. Kickoffs in these low-scoring games become monumental as there's first possessions to win.
Wow.
Or maybe they make them not low possession games, because if you're going to be scoring like this, it's going to run up.
Yeah, Chronic, he kind of went for a semi-delayed kickoff on the diagonal here, which is really, really vulnerable to Diaz if he goes off that near wall. So Diaz is now looking at this kickoff, probably thinking, well, you know, there's plenty of opportunities here. Chronic is he's conceding some kickoff goals every now and then. It's going to give Diaz so much confidence in these close games.
Resets near the corner. Diaz finding a way to make something out of that. That is so tough to do when you don't have a lot of space between yourself and the defender. But Diaz is throwing in the ever so random complete miss challenge and just giving freebies to Chronic.
Yeah, big time miss there by Diaz. Chronic was out of, oh well, not out of boost, but he was in a lower boost total, and Diaz is trying to keep the ball over his head. And now Chronic has a chance to tie the game with a kickoff possession play. Catches it, flicks it. Diaz, perfect positioning, gets in the way.
Yeah, able to get to the back corner boost first. Chronic's the one falling in net at the end of the result of these plays. You never want to be the one who has to recover from inside. If you can keep yourself out, usually the play will be an advantage of you. Diaz may be trying to hope that goes too high for Chronic, but he was ready for it, as he will send Diaz to the back wall. He's going to bounce one towards his net because he knows Chronic is not there to shoot. And now Chronic is trying to catch back up. A little read off the bump in order to tap this one away, but it is still in Diaz's control. Chronic has no choice to kind of continue to dive because it's a big boost advantage for Diaz. He's waiting for his chance, and now here is his specialty, the back wall dribble. He does have the reset this time. Staring at Chronic, Chronic still makes the save.
And Chronic is resisting once again, trying to put himself in the conversation alongside Roas for the best goalkeeper we've seen this weekend. And he is racking up the saves to a crazy number. There's that same idea again by Diaz, but this one's going to work out. It sticks around in the middle. If he can't get it past Chronic on the first try, at least he can force the bad save.
Yeah, it's a big nod to Chronic from what we've seen so far. The fact that he hasn't been given these opportunities. You know, he's trying to cover everything. Getting the save is one thing. Diaz can often follow them up, and for the most part, Chronic has been able to end possessions. This time it doesn't work out as he slams one under the side wall, and now another kickoff in favor of Diaz, who will roll up into a 50 as he gets the reset this time. They'll land right next to each other. Chronic has yet another save and does a great job rotating his car to get this into the corner, but a great little dash recovery from Chronic. How is he keeping these out?
The flip resets the defense for Chronic. The wall dash is the defense, and now the demo as he transitions. The net is open, and he slots it. Chronic is putting up a defensive masterclass. He's somehow surviving the Diaz onslaught.
Getting the counterattack as well. He has kept Diaz to only 3 goals on 9 shots. So 6 saves again for Chronic. Doesn't seem like it will work in the long run to just let Diaz go after you over and over again. We saw in the MENA final a similar matchup. You pointed out, you know, Chronic and Roas. Well, Roas ultimately came out not the better of Nupo in that best of 7. So a nice pre-flip redirect here to stop this shot, as Chronic not going to be allowed to fall down off the side or the back wall easy, but Diaz dives again and it'll be Chronic goal.
Well, Diaz, he knew Chronic was lacking in momentum in this position. He knew that Chronic was probably on lower boost, but he underestimated Chronic's ability to just get to the ball before he did. 3-3. This is fascinating after such a one-sided game 1 to see Diaz push to the limit like this. Chronic is in a bit of a tough position here, saves it into his back corner, jumps over the demo blindly, and then almost scores with that redirect. But here's Diaz off his own backboard. The ball did graze the ceiling a little bit. That's going to force him to use more boost in this air dribble. No problem for him, but the boost wasn't there to be stolen. It's going to spawn for Chronic.
Diaz trying to close that distance again. We've seen a dunk not work from him in this position, but he's had such good movement in the corner. He's not going to try and shoot this one. Instead, go for starvation. Back flip clean. He's going to half flip land, put one on target. Top shelf. Chronic, another save, but every save costs a boost. He's not going to need much to get the counterattack.
Chronic looking like prime Roas out there. This is ridiculous. Yet another save. Smooth landing. And a win on the race to the second ball. Diaz thought he had Chronic on the ropes. Chronic comes flying out of the net and makes it 4-3.
Chronic has essentially delayed this game in the early minutes as Diaz just throwing shot after shot after shot. He was able to keep it from getting too far out of hand. And now he's done what he needs to on offense, although he's doing it out of defense still. It's going to be 30 seconds as Diaz tries to chase Chronic down. He'll pop this one up into the corner as Chronic trying to decide if he's going to stick around or allow Diaz to get his dribble going. The way he's defending against it, I don't blame him for just going back and electing to play a little bit of shadow defense. Diaz will grab the 100 boost. This might be available. Chronic, quick recovery. I need to learn my lesson. He has not been leaving the net open, but he's going to be in a tough spot. 10 seconds left to go. Chronic on the back wall. Diaz should go high to try and beat him, but Chronic makes the save. It's still boost starvation. Diaz once again has to score on this air dribble. The ball cannot hit the ground. Has to reset. Went down and caught it. Trying to get around.
No way.
Oh my goodness, what?
What a play by Diaz. Had the flip reset, Wave dashes to catch the ball, and then the air roll shot to lob it over Chronic and under the bar. With no time remaining, into overtime we go.
Chronic had his head in his hands. Diaz, it was a great adjustment based on the way Chronic has been defending. He's been pre-jumping like crazy on all those dribbles. Diaz decides, maybe I just don't even shoot it. Maybe I just go to the ground and wait and shoot it later because Chronic has been getting up so early, and it pays off. He brings it out in the exact moment he needed to. And now he's going to switch the field as Chronic leaves the play and allows Diaz to get something going. It's going to be a bounce dribble. He's staring at Chronic on the other side of the ball. It's classic 1v1. His flick does get denied. Diaz is around, though. They're both playing chicken. Who's going to go for the ball? It's going to fall into Diaz's hands. He wants the ball. He gets it. Chronic goes up. It doesn't matter.
Oh, and Chronic is just full of emotions after that when he throws his hands up in the air, because he'll probably know that that was his ball to play. But he just didn't want to go for it. Diaz bumps him in the follow-through and makes it 3-1. Oh, that's got to be painful for Chronic. We were right around the corner from a tie series. But just like that, the more aggressive player had the bravery to go for the ball. It looked pretty even. I think it was dead between them. They're both sideways. But you can see Diaz was kind of posturing to make a move on it. Chronic was sort of pretending.
Yeah, they're just trying to decide. Chronic is worried that if he gets there a little bit late and Diaz slams side wall, then Chronic is going to go flying past and the net's wide open. So they're just both trying to see who's going to take the risk. And ultimately, it just falls into Diaz's control. And get this, Diaz, timeout. He's gone.
Yeah,
he's
Diaz.
gone. He's gotten the win. He's ran away.
Winner's timeout. It's a 1v1 special. This is not bad manners. This is just something we've been seeing in the 1v1s in RLCS this season. Winner of a tense game says, I've got to be right back after that one. This is ridiculous. And away he goes. Yeah, Chronic, he looks like he's in good spirits at least, despite the fact he'll consider that a throw. Like, there's no questions asked. He will call that a throw. To himself, to anyone who asked him. Although pro players tend to throw the word throw around quite a lot, so that's not really saying much.
Yeah, Chronic, you can tell he's in the call. He's actually one of the guys that a long time ago I was first surprised when I heard it, but since then I've gotten real used to it. Almost expect it from players at times, where you just hang out with somebody in the call. Like Chronic, he used to hang out with his buddies during show matches just so he could have somebody to chat to stay calm and not worry too much. You see him laughing about it. I think there's a world. We saw Wavy earlier. He was clearly kind of by himself, beating himself up for every play that maybe wasn't going his way. We saw that from Matos as well. Chronic's chilling. He's laughing around. If he was worried about it too much, clearly somebody has helped him, or he's got voices in his head and he just loves talking to himself, and he's effectively corrected his attitude. But Diaz is back. He's getting ready. He's got 3 chances to try and get to the grand final.
This is promising for the other players in the tournament as well. It's not just Chronic who's winning. Well, I mean, Chronic is losing. It's not just Chronic who's maybe, gaining winning percentage today. A lot of people thought this was going to be a sweep for Diaz, especially after game 1, but Chronic is making it extremely close. Could easily be tied 2-2 here if it wasn't for brilliance from Diaz in the clutch. But the other players, Evo first killer, if they're watching this, they're probably thinking, okay, Diaz doesn't look 100% today. He looks a little bit nervous. He's making some mistakes. And that bodes well for Evo first killer, whoever plays against Diaz, should he make the grand final. He has to beat Chronic first. One more time.
Diaz, a rare first touch on his dribble that is not on target, so Chronic doesn't really get too worried. He knows he's going to have to use his flip to get it anywhere near the net. Kind of similar to what Chronic just did. An air dribble that is off to the left side of the wall. Diaz waits and gets ready for the flip and is able to stop it. We'll stay tied at 0-0 as these two guys send shots back and forth.
Chronic brings it down. He actually tries to bait Diaz into pre-jumping into a challenge too high. Just rolled the ball at him, but Diaz did not commit on that occasion. Oh, he's flipped out of the way though. That's open. Chronic takes the open net gladly, as Diaz just flipped the wrong way. I don't know if he was planning on getting a slight touch on the ball right there. He probably was, but it's made to look a bit silly there by Chronic's shot.
Yeah, I think he's hoping maybe in that moment as he flips, the ball is directly over the back of his car. If it is, then maybe he pops it up while he goes to pick up boost, but that's not what happened. Kickoff his favor as he stares down Chronic. He's going to take it to the side wall. He loves himself a good wall to air dribble. Has himself a reset. Chronic is staying moving in net, trying to be something that's hard to read, and Diaz waits it out, allows Chronic to challenge, and Chronic will follow it for the second goal.
And once again, Chronic able to counter. Diaz overextension. Solid challenge by Chronic, straight through the middle of the ball. Makes it 2-0. You know, we've seen this before. We saw it between the MENA grand finalists as well. How hard it could be to win that 5th game when you're already on match point. To win game 6, it's difficult, and it's very possible that Chronic can use this position Diaz is in to his advantage.
Diaz trying to get some offense, didn't get the cleanest recovery, and that might actually result in a Chronic goal because he's not going to be able to get back. Chronic has been snappier. Again, we see another goal that starts on the back wall of Chronic. The whole game has been played over here on this blue half. Just a question of whether or not Chronic has been able to escape and shoot at open nets. It is 3 saves, triple the saves for Chronic so far, just barely into the game. And you know, it's not, that's been the case even when Diaz has been winning. It's just been way more shots for Diaz. Nice read. Chronic, but he puts it a bit too far. He was trying to get it around the defender. And now Diaz, will he go back the other way? He loves these dribbles at ceiling height that are so tough to do. A roll through the ball. This is not his best setup, but even then he's still maybe able to keep it away. Didn't pick up the back corner, so he'll have to leave.
Yeah, that was wayward by Diaz. He didn't have the first touch in the direction he wanted. He's got to be careful here. Chronic threatening bumps, threatening continuation, more touches on the ball. Chronic's looking extremely good. You know, after a tough loss there, his experience is showing through. He knows that there's no point feeling sorry for yourself. That's not going to help you win the next game. He just gets right back to it. He's in a bit of trouble here, though. Diaz scores his first of the game as Chronic gives him too much space and too much of the goal to aim at.
Yeah, just double jump setup. This bounce is so tough to read. There's so many different places that Diaz can put it. Chronic starts to recognize that his only way out of this is to go challenge the ball, but as he does, Diaz will sneak it in behind him. Diaz really has a ton of time. Sure, 3 straight for Chronic. That's nothing here in 1v1 as Diaz will get a corner boost steal. Can he convert this to a goal? He tried to flip out to the ball. Chronic might have a shot. Lands back down to redirect it, but a bit of a dangerous play there from Diaz. He's now going to try and beat Chronic to the ball, but Chronic is way ahead. Has a catch. Can he get the angle? He does!
What shot by Chronic as he gets up way too fast for Diaz. Centers it to himself with a deft of touches and a finish to match it. 3-goal gap opens up again as Diaz struggles to close out the series in 5. Chronic is playing, you know, probably his best game we've seen so far. He's been confident. He's been aggressive, even though it's his tournament life on the line.
He's in control again. He's going to try and accelerate this out past Diaz. Diaz makes a save, gets a demo, but does not get the boost. Diaz doesn't mind. He'll go to the other side wall like he always does and take to the skies yet again. I like this first touch a little bit better than some of his previous ones. He's going to go for the flick. That sends it down to the ground. He gets Chronic to get into the net, which is huge because otherwise he might have been looking at a counterattack.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Diaz. Mechanically, not the execution on the finishing touch he wanted, but still, it's good to see him pulling out those shots that we expect to see from him. The shots that he's always had as part of his offensive arsenal whenever he is peaking, whenever he's winning against some of the best in the world. Here he comes again. Later reset this time. Uses it early. Can't get the dunk. Gets Chronic on the counter for 5-1.
Chronic's defense has been the difference, and Diaz is tall next. This is more than enough time to make up 4 goals, but it just goes to show the mental battle that Chronic is winning and how Diaz feels like he can just not break through.
Oh, no, I have to think this is a mistake. He just gave him that one way too easily. Even if he feels like he's going to, maybe lose this game. 4 goals in 1v1, that's nothing in over 90 seconds. That really is not much. And Diaz could have, just increased the risk, maybe tried some other kickoff strats. I'm pretty shocked. I can't believe he's given him that one that easily. I think that's just going to make Chronic feel even more confident. The fact that he didn't even have to play full game. He's like, oh, cool, I beat Diaz in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Like, Chronic is going to be feeling great all of a sudden.
That's a great point. I mean, based on how this series has been going, I bet Chronic doesn't feel comfortable ever. So he's kind of sweating his 5-1 lead every win he gets. He's, oh, yes, thank goodness. This game could tilt away at any second. All of a sudden, Diaz says, guess what? You have it. You already have it. I'm not going to try and steal it from you, which, yeah, I mean, Chronic might start believing. Maybe he can finally, forget game number 1 and feel like he actually has an edge here over Diaz. Diaz, he's just looked like he is not as comfortable in the air. I mean, he's going all in. Times that he doesn't, I feel like he's normally so good at not allowing counterattacks, saving that boost like you mentioned, but Chronic is forcing him to maybe go all in when he didn't previously, and then he's also converting on those as well. So we'll see if Neo Tokyo can change anything. Sometimes early forfeits, they end up working out, but it'll be one that'll be a head scratcher if it doesn't here in game number 6.
I'd be very surprised even if Chronic's ahead with a similar scoreline with over a minute left in this game. I'd be very surprised if Diaz forfeits with that similar scoreline again. You've got to put pressure on Chronic here. You've got to make him defend. Defending in Rocket League is so stressful, and Chronic in this situation can't defend well enough to stop Diaz from scoring. And just think about it. Even if Diaz didn't come back in the last game, you could have forced Chronic to make another 5 world-class saves. Just more stress and more exhaustion on the defender, in my opinion.
And that was the first game that Chronic, I think, I haven't watched really close, I'm just pretty sure, that he outshot him. He had more shots than Diaz did. And I bet if Diaz plays out the few minutes, it's going to end up looking like it did before. Sure, Chronic has a few more saves, he gets a couple more goals, but at least he's forcing Chronic to play on the back foot like he has been all series. But instead, he's into a new game. He's got a lead, and he's got a read for the first time in a while on Chronic.
Oh, Chronic tried to make a move early defensively. And Diaz just hits him with the reset from up top. Down into the net. Had a little double on the goal line just for good measure, but Chronic for once was not challenging from goal side. His pre-jumps have been perfect in this matchup. Oh, he's conceded a kickoff goal as well. Chronic down 3. And now suddenly Diaz early forfeit is starting to look a lot more viable. Chronic's tried to delay some kickoffs here, and they have really not worked even remotely in his favor.
One way Diaz could really shut us up about the timeout is to have another game 1. If he comes out here and just dominates all over again, clearly he knows what he's doing. As Chronic should have won this kickoff, but gets a really heavy touch that might take away some of his opportunities. He's trying to low 50 Diaz into a bad challenge, but Diaz has done enough, and now faking here will grab the midfield 100. Chronic has nothing left, so really no choice but to just boom one on target, hope for a boost steal. He's not going to get it. This ball is floating. Diaz is faking the dribble this time, getting Chronic to pre-jump and going down to the ground. Now an air dribble bump. But he'll connect on this one.
Okay, that is proof to me that Diaz is definitely not tilted after the early forfeit last game, because this is such a smart play to go to against Chronic in this style he's going for defensively. So much shadowing, so reactive to all of Diaz's moves. He didn't have many angles to escape from the air dribble bump. Well executed one also from Diaz.
Chronic's had the game plan. I don't know how explicitly he thought about it before, but pre-jump the Diaz dribbles. Diaz tried to pre-jump his dribble. This one is going to bounce off the backboard. Both of them low on boost, and it's going to play into Diaz's favor as Diaz picks up the midfield 100 and now going to get back to work. I like this chip off the sidewall better than what I saw from him earlier. Can he get into the top right? He's put it near the net, but Chronic will be able to clear it away.
Diaz trips him up, demos him, and he's got every shot in the entire game available to him. All the options. What's it going to be? It's going to be ground to air dribble. Over the top of Chronic attempted, but Chronic again so easily adjusts and gets that last touch to deflect the ball clear. Look out for the counter down the middle here. Chronic does block that with his presence, steals the ball away. Still scoreless, 2 minutes in. Plenty of time to go. Chronic to work with.
Chronic in a good spot. Diaz has managed to hold on to boost. He's going to perfectly shadow and
no way.
Drop the ball and hook shots. It'll be Chronic's first goal.
I love this play from Chronic. Just hiding behind the ball a little bit, showing just how powerful it can be to get alongside the ball, accelerate it to that far post. Not only that, he caught Diaz looking to reverse challenges teams. Diaz at the brakes, he was about to make a move. Just got the timing all wrong. There's a delayed kickoff again by Chronic. These are not working out very well against Diaz, but oh, hold on. He's ball chasing, he sees an opening, and he scores again.
Diaz trying to pop this one out of danger, thought he did enough, but he's not right. Chronic goes up to meet it and ends up getting himself a goal, sneaking his way through. He's heading to a kickoff again. Halfway through the game, Diaz got himself a little bit of a lead, but it's not another game one. Chronic has kept his wits about him and is starting to come back here with a possession in his favor. Heavy touch into the corner means he's just going to back off and allow Diaz to hand it back to him. Wants to go over the top of the pre-jump. Diaz tries to adjust.
Wow.
It hits the post and it's not in, and it'll have to be a reset.
Yeah, good boost spawn there for Chronic to steal away. Diaz rips the wall shot. What a finish. That didn't look like he had much time, because Chronic had 100 boost. Diaz had nothing, but he wall dashes twice to gain the speed that would have otherwise been impossible to achieve.
Yeah, you think Chronic has the boost deal. He feels like he's got space and time, but guess what? The wall is boost nowadays in Rocket League. The way these guys throw those dashes, I hop on that wall, I try one dash, I'm flying off. These guys just run along the wall as if it's a boost pad. And now a 5-2 lead. Diaz going into his back corner, but not clearly with enough space, because Chronic will demo him and we'll get a touch off the back wall for a third.
Phenomenal read by Chronic. He was so ahead of the play there. Diaz wanted to move the ball across his defensive path, like he's been doing all day. Move to the side of the pitch where there's more space. Chronic cuts him off, caught him mid-flip with a demo. So impressed by Chronic in this matchup, even though he's still down in the series. He's still down in this match. He has been such an impressive defender. Such a difficult challenge for Diaz.
Diaz hasn't had boost here for this whole possession. He's finally going to go take a trip to get some. He had elected to just stick around the ball as best he could. Chronic has a reset, but ultimately forced all the way down to the ground. Diaz will challenge, wants a little bump. Chronic gets around it, and now hoping to clear this one out. Diaz is one step ahead. He's got the midfield. He's got the back 100. Chronic wants the opposite corner, and that's where Diaz has been going. So Chronic actually just received a pass from him, although he ends up handing it right back. They pass it back and forth. It'll be a Chronic goal.
Well, Chronic is just reading Diaz's mind as Diaz tries to move the ball into offensive positions. He thought he could fake Chronic out there by pretending to aerial. Chronic just makes a move, and it's a one-goal game. If Chronic can win this, he will have all the momentum going into Game 7.
He's going to get 100 boost off this kickoff. Diaz picks up a couple pads and then stares down at Chronic to see what he's up to. He's going to get himself bumped into the net. He might still be able to make a save, but he can't get back up in time. Chronic rips the crossbar down.
What a flick by Chronic as he bumps Diaz away. There's still a lot of work to be done. That is technically perfect. 5-5. Chronic comes back from behind. He is impossible to tilt out to this match even after all the pain in Game 4.
He shows that the flicks are not broken in North America. They are there if you hit them right. Diaz fortunate to bob Chronic away as he did not get a touch on the ball. Now he's going to have himself a bit of space. He'll head to the skies where Chronic will pre-jump. So far, Chronic has had these reads. This time, it gets over.
I think that's the first time we've seen Diaz simply air dribble over the top of him. A Chronic, yeah, he angled for the reset. Finally, that shot pays off for Diaz. He's been trying it all series. Chronic has read him on every occasion until now.
Turns out Diaz is just saving his mix-ups to win the game in the final moments. He'll stick with his normals all the way until then. Chronic having to try and get rid of this ball off his goal line. He's staying aggressive despite only a couple pads to work with. Diaz is going to flick this ball, or pop it up, I should say, with his flip. As he heads out to the midfield, pass back to himself. Chronic thought about going up in the air, but Diaz much quicker to it on the ceiling. Will send one into the corner. Who's going to take control of this one? Will Diaz dive? Sometimes that can be dangerous. Chronic waiting on the back wall, wants maybe Diaz to leave. Instead, will 50 with him. Diaz, no demo connect as Diaz is able to escape. Chronic, what a move! He actually gets the ball. Diaz thought Chronic was going for a bump.
but Chronic played the ball. And he got the equalizer with almost no boost. Actually, no boost left in the tank.
6-6 at 6 seconds left. Diaz was able to clutch it out last time. How are we going to head to game 7? It's a kickoff that should be in favor of Diaz. He looked like he was expecting to have to box out Chronic. He almost flipped into his half thinking he'd be there, but
no way.
Left. He's going to challenge. He's going to look not an open as it hits the ground because we got overtime here in game number 6.
What a match. What a performance from Chronic to take Diaz into deep water. Can he take him to game 7? It's Diaz again. He had the last play in regulation, the first play in overtime. Air dribble dunk. Chronic's been knocked backwards, but he still has some boost left over. He's been tripped on the landing. Diaz walks it home. That's game. Diaz will go to the grand final.
Diaz just carries him away. He collects him and says, I don't just dribble Rocket League balls, I also do Rocket League cars. As he takes him out of the play, gets around, and finishes it off. Diaz has been clutch, man. There have been some sweaty moments here against Chronic. It's not going to be easy for him for the rest of this tournament, but so far, he is up to the challenge.
Yeah, what a performance by Chronic. You know, if you expected this to be one-sided, hopefully now you have more respect for Chronic as a player, Chronic as a ones player. Unbelievable defense. He made Diaz doubt himself for moments, and he forced Diaz to win 2 overtimes, which were absolutely razor thin on a knife edge. And Diaz does the job. He's in the grand final. Chronic will have to settle for 4th.
We got more Rocket League coming up next. Who is going to be playing against Diaz in the Grands? Either Evo or First Killer coming right at you.
can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
First thing I see when I look at the car are them big boy wheels. Black on black, gotta coordinate when I...
The tournament favorite waits in the grand finals for the conclusion of our penultimate match. Diaz had his hands full with Chronic a few times there. Emotions were high on both sides, but ultimately Diaz able to finish off the job, get the win, and he will play for the title of North American 1v1 regional champion with a chance to play against Nupo, for a chance to play against Moxie. Fear, there's only 5 players left in the world with a possibility of being crowned 1v1 Rocket League World Champion, which is just crazy.
Yeah, it's wild to think. Diaz so far has shown why I gave him 70%, and he just keeps creeping up and grabbing more and more percent as there's less and less question marks. Chronic put up a good fight. I mean, I tell you what, 70 was looking really low in game number 1. I thought, what was I thinking with just 70? This guy is just built different, but Chronic played a much better series as it went on, put up a solid fight. Diaz, though, looking so strong. It's going to be tough. We're going to have to see a lot out of Evo first kill. I'm not sure if we're going to expect to see like a whole smackdown to try and give any, ground away from Diaz. But for now, he's looking like the best.
Johnny, I mean, I've been impressed kind of across the board with our players this weekend, how well they've continued to play Rocket League despite sincere emotional swings.
Yeah, the face cams are just honestly content. I mean, if you guys are enjoying the face cams, be sure to let RLCS know on socials, because yeah, the 1v1 face cams, they don't take up quite as much of the screen as 3v3, so maybe we can get these things up more often and just watch the show, because yes, Chronic especially, when he's lost a 0-second goal, lost a game, wins a game, I mean, the reactions that we're getting are so much more than what we get from him in 3v3, because the pressure is just on a completely different level, and then to defend for the amount of time he did was just crazy to watch.
Yeah, it was a very, very impressive stuff from Chronic, but ultimately running into what feels like destiny at this point. Diaz is just on a tear, fulfilling every prophecy that's been foretold about him for the last week or so. We'll see him play in the grand finals. The question is, who is he going to play against? We said there's 5 players remaining with a chance at the title of Rocket League 1v1 World Champion. First ever 1v1 World Champion. Evo and First Killer going to be the next 2 players still in that title race. One of them going to be eliminated here. I don't know though. How do you feel like, Fear, you've been around, both of you have been around the block so long here with the 1v1 scene. Do you feel like you're learning anything new about Rocket League 1v1s or about the North American scene throughout the course of this tournament?
I think what I'm learning is, and something that we actually couldn't learn really with 1v1 before, is who's Showtime. Who's Showtime? When it gets down to actual RLCS 1v1, there's no question this is the biggest tournament that NA 1v1 has had. Who is going to be able to play to their normal level? And I think that that's going to play into my prediction for this match. This is going to be one of the tougher ones to predict. So I'm going back and forth, but who is going to be Showtime will be the answer to who wins today.
I mean, Johnny, you were quoting the stats of, Wavy versus FK. That's been like Wavy the last 4 times they've played. Who is Showtime seemed to be a difference maker in that match.
It really did, and we mentioned the face cams earlier. We could really see on Wavy's expression that he just wasn't enjoying his performance. He wasn't happy, compared to Chronic, where although we're getting all of those big time reactions, I think the kids call it crashing out these days. He's getting right back to it, and he's putting up great plays the next game. that I'm sure he could be proud of, and he's smiling because ultimately you have to enjoy the experience. If you're going to beat a guy like First Killer, if you're going to beat a guy like Diaz, these seasoned 1v1 vets, you need to just stay positive. And it sounds cliche, but it's so important because you're going to get bumped, you're going to get demoed, you're going to get scored on, you're going to be made to look silly at times. Kickoff goals are going to go against you, but you just got to go next play, reset. And yeah, that's something to look out for in this next match for sure.
2 more matches on the day. First Killer, the greatest of all time in North America. He's been called many times this weekend. Evo will be the next player taking a shot at the King. Can he make it through to the grand finals to take on Diaz, or will it be FK versus Diaz, as we foretold at the beginning here? First Killer back in the zone, back in the hot seat, and trying to continue on the momentum from earlier today.
Yeah, First Killer, he was absolutely cruising there in his matchup. We were seeing what we expect from him, the speed, just heavy touches, staying on the ball. We saw him mix it up a little bit there and then decided to go back to what was working, which Evo is going to like to play defense. This is the matchup that we watched earlier. This is the matchup that I specifically watched in the group stage, Evo and First Killer, and it was truly unlike any match I have ever seen. Evo took it to the absolute extreme in terms of his willingness to stay on defense. For example, we just watched Diaz versus Chronic. Chronic was forced to play defense. He didn't really have a choice. It felt like he had to play from there with how good Diaz was getting control and starting air dribbles. Evo almost picked to play out of defense. He would let First Killer have the ball and continue to play in the net, and he ended up getting the win. He got a 3-2 win, so he managed to do that against First Killer in the group stage. The question is, who is going to be able to do it here in the big time?
It's interesting looking back on the match they played just a few days ago, because this is a rematch, as you pointed out, a match that just happened. Evo did take that one in 5 games. Evo's wins were 1 to 2 goal games. First Killer's wins were 3 to 5 goal margins there. So when he was winning, FK was running away with it. But when Evo was winning, it was, again, that defensive series you're talking about there. He was holding it down, getting just enough to get the job done, and then making sure that FK didn't score. Did he learn enough? Is he going to be able to adjust and find a new tool in his bag to take down this new defensive Evo here? Let us know in chat what you think. Hashtag FK for First Killer, hashtag EVOH for Evo there. And Johnny, do you think he's got it? Do you think he's going to have a new tool in the bag? I'm actually really excited about the predictions here. I don't know what you guys are going to pick.
I actually just realized I hadn't put my prediction in the sheet, so sorry, production. But I'm going to say now that I think it's First Killer. I think, beating Wavy in a convincing fashion, it's enough for me to think that he's going to swing this really, really close series in his favor. Evo and First Killer have been super close recently, and I do love watching Evo's new style, the more composed, the more calculated version of Evo compared to the guy who just blitzing it around the pitch that we used to see in the past.
All right, Fear?
I love this matchup. I love seeing Evo play in this big time moment because I've been watching him since the very beginning. He has played the most on my channel than anybody else. If there's anybody who's watched Evo games, it's me. And what he has gotten to, the level that he's gotten to, has been quite impressive. But when I talked about earlier who I think is maybe going to be Showtime, I think First Killer has gotten to these grand finals, played these big moments a little bit more. Evo hasn't had as much experience here. I think it's going to be close. I mean, this is the toughest one.
Man.
Early on, I had my predictions all the way till the end. This was the one I was like, I'm going to have to see what happens today. And based on what I saw from First Killer playing against Wavy, I'm also going to go First Killer.
This is the beauty of why we have to play it too, because we've seen FK, but we haven't seen Evo today. We don't know what form Evo's in right now. This is going to be his first match, and the question of, do you want to have to play the marathon? Do you want to have to play? Do you want to come in just like fresh, just play your one match? Is him being cool, him having a cool down engine, is that going to be more valuable than having the warmed up momentum that FK's got here? Only one way for us to find out. I also I hate that we're all just kind of saying the same story here, but I think it's true. I think FK, he's been in this spot so many times. It's gonna be a difference maker. I mean, but surely, like, is there a mistake he can make that would change this up? Because it's not just about is it really just a mental game here, Johnny?
For me, I think it's a little bit of First Killer against First Killer. If he can avoid overextending, I think he takes this. His shots look good, so yeah, I think that's where we're all backing him.
Okay, well, we'll see if he can get it done here. Evo, he took the win last time this match happened. Does the defense hold up in this environment again for a second round, folks? There's one spot left in the grand finals of the first ever North American 1v1 Regional Open, folks. Who will face off against Diaz? Will it be First Killer or will it be Evo? Let's find out.
We began the day with 6. We are now down to 3. Diaz awaits the winner of what Fear has called the big time, Evo on the one side, First Killer on the other side. A rematch of the group stage. Let's get into it.
This is actually going to be one for the books. This could have been a potential grand final bait. I'm so stoked for this. This is where we find out if First Killer truly is the absolute GOAT of NA.
We sure are going to find that out right here and right now. Evo, we haven't seen him yet today, but already he's coming out swinging. 12 seconds in. He dispossesses FK off the ball, selects it, and a nice easy goal for Evo.
Definitely what you're going to need to, right? I think kickoff goals are going to be Evo's best opportunities against First Killer, especially because once this ball starts to go into play, it's going to become a whole other ball game. But FK off the rip catches Evo off guard.
He sure does. And listen, if you're just now tuning in, you're like, wow, I didn't see what Evo has been bringing to the table in this 1v1 setting. Well, let me set the table for you. Evo, he's got a flawless mechanical gameplay. He's smooth on the ground. You're going to be in awe watching him go left to right, up and down. And then, on top of that, his defense has been on one the whole entire tournament, really frustrating players. They talked about it on the desk. The games that Evo was winning, they were defensive games. FK, he's going to try to go with speed, power, constantly harassing, being in your face, making you awkward, and it's up to Evo to see how he can contend against FK's ferocity and just pure tenacity on the offensive end.
One of the things, too, like you talked about, First Killer is going to be in your face for the mass majority of this series. So Evo, his biggest challenge is going to be trying to create space for himself to take shots. Just because First Killer is so dominant and possessive, but if you take him off the field, the net is yours.
And that is, the net will exactly be his. Evo got a little wobble right here. We're going to have to watch the replay. Oh. Sometimes, listen, y'all, even the best in the game can sometimes make a mistake. FK, it's been called out twice. Once by dispossession and steal, as I'll call it, and another time off a demo. And we just saw FK not too long ago, about 2 matches ago, where he really kept the game tight against Wavy. And Wavy was not really expecting FK to play so close at all times. And honestly, FK's aerial game as it goes right here wasn't that successful, but already 1 for 1 FK is against Evo.
No, this is such a great play, too. He had a lot of space on it. Evo did have the boost to be able to go up, but just the fake on the touch to let it float in. These are the mind games, literally just the beginning of the mind games that First Killer is going to be putting out towards Evo.
That's right, and Evo, he's not going to want to have too many of those delayed kickoff, though, from Evo. Gets a wave dash after it as well. FK comes straight through. Speed flip kickoff. Kind of backflip, though, honestly. I think that might have been a mechanical error from FK on the kickoff, and Evo's going to take advantage of that. FK needs to flip through the ball. He ends up losing that amount of inertia, amount of power he needs to put in the ball off the kickoff, and it automatically goes in Evo's favor every single time. FK's not going to want to see that one again.
Definitely not here. Shot opportunity for Evo if he can make the cut. He does, I think, almost. He pitches it off the post, keeps it out, but that's not going to stop Evo. He takes his time here. Got a full tank to work with. The world is his, and unfortunately, he chose the top post.
And he unfortunately does miss out on that, but Evo kind of playing with his food right here. Young man up in the sky, checked down to see where FK was. Doesn't like his initial first touch. He wants to play this corner boost. Can he get it? No, he doesn't. He's going to have to retreat now. First Killer has definitely spied that out, and now he knows Evo's grabbed the mid boost. FK mounts the flick, top left corner. Evo, you put a hand up, but it simply wasn't strong enough.
Definitely was not going to be strong enough. That is a laser. We've been waiting all day to see this flick, by the way. It's been attempted so many times, and you would think, yes, in a world that it is considered basic in the one's realm, but no. It's a First Killer. It is just another arsenal in his pack. Off the kickoff, though. Pretty standard. Goes on back, orange side. Evo takes his shot. Even the demo's not going to stop that from going in.
First Killer hit with his own medicine right there. Gets the boost grab stone, but he left the ball. Boost over ball in the 1v1 scene at this level. When there's only 3 of you left vying to become an NA 1v1 champion, it's simply not going to cut it. FK probably scored at least about 4 or 5 times like that against Wavy in the last series. You think he'd be knowledgeable. You think he'd know not to do it. But even the best still end up having that little mishap occur. But it doesn't matter, though. Because once again, First Killer, just like in the series against Wavy, continues to score kickoff goals.
Those kickoff goals are going to be pretty detrimental to Evo if he doesn't get a grip on them. But for the most part, he's done fairly well, taking his time, has his flip to use, but opts to go straight to the ground and float it almost in. He just keeps keeps going a bit too high to that crossbar. And again, possession loss goes straight to FK. Is going to let Evo have the time with this ball on this one. Half that game tied all the way around. And I think he might...
Nice save.
Oh, he's saving that. Never mind. I was like, maybe there's a world where you catch out FK. I'm sorry. I forget that he's like low-key just faster than everybody else.
He kind of does look faster than everybody else, but the defense not looking that great right here. He had a moment in the series against Wavy where he kind of looked like Rawaz for a second, jumped really high, but Evo sets up the air triple bump play quite well. Doesn't give FK that much space to operate. FK maybe should have faked. Tried to drop back down just to give Evo something to think about, food for thought perhaps. But ultimately, Evo scores the goal, and right there, FK's gonna have to make that adjustment. Ball in his favor though right now, brings it up high. He's already been 1 for 1 in the aerial attempts, goes to try to make it 2 for 2, doesn't. Evo there to meet him.
It's a good challenge from Evo too. And
Counter attack too.
This is the second time we've seen this, although this time it is gonna work. He will be just a tiny bit faster to match pace with FK, and Evo gets his 2-goal lead. I don't know how many people expected that off in this game number 1. I mean, even FK, you can see it on the face cam, a little like, all right, what's going on? Like, it's not like set up and lock in mode, but it definitely is like, should be a lot closer.
Oh my gosh, Evo, that's like the 4th kickoff goal in a row, young man. You gotta play attention. Boost over ball again. This is unacceptable at this level. Evo, play ball! You're way faster for the boost. FK's gonna sit there and score that every single time. Evo, you're playing a good game. But more and more kickoff goals go in favor of FK, the greater chance he has at winning the game.
And that's what we were talking about at the beginning of this particular game. Kickoff goals between these two especially are going to change everything. It'll make it an extremely high-scoring game too.
Good speed.
This one out past mid. Another touch. FK is just kind of shadowing it. Takes it for his own, pop up into the air. Evo doesn't quite have enough. He's just going to have to time it right, and he won't, and it's a tied game overall.
Oh, he won't be happy with himself. I know he's kicking himself. I'm looking at the camera right now. The defense was not up to snuff in this moment. Flips the wrong way. I think he's suspecting maybe an air dribble bump, but FK didn't really have the space, nor did he even honestly set it up in that direction. The ball's gonna end up coming to Evo. He's in the correct position, but he just has an unfortunate error right there. 6-6. Both players still filling each other out, evenly matched. Evo takes a shot, 0 boost to his name. Can FK wrap back around to the speed man coming away? FK, quick crossover, snap the head, layup basically. First killer showing you. It's all about speed and a 1v1 for him, man. Wave hands off the wall, pop back, crossover to the right, hit your back to the left. 1-2, in your net, nothing you can do.
That's just, I mean, when you hear the phrase first killer doing first killer things, that is the perfect example of it. To him, that is just so unbelievably natural. Now Evo's gonna have to get back into this one. Just over a minute left to go here in this game number 1. Another shot on target. Speed sends this one out to the side, but first killer fast enough to keep it in Evo's half. For now, Evo tries to take a shot. Power enough to send it back with Bates. Less than a minute to go. And another one on net. I don't know if Evo's coming back from this.
Listen, the kickoff hasn't been in his favor, so he's got to have some work to do. But also, he keeps trying to play a speed game against first killer. And I don't necessarily know if that's in the best interest of the young man right there. At FK, he's comfortable. He might be the best in the game, no matter the region, and just booming the ball with power, with speed. And that has always been the case since he entered the RLC way back in about 2019, 2020. Evo trying to make something happen right here, though. Bumps out FK. FK's going to stay close, though. Of course he is. Evo's not expecting it. FK just going to keep running around with this ball. And Evo, 30 seconds left. He's got a lot of work to do. Big cut. And does just that.
First killer, he recognizes the cuts, but he's also doing it himself, too, and keeping him pretty much boxed into his own half. If he can get around the arc right there, no, he'll let it off. Granted, you are up by 2, so you don't got to challenge too hard, risk anything here. Evo just trying to get out. 9 seconds on the clock. First killer trying to get some recovery off the ceiling. Pinch down to the ground. Might have wasted just enough time. It does. That game number 1 is going to first killer.
GG's in the chat from both players. First killer continuing his momentum he's had throughout the whole entire lower bracket. It's all started when he ultimately ended up losing 3-2 against Evo in the group stage of this tournament on Friday. Both of these players really showing what they have to offer. Evo, I expect to see a little more, though, in game number 2. Not too much offensive firepower coming from him this time around. A couple counterattack goals, a couple just quick wave dash pop shots from distance. But not too much threatening First Killer's net in particular. And then also the kickoff. First Killer at least had about 3 goals off the kickoff, maybe even 4. We want him to be a little more clinical, him as an Evo. Be a little more clinical on the kickoff. Maybe mix something up to throw FK off and ultimately end up winning possession.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think those kickoffs were detrimental to a mass majority of this part because Evo, for the most part, kept up fairly well. I do want to say, though, his quality in comparison to FK, definitely under where he was at, right? FK, every shot, it felt very, very intentional. Evo, it felt like you were pressed for time when you finally were able to get into FK's half and have a shot or two, right? So now it's the same thing we were saying before. Evo needs to create space for himself, give himself some time, and I mean, what better place to do it than Forbidden Town?
A better place to do it. You're right about that. Game number 1, everybody should be calm down. Locked in. What kind of kickoff was that? Fear would know. Fear and Johnny would know. Evo like jumped so early and just got belly flopped the ball from distance. That was kind of impressive. Brings it back down the flavor of the month. Backdoors wave dash. Tries for a 50-50. FK's there to meet him. That's what we want to see if you're an Evo fan. Some creativity on the offensive end. First Killer ends up making a mistake. Can Evo capitalize? He can't. The power simply isn't there. FK gets away with 1.
It's so unfortunate, too, because it really was a good second attempt, but now you got to get back in time. FK must be denied. Power off back. He's just going to send it to his own corner and get that boost spawn. Really just try again from his half to the other. Taking his time with it. Here comes the Evo challenge. This one's sent upfield. Takes his time with it. Leaves it almost on the ground there, but FK again. Another good read.
A little fortunate for FK right there. Kind of had a little bit of a, I would call a late flip. A little bit caught off guard, but it ends up working out for him. Evo didn't take the shot. Didn't realize that was going to come. And you can't blame Evo right there. You can't really expect First Killer to make too many mistakes. There's a rough high for FK. Blocked out by Evo. Great defense. Evo should be able to turn this around to a goal, and he will turn this around to a goal. 1-0 to Evo. Great defense.
Really, really good defense, too. And also just beautiful recovery. The way that he was just able to get his car flat back on the ground, take that shot within like a half a second's time. That's the level of speed at which he's going to be needing to think against First Killer in this game number 2.
Herc, I'm going to be, listen, I know you like looking at the camera, so when Evo's camera pops up, I need you to tell me whenever this happens throughout the series, if he ever changes his expression. Right now, he's sat with his head slightly tilted every single time, and I can't read him. So if he ever smiles or ever just shows any form of emotion, chat, y'all make sure to mark it down. And Herc, if you can catch it, let me know.
The most I've seen out of him is like a lip quiver, if I'm honest. Up on the post.
Listen, I'll be expecting that call if it happens. First Killer.
I got you, Chief.
Down by 1. FK trying to do a little crossover. My gosh, and this man Allen Iverson, come on, when he has the rock, he's just going by whoever's in his way. Look at this man go. Mama can have this dance. Right to left, back to the left again. Bang! In your net, Evo. You're lost in the sauce.
Okay, Evo's camera is either frozen or really truly has zero emotion right now. I don't know how you get your ankles broken and still don't even produce like an eye roll at that point. But he's gonna try it. Maybe he can do something to FK, make his eyes roll. Another shot on target. First Killer. Save out to the corner here. Just taking his time, no boost. Still enough power to flick this one up. But I don't know, man. Tied game at nearing the halfway point here. This is the lowest scoring we've seen between them, I think, all weekend.
Oh, beautiful fake. Lovely stuff from First Killer. Recognize that Evo is in a tough position right here. Honestly, probably knew he had low boost, if not zero boost, and just backflips out of it. And I think Evo's card language, when he jumped so early to block it, gave First Killer the knowledge that Evo's in a bad spot. He's playing my shot way too early. If I back off of this, he can't get to it. And First Killer recognized it with just pure precision to win him.
That 237 mark here. Of course, you guys know the rules. You can FF after that halfway point, although this is way too close to even think about that. Evo, enough power to take a shot on target, but the easiest save out to the side here for FK to follow. And First Killer, not even forcing anything, even on low boost.
Low boost right here, Evo. Has a lot of space to his name. Both of these players kind of giving to each other a lot of respect, and neither player necessarily really trying to take over too much offensively. Just waiting to see when the openings happen, when the little tiny, minute mistakes occur, and trying to take advantage of each other that way. Neither player playing too offensively. Evo still sticking to his defensive style. Fake challenge on first killer, baits out the flick. He should be able to attain possession right here if he plays this right. First killer grabs the mid 100 boost. Evo, first killer backs up. Evo takes his time, soft flick. All there just to maintain the boost. He stays with it, but he gets cut up by first killer again. And FK with the easiest goal so far of the series.
Oh my God, that's what you were talking about too, though. Those small little mistakes that you can catch. The second Evo was just a bit off the wall, FK was like, all right, this is mine. All the way down to the end. 2-goal lead here for first killer. 93 seconds left on the clock. Feels like an immense amount of time to just continue to build on your lead. A little bit of a failed musty, but it doesn't matter. It's still in his net.
Listen, this is Freestyle Fridays. That deserves a 0.
I was like, listen, I'll call the failed musty. I don't know about scoring it. They might start flaming.
Listen, but since it's in a 1v1, all that matters is that it is a bucket. And Evo has a lot of respect to FK right there. And honestly, if first killer got a good contact on that, there's not much Evo can do, so fair play to him. Evo finally gets a kickoff go to his name. Standard kickoff for both players right there, and this Evo just ultimately ends up winning that one outright. He needed that right there, too. The momentum was starting to sway too much in first killer's favor.
Yeah, these kickoff goals are really where Evo's going to be able to kind of get back into these weird lows throughout the series. Though this one almost found its way in. Great little save there. Off the post, keeps it out. First killer just all the way back. And just a reset from his end to the other. Let's see what he does with this. Into the ceiling. Takes his time, has his flip, uses it on target now.
Great block by Evo. He's really just meeting FK almost every single time up in the sky. He's to get his goal right here. Goes air rope, he connects. Great play from Evo. Set it up the whole entire way through. Defense and the offense. He's absolutely balling out. Comes around. He can go for the reset. Says, I don't mind. Sees and spots FK on the back wall, and that's a bad spot for FK. Any player in that moment they see in the back wall, they're gonna try to hit you every single time. Exactly what Evo does. 3-4 now, 48 seconds left. Evo trying to make a comeback in game number 2.
He's got no boost on this one. FK was the one that got the mid, so he is gonna have to retreat here. And it's a little awkward. Timed well though, but here comes the cut. You're gonna have to make the second save. He does. But the third one is not going his way. I was like, man, we are getting to that corner boost really slow there, Evo.
Yeah, 50-50. FK, great play by him, honestly. He didn't commit to the shot. He just played the 50-50, and Evo's coming in with speed. As long as FK just puts a body on it, puts something up that makes the ball have to stop right there. The 50-50 is not going to be threatening. It might not lead to a shot like it did, but it's still going to put FK in a good position. If FK commits to the shot right there, the 50-50 could go in the opposite direction, and that's not where he wanted. Ends up going in his favor. Evo has a lot of work to do. Reset right by FK with 0 boost to his name. 4-5.
I mean, now you got the time to get back into this, although it is one of the more dangerous moments. But just beautiful timing overall from Evo. But timing of kickoffs has not quite been his favor, although the last 2 times it has. We're going to see third times is the charm to try and tie things up.
Right here, what's Evo go for? A standard kickoff. Should be a shot. Air roll coming. Puts it on net. FK's there to meet it. Evo should have an opportunity. He should know that FK's long boost. Takes a shot. It's weak as ever. He expected to be a little more power, but he's got to close the distance. First killer, of course he is. Oh, Evo in a tough spot. Should be able to collect the boost and ball. Oh, he doesn't want it. 24 boost. 0 seconds left. Evo fakes up high. Somebody shoot, please. And first killer ends up snuffing it out. Does what he does. GG's in the chat. FK up 2-0.
I mean, I do gotta hand it to Evo. This was a better sign of progress. I see the tiniest of smirks, but that could just be like the natural line of his smile. So yeah, same expression all the way through for him. I mean, at that point though, you can't really be shocked. It is first killer at the end of the day who you are going up against. You can see it in the replays. It's the genuine first killer doing first killer things. Even he sometimes is shocked at some of the things he was pulling out throughout the series just because Evo was gaining a little bit of momentum, but ultimately there was no taking that lead back from FK.
Yeah, first killer was on, and honestly, surprisingly, Evo had the more shots, 16 shots to 11 in that game, First Killer had to make 11 saves. It's just really the quality of the opportunities. First Killer making Evo work. A lot of left to right, horizontal direction and movement. First Killer's bringing against Evo, making him have to constantly change the course of his car from going left in a shadowing the left position, shadowing the right position. In basketball, they would say making somebody shift their hips, or in soccer, I believe they might even call that as well. So it's good play from First Killer. Evo, he did end up bringing that game back. He had definitely showed more offensive prowess and ability and capability that we know that he has. But for him to end up being First Killer, he's going to have to step it up, and he's going to have to start on DFH.
Evo, you usually don't want to be the one to say the whole back's against the wall, but if he does not take this game number 3, First Killer, not only, you know, physically on the scoreboard, but mentally is going to have it up on Evo. But Evo's not going to let that start this time. Different start to game number 3.
Yep, First Killer got a little too overeager. Thought Evo was going to try to commit to that ball. Maybe thought he was going to just squeeze the ball against the wall against Evo, keep it pinned, and then that would have allowed him to go grab that back right boost right there. But that's not what Evo ventured out for. He didn't go for the ball at all. And once again, kind of on the same plate. First Killer looking for a pinch. It doesn't connect. Evo says, I'll take the 2 freebies.
I was going to say, you got to take advantage of every single opportunity you finally can find against FK. You just got to keep building on it while you can, too, because at some point, First Killer is going to start getting a little bit closer to you and a lot more menacing and annoying.
Big smile coming out of Evo right there. First Killer shakes his head. Gotta love the cameras. Gotta love for these players, the emotion that they bring to 1v1 setting. First Killer flick. Evo there to meet him. Evo's defense has been pretty sensational so far. He has to contend again. A great flip. Then you got to reset off of that. Whoa! FK bounces off the ground quick, fast, in a hurry. He ends up scoring.
There's a whole combination of things here. The first flip, and then you thought maybe it was dead ball down, but no, it's just another opportunity to bounce up and shoot in. First Killer, if he was going to get first one to come on back, of course, it was going to be in style. And off kickoff. We just do it again. A little bit more standard. I feel like this is what we've been getting fairly often from the 2 of these guys.
Fairly often indeed. FK trips up Evo right there. Now he knows he's in a good position. Reset coming, brings it back down to flavor of the year. Not there though. Lacking the power and lacking in precision. FK brings it all the way back in this corner. He wants to reset, misses the boost. Evo spots him. He knows that FK's got the backup, and he sure does. Evo boosts his name and a whole entire pitch to work with. Brings it up high. FK on the side, coming up the ceiling. Evo spots him, goes right by him. 3 goals to Evo's name, and he's on fire right now.
Honestly, that's just a beautiful touch, too, off the ceiling, because First Killer was already up there to meet him. He had to make it just ahead of him, and he does. That 2-goal lead is going to mean a lot, though. Usually, it does not last very long.
See what happens on the kickoff right here. First Killer goes to a wave dash kickoff. Doesn't get the mid boost, though. Evo collects his back corner. First Killer fakes it out. Evo gave up too much of the net. Didn't even allow First Killer to show his hand. Honestly, Evo committed to that so hard. Give the whole entire backside of the goal. Really expected First Killer to slam it in. Great play by FK.
You just saw the slam on the brakes, too, from Evo, and you just knew that that was going in. Off kickoff. Out and over to the side. Evo's going to try and follow it. No chip shot. Just goes to take First Killer's boost. Then he just recognizes he can outplay him on it, too, in the race. Back to this net, and he will win it. That 2-goal lead taken back once again.
Evo playing real well against FK's close quarter combat, as I like to call it. He ends up getting a backflip right by him. Had a couple goals so far this game, where FK's played real tight, especially off the kickoff. Evo's come out victorious, making the necessary adjustments in order to try to give himself the best chance in the series. A lot of space for First Killer working right here. Evo closes the gap a little bit. FK pop shot. Evo has to respect it. Barely gets up in time. First Killer's got another opportunity right here. And if you're Evo, you're in a bad spot. FK, low 50, fakes out the flick. It's just pure 1v1 Rocket League from the NA GOAT.
It really just is a beautiful mind game right there. Evo, not only did he have to do the circle, but he had to figure out if FK was going up or down. And First Killer just in a beautiful position to be able to 50 that one down on the ground. Now only 1-goal deficit. Just over 3 minutes to go. Another shootout as opposed to a lower scoring game like we got in game number 2.
Great bump by Evo. He should be able to capitalize right here, and he will. Want to talk about the kickoffs. First Killer, he was winning them outright early on, but already a couple of mishaps in this game 3 to a failed pinch, committing on the first goal of the game. That was just a little too aggressive. I bumped out right there. And Evo taking advantage of every single mistake that First Killer gives him. And you give me some crumbs, I'm going to have to eat them. And First Killer trying to get right by Evo, and he sure does. Evo out of position. Going to his name. First Killer stays relevant in the game.
I feel like Evo's just like almost losing to his own mind on this one. Yes, he was a little awkward. He had to, you know, half flip backwards for it. But even then, you might have, it almost would have been better to just drive back into the net and prepare for the next one that was going to come your way. But First Killer not going to give any grace or forgiveness. Now,
Good bump. Great bump.
just a race for this ball here, one end to the other. A lot of power on this shot.
First Killer getting back to what he does. He just alluded to him. Big power shot from him. Backflip flick. I think that's what he wanted, but he didn't end up connecting. He's going to bring it back into the corner. He knows Evo's got to have 100 boosts, and he knows he's got to worry about it. Evo, is this already a back corner very early? Nah. He just wanted to bring it all the way back. I don't know if we're trying to waste time early. Too early.
At this point,
I was gonna say,
try anything.
I was going to say, Evo, what are you doing? Big boom right there from First Killer. Right over his head. Evo, you got caught napping. You ended up bringing it all the way to the back. You ended up running out of boost. And First Killer caught you flipping. You didn't flip back goal side. You flipped away.
He played
that
it well.
sniper rifle, man. When that sniper sees the goal, he's going to end up taking aim. He's going to fire away. First Killer ties up the game. 5-5. Kickoff goes his way. Bump coming. Evo, he's got to scramble. FK, rule one opportunity. Who broke it? We don't know. Evo says, don't mind if I do. Can he capitalize? He sure can.
If I'm being so honest, there's no way it was one, not Evo who broke it. I fully believe he was the one that broke it. And FK was like, man, I thought we were going to respect it and have a little fun here. He said, absolutely not. I need my one time to shine and get back into the lead. He takes it. 2:02 to go. Evo trying everything he can to get back into this game, but there's been so many of these weird little mistakes that come, honestly, from his creation.
His creation indeed, but he's got FK in a bad spot right here. Crosses him up, has a boost. FK go, oh, I thought FK was gonna jump for it, but he didn't. Great shot by Evo. Puts it right off the left post and in. And this all began because Evo had speed, won the race to the corner boost. And after the FK, just had to rely on his instincts. Didn't expect Evo to take the shot. 7-5 Evo.
Gotta hold on to that 2-goal lead. So many times you've seen First Killer come back very, very quickly. Floater out into FK's half. He just takes it back for his own. And another dribble. Sent by Suma pop and a flick, and it's it.
I mean, it's just a lovely rocket league. Earlier in the game, if y'all recall, First Killer had a dribble just like this. And he faked the reverse and went for a low 50. This time he sets it up. Evo respects DK. He doesn't want to get 50-50 again. And the FK this time says, I'm going to flick it into the top right corner. Nothing you can do. Great adjustments from First Killer. Way to set up each and every attack. But he's still down by one, and Evo does have possession.
And you definitely got to keep attempting this time. Although First Killer has got 11 shots to his name right now. Evo's just going to make it that much harder to try and come back in this game 3.
Listen, a great demo by Evo, and every single goal that Evo has, and it seems like it's so much more simple, simplistic, easier to obtain, catching FK off guard, bumping them, demoing them, breaking the rule one after FK slaps him around a couple times. First Killer, all of his goals, they seem like he has to do a lot of work and put in a lot of effort, and that might work for some games, but the easier the goals for Evo throughout the series, the better chances the young man has. And then, of course, we want to talk about him not working. Off the kickoff, right underneath the crossbar. Perfect reset. Into power, into accuracy, into a goal.
I think you heard you call him simple way too many times in that sentence and said, whoa, let me show you what I can do. A perfect way to extend that lead here and give himself at least a confidence booster in this series. He's been so down for so long, despite how fairly close the majority of the series is. Gonna try and do it again here. First Killer throws a hand up, keeps it out. Nevo's not gonna go for the immediate second shot. Instead, they 50 out for this ball in mid. Ping pong around, see who's first touch.
FK, unfortunate hit from him. He definitely doesn't want to see that happen. Evo slows it down, still being aggressive, even up by 3 or 40 seconds left. Might come back to the detriment because FK has dispossessed him with ease. Now it's 9-7. I'm a little surprised that Evo's committed to that. He must have forgot that he's playing for an NA 1v1 championship appearance. Yeah, and for all that money, because I'll tell you what I'd be doing. I wouldn't be moving. You'd have to come to me. Let's see what the necessary adjustments Evo makes right here. What's the kickoff? And so far, the ball's back in his possession. Let's see what happens. He's going to bring it back to his corner. Oh, he's running real slow. He's still trying to score the ball for some reason.
Yeah, I think that most people, when you are up by like 2 on first killer with 20 seconds to go, would play like the craziest defense of their lives. But to be fair, Evo hasn't had the best track record defensively against first killer right now. So I think taking these shots and wasting time might be his best bet to securing this game. Number 3, first killer, I think recognizes there is no time left. That'll do it. Game number 3, Evo is officially back in the series.
Sure is back in the series, and he didn't even use his timeout. Trusted in his instincts, trusted in his preparation, and he's feeling good right now. 12 shots to 11 in favor of FK right there. And Evo ends up getting the W this time around. Couple mistakes from FK though, especially on the beginning of the game. A little bit too much aggression off the kickoff. Went for a couple pinches. Went for some very opportunistic, I would say, 50-50s. And they didn't necessarily come out in his favor this time around. And Evo took advantage of every single one of those and then put him away with the air dribble reset going, went right underneath the crossbar to extend his lead to 3 and gave him enough of a cushion within the last minute to ultimately end up getting this Game 3 victory. Now, as we move forward to Utopia, it's going to be interesting to see what both players' adjustments that they make. Because first killer, we haven't necessarily seen the shooting prowess hurt that he showed against in his earlier series against Wavy. And we really want to see that if you're an FK fan.
I also do feel like if you are first killer, right, you recognize that you have a slight upper hand throughout all this. You've been playing, you know, one of the better having one of the better performances out of everybody throughout this weekend, all, you know, Diaz aside. So if you're first killer, you're kind of treating this like a marathon, not necessarily a sprint. Whereas Evo, on the other hand, is like you are playing catch up right now, right? And you're trying to get back into this one. Game number 4, Evo gonna have to adjust to some of the defensive mistakes that he was throwing out there against first killer in that last game. First killer, on the other hand, like you said, we're all waiting to see when he wakes up.
FK knows Evo slow. I just had to let that one play out. You can see it come from a mile away. Evo never had an opportunity to gain any boost, and first killer knew it the whole time. Evo has to respect first, throwing it up high. First knows this, just rolls the ball right into your net. Nice and calm, nice and simple. First killer strikes first in game number 4.
I mean, there it is. Like, you want mind games. You want, it doesn't even have to be like the flashiest player, right? It's just got to be a mind game. It's this one. Taken by Evo. Gonna have first shot opportunity here. Let's first killer get a touch on it. Maybe place it over it, but no. First killer just taking his time. Shadow defense.
Shadow defense indeed. First killer bangs it all the way to the corner just to collect the boost. That's an old play he's been doing for years on end. Evo with possession. Not that much boost to his name though. Low 50. Ends up grabbing the top right boost for him. First killer knows that he's got to respect it. Early child by FK. Pop up high. Should give him the time to make a play. Evo still lurking. Wants to see if first killer make it, but misses the boost. And now his opportunity might not be as effective as he wants it to be. First killer beats him, and he's going to steal the corner. Evo's going to have to get out of here, and he does.
Definitely able to at least get out to the mid, but this is usually where things start to falter for him. Power flick on target. Most times when we see Evo trying to race back and get into position for defense, it's a little awkward on it. You saw the hesitation, and first killer recognized it, and all you need is one laser beam on net, and you are past Evo.
First 45-degree angle flick from FK right there. Perfect execution. Evo even jumped up high, but he wasn't high enough. First killer filling in game number 4, my apologies. The flicks are starting to come into fruition for him, and he gets a big demo. Should be another goal on the way. Evo spawns in, but he's not going to be spawning in quick enough. 3 goals to FK on Utopia.
That's just a really good shot overall. Pretty basic for FK standards, but at the end of the day, it works, and it keeps the game in your favor. First killer, little pop-up. Okay, Evo keeps this one out. Can he keep the second one? No, there's no boost in the tank. Just a bit too high to meet that ball.
It's not enough. 20 shots to my net. It's just simply not enough. First killer. Evo's got a lot of work to do off this kickoff. He did well the first time around, but can you stop the second? And you can't. You can't. First killer ends up handling business right there. Evo, strong 50s on the kickoff, might be able to flip through. Sure does. Creative way to get to the ball as well. Sideways flip early. Free flip to end up getting a touch right over first killer's head. Exactly what you need from the young man right there. Big goal. Just to semi first killer's time.
You just have to have full send commitment, especially against first killer. That's the way for Evo to really keep up and stay in this one. Off kickoff could have been his. Little bit of hesitation on this one. Just had to go for the 50 and keep it in that half there. He will get the boost and try and take his time with it, but first killer, even on low boost, his 50 back forces Evo to have to retreat.
Evo gets the ball back though. Big flick from the young man. Beautiful place. Just hits first killer so quickly. Captures the ball, controls it. Ends up reversing himself. The first killer never has the time to react. An instant flick from Evo. Right over the top of his head. 2 goals in quick succession for him. He's right back in it.
You just got to keep trying because this kickoff could be an opportunity, and it is. I was expecting to see this. I'm glad we got it. Evo just trying to snowball the momentum into his favor.
Standard kickoff from both players right there. Evo, ball works out to the right-hand side, right in front of him. He is taking that every single time, and all of a sudden, that 4-goal cushion that first killer had, it has disappeared. He does end up winning this race to the mid boost, though, which means he will have an opportunity to score. Evo closing the distance early, says, no, Steph Curry, you're not going to be able to get no shots off. I'm there to meet you every single time.
Another pinball back. First killer just following it. Power shot on your net.
I mean, this man's a sniper, bro. You gotta respect. He's coming around the corner. He sees the net open. You have to hit this perfect. Because if that doesn't go right underneath the crossbar, Evo with no boost, at his level, he's gonna wave dash, get one pad, he's gonna save it. So it has to be right underneath the crossbar with power. And of course, first killer nets it. It's amazing.
It's the fun part about first killer. Virtually everything he shoots is on target every single time. Same can't quite be said for Evo. However, this time is different. Both follow-ups on target. Second one in his net.
Second one indeed, and is that Evo soft pop right there. Makes first killer have to respect it. First killer then shifts and puts himself honestly in an awkward position. Sideways, horizontal to the net, but with no momentum to his name to really give himself an opportunity to stop Evo's attack. And in that case, Evo sees that, spots it out, knows he puts it on net with power. With accuracy, it's going to be really hard for first killer to contend with. FK right off the kickoff, brings it right back down. Got to reset, didn't use it. Evo had to respect it. And FK immediately scores right off of Evo's momentum.
Yeah, Evo met him with just enough height that if he had used the flip, maybe that would have been the save. But no, first killer recognized that he bait him out just high enough that going low was going straight in. Now 2 minutes on the clock, 2-goal lead to first killer. Maybe make it 3 here as Evo gets a challenge. This one stays on out. No boost, just enough power to get back and get something in the tank as you prepare for first killer and see what he brings up next to the table.
Evo with possession, brings the ball up high, might be looking for airdrop up the short range. First killer challenges early this time around. Oh, back to game number 2. FK went on the wall and he waited. This time he attacks. And it's the little adjustments that first killer's making that's just putting him ahead of Evo right here. The same situation, basically deja vu almost, to the position that FK and Evo were in on a Forbidden Temple. First killer waited the last time, got bumped, got demoed. This time he challenged it immediately. Doesn't give Evo the time to set it up, and he ends up ultimately getting a goal for his efforts.
Yeah, not even close on this one. Evo tried to get a little creative too off the kickoff and delayed it. Still not enough. Now he has possession for now, has a split, uses it. That one does go through. Evo within 2 here on FK, but time is dwindling.
Time is dwindling, but he's got plenty of it in a 1v1 game. 119 left. All it takes is a couple kickoffs. He's gonna have to be precise with every single opportunity he gets from here on out. And I think he might have another chance. Kickoff doesn't go in his favor. First killer just absolutely dominates him. Can FK get back to him? He doesn't. He opts not to shoot. Just wants to play possession, and I think I see why. Can now Evo has to respect him. First killer flips away from the ball, but so does Evo. Both players kind of playing with 0 boost right now. Evo grabs 100, he's up in the sky. Spots out FK early, goes right by him, double touch on the way. He's never gonna miss that. 6-7 with just under a minute left. Evo on the edge back into this game.
There's that tiny part of you that's like, well, maybe FK should have just taken the shot at that point because the sequence of events that followed after were not pretty. Less than a minute to go. Only a 1-goal lead for First Killer off the kickoff here. Evo's going to send it off to the side. He has to race back for the boost. He knows FK is going to go for the immediate challenge. 50 in his favor. This one straight down and in.
You hate to see it. You see the intention from Evo. He wants to close that space, but he jumps off the wall so early that his car is too far away to properly get a good 50-50 against a FK who's got his whole entire car stationary on the wall. FK's gonna win that every single time. Evo is gonna have to once again try to close his 2-goal lead down to 1. First Killer, I already know he's gonna play super tight, and he is. Both players playing in the corner, FK doing what he does, mucking up the game, keeping it in, and he ultimately ends up scoring out of it. He might be the best player. When this ball is tight, when he's got you stuck in the corner like you're on the ropes, there's not much you can do. Great precision. FK, 3-goal cushion.
It's so funny because most people in that corner there, you lose a lot of possession, or at least it gets a little like shaky, but for First Killer, that's just optimal positioning. 30 seconds left on the clock. 3-goal deficit to Evo. Is going to try and close this gap a tiny bit with some time on the clock. As his flip, not enough. First Killer, enough boost, enough power and height to keep this one out, although things could shake up. Evo manages to find his way on in and secure a little bit of hope.
Great speed from Evo right there. Caught First Killer by surprise. FK flipped through the boost, had to take a wide angle. Evo spotted out. Air roll shot without the ball cam on, just to make sure he can get the angle that he needed. Kickoff goal, he's gonna need it. First Killer ultimately ends up winning it, and it's not good for, oh, we got the back corner Barry. Back corner Barry, somewhere in the world, Johnny Boy smiling. First Killer brings it all the way back, and now he said, let me do a Diaz impression. Cock bring it all the way down, double reset. Goal! FK goes from his goal all the way to the other one, because why not? I had nothing else to lose and everything to gain. First Killer short of the mix.
I mean, at this point, you're really just trying to say, all right, Diaz, I hope you're watching. I'm setting the tone for what you are most likely going to be seeing. But as far as the rest of the world, this isn't quite the end, but it is one step closer to it as First Killer takes match point.
GG's by both players in the chat. FK, 1 game away from a meeting with Diaz. Evo, he made the necessary adjustments in game 3. Ultimately end up coming out victorious in that game, but First Killer is just being so precise and so confident in everything that he's doing right now. Evo's got to work so hard in order to stop him, and it might simply be too much. If I'm Evo, I think I'd like to see him play a little more aggressive. Now, honestly, he might need to start mucking up the game a little bit. He's gone for 2 air drill bumps so far, but they haven't been straight line. They've been off the sidewalk both times. So if he could just get FK in a straight line shot, hit him a couple times, make him have to think, and that might open up Evo's air game even more so, to where he might just have a little bit more success and have a couple more goals to his name by the end of this game.
I mean, I just keep looking at Evo and I'm like, what more can you possibly do? Because it feels like with time, every adjustment Evo makes, First Killer makes 2 more to really just shut it down. Now, you got one last opportunity, and it's gonna feel like a huge challenge. You got to get 3 in a row just to get into this one. First Killer, 1 away.
Listen, we saw Nalpo do it yesterday against Verwash. You saw Chronic, he was just down 3-1. Ultimately ended up pushing to game 6, and it looked for a second like it was going to go game 7 against Diaz. So not saying maybe being down 3-1 in these 1-1 matches, it might not be that bad. The First Killer, he strikes first yet again. He's on a roll right now. Quick precision, fake out, gets Evo to fight. Comes back the other way and then slides it back to the bottom right. Playing with his food, FK is.
That was the definition of playing with your food and also wasting time at the same moment. 20 seconds into this one, First Killer, another shot on target. This one not net. Evo just gonna have to match this pace that First Killer is setting in the beginning stages of this game 5.
Evo recovers off the ground so effortlessly. It's so funny to me. He just looks like his car is just going through something. Then he ultimately ends up catching back to it. It's amazing. Potential opportunity right here. FK saw it out come from a mile away. Too obvious of a setup by Evo. Quick shot, great recovery. Goal for the young man himself. 1-1 tied up.
You see the respect too from first killer on it. He didn't have that corner boost to his name, so Evo was gonna be coming at that net with power, and he does, but kickoffs usually are where things start to get really shaky for Evo.
Wave dash kickoff from first killer. Straight away kickoff by Evo, and he ultimately ends up getting a demo. That's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see more aggression, mucking up the game, not letting FK have a chance to breathe, hitting him, making him uncomfortable, making him jump earlier than he would like. If he keeps doing that, he might have a great chance of coming back.
Definitely will. We're gonna see though, once again, off that kickoff, what does it bring? Bounce out to the side. First killer wins it, but a shot still gonna try and get taken, just not enough power to catch him off guard.
First killer pop up high, and here he comes, FK. He just saw the double reset cross map last game. Goes for the bottom left reset. Evo blocks it out. Can he get back to it? Gets bumped out by FK. Great hit. Great awareness from first killer. Survives for now. And now he has the whole entire pitch to operate with yet again. Pop up high. Looking for airdrop bump against Evo. Evo tries to go for the Roaz, but he's not Roaz. And then he gets bumped again by first killer. Playing around, man. This is a nice shot from Evo, and it was a nice shot indeed.
It definitely was a very solid attempt. I just feel so bad for Evo. There's so many moments where you're like, man, if you just were a little bit more on it, you would look like you're peaking right now. Unfortunately for him, first killer just makes him look a little silly at times. That halfway point is officially in front of him. Tied game, even playing ground. Somebody needs to take this lead to feel a little comfy, and first killer is going to be the first to try and do it here. Takes this all the way to the other side, going to try and get that midfield boost and play this up from the air.
Oh man, Evo just snatches it from him. First killer mistake. Mechanical error, honestly. The ball kind of slipped away from him right there. He definitely wanted to keep this tighter in his possession so he can get a resetting. Make Evo have to respect whatever FK wanted to bring to the table, whether that be going high or going low. But the ball just unfortunately escaped him right there. Evo takes advantage.
Bounce off the sidewall. First killer has the time to go get some boost and really just formulate some sort of a plan headed into this next half. Past the line, fakes the flick, fakes the double flick. Evo not falling for the bait this time.
You ain't lying about that. The fake was on the way. And first killer just tried to, honestly, that would have been another rendition of what he's been doing every single time with that reverse 45, just walking the dog all the way down. Still scores for his efforts. Oh, basically beginning off of that walking the dog effort right there. Evo no boost. Tries to get a touch on first killer, just going his snake way, left, right, making Evo have to continuously scramble. 3-3 tied up, and this wave dash kickoff for first killer has been working very well. Been winning possession basically 90% of the time, and he's gonna get a goal yet again. Evo no boost. He's gonna have to switch it up.
Yeah, you're gonna have to try something different here. The amount of times that Evo's, had to commit on zero boost, so timing's not in his favor. Boost isn't in his favor. Everything realistically at this point is going first killer's way.
Up the late kickoff right there. That's what you want to see. First killer spotted out though. But you do like this. You love to see Evo thinking about it, realizing he's losing the kickoffs, trying to make the necessary adjustments.
Nice off the ceiling, off the ground. No dunk in on it, but Evo, you thought maybe, thankfully for Evo, if you're an Evo fan, you can breathe a little bit there. First killer was off target for one, and now you're on it, and it.
First killer hit with his own medicine. Evo hitting him with just pure speed right here. Lands, wave dash, cuts it right back. FK, you know he's gonna stay around the ball. You know he's gonna play tight. Evo knows this as well. Comes in with just pure pace and gets right by him.
Now we got to see if he can keep going on it though. First killer nose up just enough to keep this one in his possession. And Evo's been trying to go for the cuts on this. But less than 2 minutes to go. It is going away. It is getting away from you fast. You are going to need to find something soon if you are Evo, because it's been taking almost closer to a minute now to be able to score on first killer.
You got to remember here, Evo, tournament life on the line for him. Down 3-1. FK, he's got a couple games to play with. So a lot of pressure on Evo to make something happen, but he's done well so far. 4-4, tries to get up, tries to be first killer right there. He doesn't. FK's going to win the race to the boost. Evo collects the ball. Should bring it back to his corner. Oh, he wants to go to FK's corner. Interesting decision right there. And I don't think it's going to come back. Oh, FK misses. The sniper rifle. He's offline for just this one time. Evo escapes.
The very rare off-target shot from Long. And for Evo, you got a small chance to work with here. Taking it back, 50 goes out still. First killer's in this tied game here. 1 minute left on the clock to go. He makes a cut, he makes a shot, and it's in your net.
Honestly, I didn't mind the cut. I thought it was a great, but FK just responds and recovers so fast. I think Evo didn't have the perfect land that he needed. Half second too slow in his recovery. Yep, that's what it was. Didn't let him get back to the boost in time. First killer ends up scoring with with just under a minute left. Evo down by 1. He needs to stop first killer. He needs to put 1 home, and he needs to be able to tie it up, at least to try to give himself a chance at forcing a Neo Tokyo sighting.
Let's see what he can do. He's got no boost to his name. First killer, no contact with that ball, but he does take Evo's boost away, which is going to be enough to turn this one all the way around.
Crossbar.
The rare shots off target are what really are keeping Evo in this. He just haven't been able to find anything to realistically tie it up.
Ah, he missed the boost. He needs that boost, and now first killer's bring it back into his corner again. Bad touch from first kill. I think he wanted Evo up quick. FK doesn't mean him. Can Evo come off the ceiling? Oh, he's got to play for him slow. Oh, the mid boost isn't going to beat her. He knows it too. He's waiting. FK's going to grab it, and he did. Ah! You hate to see it if you're Evo. He's got to respect first killer right here. First killer doesn't dive in. 4 seconds left. Evo tournament life on the line. 2 seconds. First killer drop down. And he's going to move on to play Diaz in the North American 1v1 Grand Final. The Evo. GG's in the chat. He played well, but FK's simply on another level today.
He really and truly is. Not even just today, but this weekend entirely. There's been pretty much nearly no names that people have felt were going to put up a very solid fight against Diaz, except first killer. And for great reasoning, he has pretty much demolished everybody that has gone up against him. And now he is going to go up against Brazil. He's going to try and make this an all-American win if he can. We're going to find out next.
We are going to find out next. It was a great set from both players, and first killer has really responded, beating both players, beating Wavy and Evo, 2 players that he lost to earlier on in this tournament. And he's doing so in his own style. Aggression, power, accuracy, speed, and constantly putting you up against the ropes. First killer with a date against Diaz coming up next to find out who is going to be the NA 1v1 champion.
I was all alone. Then you showed up under my umbrella. Oh, shelter from the cold. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from
It was a battle, but First Killer gets it done again. And we have the age-old matchup. First Killer versus Diaz. The grand finals of the first ever 1v1 regional open for North America. Welcome back to the desk. And we are one match away from crowning a champion here. Herc, how'd you feel about Evo in that matchup there?
Oh man, I just felt bad for him. If I'm being really honest, he tried his best, but it didn't matter what adjustments he was making out there in any respective amount of time. First Killer truly was just too quick to read every single thing he was throwing out there.
Yeah, Bates. I mean, First Killer definitely woke up today, won 2 matches. He's dropped 2 games so far. He's very much on a tear.
He's on a tear right now, and he's doing it in his own style. The style that he really brought to the 1v1 scene way back when he was 12, 11, 13. Physicality, speed, power, accuracy. That's what he's been doing. And really just frustrating every single player he's going against and taking advantage of all the small, minute mistakes. You see right there in that game number 1, Evo playing boost over ball. FK ultimately, of course, sees that, ends up capitalizing. Evo did respond in game number 3, though. with a big goal here and a couple other big goals as well. But First Killer is consistently put it on the pressure, constantly making little wrinkles and slight adjustments to his offensive attack. And Evo had to work so hard in order to stop this man. And if FK can bump you once and bump you again while you're in the net, there's not much you can do at that point. Tough series for him to win. FK's on, and I can't think of anybody else in this tournament who deserves to play Diaz for the honor of representing North America in Raleigh than FK.
And one of these players will go to Raleigh to play against Nupo. Which one will it be? We're going to find out in this match right away, folks. And remember, the season continuing on. If you're picked just now to start tuning into Rocket League, you picked a great time to become a Rocket League fan. We're right here just days away from the beginning of the Raleigh Major. Massive 3v3 in-person event, but also going to have the championship of the MENA versus North American 1v1 circuit regional battle. The winner of that will advance to play Moxie in France on French soil for the title of Rocket League 1v1 World Champion. It's going to be a crazy time, and you can be there. You can watch this 1v1. It was spectacular, and when we saw it in Birmingham with Yan versus Moxie there, you could be there for the second ever in-person 1v1 event. It's going to be a crazy one. Scan the QR code on your screen if you want to go. I'm excited to see who's going, though. I feel like we have a story either way here with either Diaz or FK, Herc.
Oh, yeah, you definitely do. Of course, Diaz has just been on a rampage. Everybody who goes up against them looks like they almost aren't even trying, right? And then as far as First Killer goes, nobody looks like a challenge. You can tell he is playing, very, very solid peak 1v1 Rocket League. This is the First Killer in ones that everybody expected to see, and we're getting it. So now, it's like we've all said, it's like a battle of two giants. You couldn't have picked two better people that were playing better Rocket League to go head-to-head in this final.
I mean, it's crazy to think about what could have been in alternate timelines, and somewhere out there across the multiverse, Chronic scores in overtime and manages to clutch it up in Game 7, and we have an Ultimates v Ultimates grand final here. But that is not the world we live in. Diaz playing strong, playing hot. It's going to be FK, First Killer, versus Diaz for the title of North American Regional Champion for the first ever 1v1 circuit in the Rocket League Championship Series. What a title to carry that no matter what, nobody can take away from you. We are determining it right now.
That's correct. And if honestly, if it was the Ultimates grand final, then that means we would have had a guaranteed Ultimates, the organization, winning an NA online regional. This would have been a 1v1, but they couldn't do it in 3v3. But FK does have an opportunity, and I do remember that we asked him on the NA Open 6, we asked him about how important it is to win an online regional, and he said it's greatly important. He's won so many, and he couldn't get the job done in threes. So he has the opportunity here against Diaz. And once again, this last thing about FK is that he spoke about it yesterday to you, Wave, where he said, I want to win this. I want to represent North America. This means a lot to me. I know I took a little break from 1v1s, but I'm back and I want to get the job done. And he's been playing like he means that. And I think that really just shows how much he wants to represent NA, how much he wants to represent America. And FK, he's on fire right now.
I mean, but sometimes that emotion, that passion can stand in the way of your mechanics and your, just your hand-eye coordination seems to not follow what your brain and your heart really, really wants. Do you think that desire, him wanting it that badly, could stand in his way? I feel like we've seen that from First Killer before when it comes to championships.
I mean, it could potentially. It could. Yeah, it could, because you haven't seen him yet win a major. So that's a great point. And also, not even that too, but maybe in combination of what you're bringing up, is that he has to play Diaz, who has been so consistent, especially in the air, really threatening as many opportunities as possible on net against everybody he's playing. Chronic had to pull off some fantastic saves and stops in order to even keep that series close. But FK and Chronic, they play two different styles as well. Chronic's gonna play much more defensive, really let Diaz come at him. FK, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna play way tighter. But in saying that though, Diaz might be the one player in this tournament who's very equipped, well equipped even, to really deal with FK's close quarter combat, I'm gonna say, and just pop it right by him. So FK is gonna have to make those necessary adjustments.
I mean, Harky, we've watched these two players competing across 2 days now. This is the first time we're going to watch them clash in this bracket here. Stylistically, do you feel like there's an advantage towards one player or the other?
In all honesty, it feels very equal. Like if I were to pick two people that I felt could neutralize each other, I would say these are the two to do it. I do feel like Diaz is gonna, with the way he is, come out swinging a little bit harder than FK might, and it's gonna be on FK to really adjust and kind of find some composure in the early stages of this series and really just kind of figure out what sort of a flow works. But First Killer absolutely has all the tools to, you know, push Diaz back.
Well, we'll see if he can get it done. Chat, let us know who you think is going to win in the fan vote. We'll make our picks on the desk. Herc, is it First Killer as first ever 1v1 regional champion, or is it Diaz?
Listen, that head-to-head has Diaz winning on paper. In the soccer world, Brazil beats NA every time. But I don't know, the passion just feels so much stronger right now. I've got First Killer.
Okay. Bates, she says the passion's going to carry him to victory.
Yeah, that was a hard pick. I respect it. I'm going to go with a more analysis pick, and I'm going to say this. I do think that Diaz can hit FK with a couple counters, but I love the way FK's been power shooting and making every single defensive player have to work. I'm going to pick First Killer here in an upset over Diaz on Champions Field because one's is very scripted, and FK's going to be representing NA.
You said, I like the script analysis. Because it's scripted and it would be a crazier story if FK were to win. Somehow that's not a heart pick here. You referenced the head-to-head. I don't think we've actually articulated how one-sided this is. In 9 times of playing, Diaz has won 7 times. First Killer's only beat him twice in the history of 1v1s here. I feel like it's gotta be Diaz on this one. Diaz gonna be the first ever North American champion. We'll see if he can get it done. First Killer, though, he's been a fan favorite for a long time in RLCS. That's not going to change today. For the title of 1v1 North American Regional Champion, first time ever in the RLCS. I've said it many times. I'm going to say it a few more times before the end of today. It's a special day in Rocket League. You were here to watch it. Let's get into the games and watch the players compete for a preeminent title. We only give out the first one time. It's happening right here before your very eyes. First Killer versus Diaz for the title.
Rocket League fans, it's the first North American 1v1 Grand Final, and if you wanted to see 2 regions clash, you might not have to wait until the land. We have got North American's hero in First Killer, and we've got Diaz, who has made his way over from Brazil, but First Killer will open the scoring.
Yeah, and honestly, I wish you'd asked me who I thought was going to win before First Killer scored this. I promise I'm not being influenced by that goal. I think he might take this one. Just looking at how Diaz struggled against Chronic earlier, looking at how dominant First Killer looks today, I think he might be able to do it for North America here. Will the invasion, Diaz, coming over from Sam, trying to take his spots away, be able to stand up to it?
Diaz has slowly been playing against leveled up Americans here in this tournament. He's able to take down Wavy to get into the semifinal. Then he gets Chronic, the next hardest level. Well, now, can you pass the GOAT of North American 1v1s? You're going to have to do it if you want to punch a ticket to Raleigh.
And Diaz, in his semi-final match against Chronic, looked like he was second-guessing himself ever so slightly with his aerial game. If he's second-guessing himself against Chronic, I think he's going to be very much guessing himself against First Killer. He's playing some unbelievable Rocket League right now, and he's slicing and dicing everybody. Here he comes trying to get Diaz as well added to the list of players who have fallen for that left, no, just kidding, going right move he keeps pulling out, whether it's a shot or a flick. I mean, he's just got such quick directional changes.
First Killer is going to want to play this game fast. It's been clear. That's what he likes to do. He likes to boom the ball. He likes to move quickly. He likes to beat you with speed. Diaz is going to flick over the top to get his first goal. He likes to beat you controlled. And you may hear that and think, oh, he must be one of those ground dribblers. No, he likes to beat you controlled from the skies most often and just get reads on you defensively. It'll be interesting to see as this series goes on. In the first couple minutes, they've been playing First Killer's pace, but Diaz on the board, maybe he can start to slow things down a little.
I can see that you've chosen Diaz to win this one. You reckon that not that it's a script or anything for anyone who's just panicked right there, but you've picked Diaz as a guy you think you're going to win it. Why do you think he's going to be able to pull off his plays? Is it stuff like this, perhaps? The double resets? What do you think it's going to be for Diaz that'll give him the edge in the final?
Diaz has looked like he's been in free play at times against everybody else in ones. One of the biggest reasons is he's been down to play. Now, First Killer, he's had times ever since he became the best in 1v1 that he maybe took a slight break and focused on threes. Ever since Diaz has come to the top of NA1s, he has been non-stop grinding. He has been ready to play. He has been trying to get as much practice as possible to set him up for this position. Sure, there's never been an RLCS 1v1 before, but if Diaz was going to prepare for it, he did the right thing. And now he's got the biggest test, one that he's been waiting for, and he's been so calm too as well. When he's been in control of games, it doesn't seem like he's panicking too much, which means maybe he'll be able to play from behind and try and shrug off deficits. Right now, he's in one, and Diaz is in his own back corner. First Killer's going to have to leave. Diaz into a ball carry that he will pop up into an air dribble. First Killer goes back down to the ground. He's not going to get away with that. Diaz will lob it in.
It is going to be the physical play from Diaz that ties the game. First Killer using that jump to get back down again, but no recovery could come through. Diaz just picked him on the landing, and it was going to be tough to get back up in the air that quickly anyway. 2-2. Diaz not getting goals yet with his signature plays. It's been kickoff goal, air dribble bump, and a flip. You know, it's more standard stuff out of him, but we forget sometimes that he's got all of that in his back pocket as well.
You cannot get to this highest level without being able to do everything. You know, a lot of people like to complain about certain players' kickoffs. You can't just win off kickoffs. You can't just win off your air dribbles. You can't just win off of any one thing. If you want to be the best and make it to this land, you have to be well-rounded. And usually you have something that is your absolute best move. That is Diaz through the air. First Killer's pre-jump in early. I think we didn't see that from him. We saw him go down to the ground in the first air dribble, but Chronic was flying through the air and intercepted him like crazy off the demo here. Diaz is going to get a goal.
That's a really smart play by Diaz. He knew that First Killer was going to stop that air dribble, so he just made sure that he got back to the grind first, because then he can demo First Killer when First Killer lands. That leaves the net open. First Killer foolishly spawned at the wrong side of the box, so he couldn't get the save, at least not in time, but nice play by Diaz nonetheless.
Diaz with a kickoff win to the side wall. Launched in, one out. First Killer, great pre-jump save. Wants a demo, didn't get it. Diaz puts a top shelf. Is there a counterattack available? Diaz sees it coming, so he retreats and uses his boost to get the catch. Can he prevent a possession from First Killer? It's going to cost him all his boost to clear it away, but he is going to try and chase it down. Now he'll back off. First Killer with space. What can he do through the air? It's not an awkward, or it's not an easy setup. It's an awkward one. He cannot get anything going, and Diaz will challenge to take it away.
Oh, what a save, First Killer. Just barely gets back in time to keep this at a 2-goal deficit. On the previous play, his ceiling shot setup or his wall shot setup was just a bit too high. I think he maybe got a bit ahead of himself, hit the ball too hard. You're not going to see Diaz make that mistake too often. He's so delicate. He's got such a soft touch with his setups to his air dribbles. Always able to find that pixel before the ceiling bounce. Now he's starting to work into space. Not much between these guys, but Diaz finds a top corner. That's the best goal we've seen from him so far.
Yeah, this is a good sign for him going forward as he gets the reset, rolls through, and the placement and power here. First Killer, the kind of defender to make reactions as fast as lightning, but not going to be able to stop a play like that as Diaz building a bit of separation here after, I think it's 5 straight, right? Since I believe First Killer went up 2-0. Yeah. Diaz has really gotten his momentum going. He's starting to play his game, and so far he has not been discouraged from his aerial gameplay like Chronic was able to do to him earlier. But First Killer, with a minute left to go, speed as he dashes up the side wall. He long shots it. It's just barely off target. So close to getting a quick goal.
Diaz going to try and counter-attack now. He doesn't need to go all in at any point here. First Killer's the guy who needs to take all the risks. Diaz is just making sure to get 50-50s when required. Well, you know, First Killer came out with some violent movement, rapid movement around the field that maybe caught Diaz by surprise, but he's adjusted, and Diaz can go as fast as required. He can keep up with anyone, and that might be the test in Rally against the guy who averages the fastest speed out of any player at RLCS lands he attends. But Diaz takes game 1, and he does it with a 6-goal run. Now, how will First Killer respond to this? It was looking pretty good for him until about halfway through.
Yeah, Diaz has found his stride. He's found his free play. And we're going to need to see First Killer scare him in some way. You know, you could tell that Diaz was starting to search. A nice little mix-up in the kickoff when it's already too late. But at least we know we're going to see these on occasion. Nice to say. I mean, all this doesn't matter, but still pretty good movement for First Killer. That would have been a goal. Diaz hits it to the ground. But Diaz is unafraid, and he so far doesn't feel like, you know, he has to worry in his aerial game. First Killer hasn't been pre-jumping and playing as high as Chronic did. He's been trying to react just a little bit more, and Diaz also seems to have risen up just a slight level on those finishes through the air.
It's very interesting to see the difference. It's a similar look to game one against Chronic, but at the same time very different. The pace here was outrageous. First Killer came out all guns blazing. He just tried to catch Diaz out of position by being the faster of the two players. Diaz showed that not only can he match First Killer's speed, he can go even faster. He just took 19 shots to 6. And if you hear us talk about why is the shot total so important, well, it's important in 3v3, but in 1v1 it very often just tells you who is in charge of the game. You know, the player who's taking more shots usually has more possession, usually has better territory, more boost, more of everything. And it's not up to a player like First Killer to, you know, try to get more shots necessarily, but he does need to get control of this match. Diaz is starting to take over.
Best place to get control is immediately off a kickoff, and we'll start at a diagonal, but it'll be Diaz who gets everything he could have ever wanted. He gets boosted and ball. He's going to slam an immediate shot, force First Killer into net, and put him back in the spin cycle here as he goes to ceiling height for a reset. Has the flip, fakes the ball, and is on the board.
And he's just cashing in on that investment from the last game. I mean, when you've got a reset top corner the previous game, the opponent has to respect it. And now he goes low with the wave dash to put it underneath First Killer's pre-jump.
First Killer needs first possessions. Otherwise, he's going to have a tough time, and he's earned one here. He might even be able to put it directly on target. That'll do. Yeah. Diaz is a little bit more fancy, but this one's worth just as much.
An important goal for First Killer, not just to tie the game, but just to remind everybody that he can actually do something in the kickoffs here. That's, like you said at the start of the game, the best way to take control of a 1v1 match. And he's got another one here. This one's not going to be a direct shot into the goal, but it's the next best thing. He's got 100 boost, he's got possession, and he's got a chance to make something of it. Doesn't get it opening. Well played by Diaz to turn this one around.
Oh what? My goodness, Diaz. Oh, I can't believe he almost scored that. I did not think there was an opportunity to shoot, and he gets the perfect doink towards the net. Now into the skies.
That was so cheeky. I can't believe that he found a shooting angle there.
Diaz now backing away. First Killer has to just pinch it and give Diaz control. Diaz into the skies. First Killer jumps. Diaz tries to back off, and he does instantly start using that boost to push himself back. He's thinking recovery early on in that dribble.
And here comes another big aerial play. Diaz going to the ceiling with this one. Can he recover? Can First Killer recover? Yes, he can. One play by First Killer to actually go back after fully committing and get a clear. Now Diaz with the 50-50 with the reset at the same time and the dunk to go up 2-1.
It is such a good way to go for 50s in general. I think you get a bonus in that those wheels can often just glue the ball to the space that they're in. But on top of that, you get a reset, and that makes your wave dash recovery just a little bit faster than the other player. It's a double-edged sword. That's not the same, but doesn't matter. You get what I'm trying to say. As Diaz now up 2-1. On First Killer's going to catch him out. Diaz thought he was in a good spot. It's a pull shot save, and now Diaz is looking at an open net.
It's going to be too easy for him. First Killer really took a big risk there, and he got punished for it. He had no boost left whatsoever, so I mean, you can't get a lot more all-in than that. This is a really important moment in the match. Right here is where this game can go one of two ways. First Killer can start to stabilize and start to come back, or Diaz can run away with it like he did in game one. Oh, it looks like it's going to be First Killer here. That's massive. He needs to stay in touch here. He can't let this go past 2 goals, or his confidence is going to be taking a big hit.
Diaz just must have expected First Killer to back off on the ball. He gets up quicker than Diaz, and Diaz on low boost floats down the ground while First Killer counterattacks. Now First Killer is taking Diaz over the orange half. High lob. Diaz makes the save, but he falls awkwardly on the crossbar, so he is not going to have a lot of boost to deal with. First Killer just booms the ball right away. And now we'll go get a steal. Can he keep Diaz pinned back? He's going to push down to the midfield. Nice recovery pre-flip from Diaz, and he might have ended it right there.
Yeah, smart play by Diaz. He baited a shot. It wasn't the right shot to go for. That's a good save by First Killer on Diaz. Far post shot attempt. Still 1 goal in it. First Killer with the bounce dribble. He's got the flick over him to tie the game. And it's all about the timing here. The burst of pace catches Diaz off guard.
Diaz trying to set up his shadow, kind of snaking around, deciding which angle he wants to make a challenge in. It all happens too late. His First Killer ties this one up. He's kept himself in this. Diaz into his own back wall. Just going to switch sides of the field. He has First Killer directly underneath him, trying to get a demo. First Killer is likely going to have to back off here at some point, and now he does. Goes for a shadow as Diaz underneath the ball, quicker to the ground, and will try and use the recovery to keep attacks going. That's what he is really fond of doing. He doesn't need to score on the first time. At 50, can he find a way to score this? First Killer on his way back will get 100. It's a reset from Diaz. He missed his, and First Killer will take control.
Well, sometimes those work out. The accidental misses can turn into goals. First Killer looking for the bump on Diaz, who flies off the inside of his own post to make the save. He had to fight through contact there. And now he's going to need to survive on low boost. But First Killer's forced to back off. Didn't have the direction on the play to make the boost advantage work.
Diaz sticking around to make sure First Killer goes for the air dribble. He wants to try and stop him on the goal line. By staying close, he does manage to get back and make the recovery. Now these two vying for control. Diaz, low on boost, should be able to switch the field. First Killer going to try and pinch it away. Diaz gets to the pinch first as a counter. Now trying to take a power shot. Can he get to the net in time? No, First Killer still recovers.
I mean, it's just crazy. The smallest opening in one of these matches, and the ball is absolutely flying on target. Another retreat from First Killer, just letting Diaz come towards him. Boost is stolen. Diaz on the turn, looking for the opening, looking for the demo and the exit as well, but he sets up First Killer more than anything with that touch. Here comes First Killer in the air, reset by him. It's easily saved by Diaz. Now how's the bounce? It's not the fastest, but it's good enough for Diaz to make a play with. He's going to bail out of that reset attempt again. First Killer matching Diaz excellently here. We're end to end with flip resets being traded.
Nice look from Diaz here. He stares down at First Killer to get an idea. Reads, am I going to beat him to this ball? I think I am. Races and gets there clean early. No touch from First Killer. Puts it on target. In the final minute, Diaz is going to be playing from in front.
And that was one of the first big reactions we've seen out of First Killer in a while. I think we saw maybe one of his eyebrows move in his entire semi-final match against Evo. About half a centimeter, but he looked a bit confused on that play. Probably wondering, how am I supposed to get this guy out of position? He just seems to have endless boost, endless momentum. And this is why most of the players feel like when they play against First Killer. But no, that's how he feels on the pitch.
Diaz with a rare take straight down the center of the field. Normally he's very willing to switch, and it's actually going to pay off. He undercuts First Killer in the back corner, and he's got a 2-goal lead.
And there again, First Killer just shaking his head ever so slightly. He's just thinking, how am I supposed to beat this guy when he's beating my own game? I mean, this is usually the type of game that works well for First Killer. When the ball's moving quickly around the pitch, he can flex the speed, flex the mechanics, but every now and then somebody comes along who can challenge him in this game mode that he created back in the day. He made this meta in NA1s where everybody's moving at supersonic all the time. But Diaz is the one who's thriving in it.
This is a great backflip. First Killer coming to challenge. It does the same thing again where he gets his wheels on the ball, creates a big wall as well as moving himself back in preparation for the follow-up. Diaz securing this game. Now, we have seen in 3v3, this is a no-brainer timeout. I feel like almost every team is calling timeout after these couple of games, but everybody has been playing it differently. Do you think First Killer feels like he needs a break or what?
I think he might. I think if he's really thinking about it, he should take one. And even if it's just to psych out Diaz. Diaz is on one right now. If we thought there was going to be any nerves in the grand final after a bit of a shaky semi-final performance against Chronic, at times it wasn't shaky throughout, but in certain moments it was. I mean, we've seen none of that. He's just been completely locked in. I mean, to go toe-to-toe with First Killer in a back-and-forth match where the ball is just doing laps around the pitch. Both players are being tested constantly, and to come out on top, it just shows the level that Diaz is at. By the way, First Killer, no timeout. He's just going to go next, and I'm not sure I agree with that. We'll see if it works out for him later on. Having that timeout might prove to be valuable if he can get this series back into an equal situation without one. But it's all about that. I mean, is he even going to get there with the way Diaz is playing?
Yeah, this is just a little bit different than these guys are used to playing. First Killer, you know, we talked about him being the king of 1v1. I think he did that by playing tournaments exclusively where there were no timeouts. I'm not sure he's ever had the choice of taking a timeout. So to him, maybe he's not thinking about it much at all. You know, doesn't have anybody in his ear saying he needs a break. He just wants to go next. It's what he's always done, and he'll head into a diagonal kickoff here and game number 3.
This is a must-win for First Killer. This is a game where he needs to stop Diaz from dictating where the match is being played. Diaz has outshot him twice in a row, and he's outshooting him here as well. He continues to create enough pressure to cause one of the best players in the world to crumble. Diaz again in front.
And another first possession in his favor. I'd have to imagine with the way he's shooting, he's probably got the edge in kickoffs. Seems like it's more often than not Diaz in control, playing at First Killer's net. He tried to grab that boost, and now taking it down the other way. Did pick up the boost. Flick gets sent into the back wall. First Killer on the curve dash decides not to use that speed. Instead now waiting out for the right time to take this ball away. Diaz wanted to maybe catch a demo. First Killer trying to buy himself a bit of time, but it's going to be Diaz with space. He's going to switch the field. This is what he loves to do. He takes his sweet time, says, I'm going to go get my clean setup, the one that I really love. He's trying to read First Killer out of the air, but First Killer actually comes off the ceiling and makes the save.
Oh, it's not too long ago, First Killer missed a mid boost, and it's given Diaz full control. Just one small mistake, and now you're defending against Diaz for as long as he wants. He just keeps attacking, and that's just tilt there from First Killer. I mean, he's going absolutely nowhere with that one. He's just hit the near post wall like he's playing 2v2 or 3v3. I mean, maybe he could double that on target, but even that's pretty speculative in my opinion. Got to think right now, he's just sick of playing defense simulator against Diaz.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. When you don't get to touch the ball as often, you never get to control it. Sometimes you just want to slam it. It's been a while since you've had the chance to touch it, and this time First Killer slams it against the back wall. He's going to have a chance as he sets up. Ooh, Diaz trying to chase him down. First Killer does get the 100. So Diaz, no demo or boost. A little ground pinch to actually reset the field as he's going to go side wall. Diaz late up the back wall. First Killer has to get a reset after the bounce off the ceiling, and he'll pinch it down to Diaz.
Yeah, not many options there for First Killer. Tried for the pinch across the goal. Diaz is clean past him again. First Killer can't get close. This is an absolute masterclass by the guy who's been dominating NA1s. He's been dominating Sam 1s for a bit before he came up to North America as well. He's unquestionably one of the best in the world at the moment. And the Grand Final, Championship Sunday, has not proven to be a difficulty for him like it has in 3v3 alongside his teammates on complexity.
3-0. Said First Killer needed a big one here. Decided no timeouts. It's gone as poorly as possible, but it's a long game. 4 minutes. First Killer gets around Diaz, and that can be the start of a possession that he can turn into a goal, and that'll be just that.
Oh, just like that, First Killer gets one. It looked a bit awkward for a second, but that touch there middle is not what Diaz was expecting. He also didn't expect First Killer to just go for this, so great moves by First Killer, catching Diaz by surprise. And now he needs to make something off of this. He has to build on that goal. He can bump Diaz here and get an open net for himself. He looks like he's trying to do just that, but Diaz recovers beautifully. I mean, you just can't get this guy off the ball.
Yeah, perfect dash off the bump, and then the pre-flip to control it. This time, no dash is going to save him. No boost left over. He cannot use it to push himself back down. So when you get launched in the air on 0, you're going to have a tough time making a play. First Killer still had boost to work with, and he will eventually get his goal.
And that was the first big mistake we've seen out of Diaz. Even with no boost, you'd expect him to be able to flick that clear. He rushed it, just flipped underneath the ball, gave it away to First Killer. He's right back in control. Shoots first time. He's trying to look for First Killer pre-jumping high there. Even though it's not worked, that's a pretty good investment by Diaz. Oh, First Killer's caught him. That's going to be a tie game. Demo by First Killer as Diaz plays his fire a bit too dangerously there. Turned right into it.
Yeah, he had boost as well. If he expected the demo to be coming, he could have used it to push himself away, but he even landed and turned back in towards the net. First Killer had that read on a day where it's been pretty tough to demo players on occasion. Now, tie game. First Killer to the back wall, has to go in and out of the net. Diaz is just waiting for his time, and he finds it to take it away.
That's just so smart by Diaz. So many fake challenges, so many fake 50s. Even there as he's turning, making First Killer think that he's going to commit, going one way. Almost like a step over as he goes infield past him. And this is all from the kickoff. Diaz turns kickoff pressure into goals on a completely different level than anyone else in this tournament. First Killer not able to survive. It just feels like we're going through one of two options. Either Diaz dribbles the ball around for a minute, or he just scores after a quick exchange. Here's the extended exchange. Diaz with the, again, that flip reset 50. First Killer stands strong in front of that one, but he's half boost now. Diaz has an advantage.
Yeah, Diaz, he can extend these possessions forever. I've been paying attention to it. This possession started off the kickoff. This is the first possession I would say that Diaz has had. First Killer has yet to take it away from him. He's continuing to have to make save after save. Sure, First Killer's getting touches like this one to push the ball out of his half, but really it's Diaz who's dictating everything that's happening, and he will continue to attack. This is all one possession off the kickoff. First Killer makes a nice save, but he gets bumped out, and Diaz gets the goal.
And to go all the way from a kickoff where you just lose it slightly, play defense for about 45 seconds and then get bumped to concede. I mean, it's just so annoying to play against, but Diaz is playing it perfectly. He's not giving First Killer any openings. And he's re-establishing the lead. Can First Killer respond?
Diaz is immediately on this ball as well, even in a situation where he doesn't get boost advantage. It seems like he's earned the first possession. First Killer maybe had a chance at possession, but he lobs it away. Diaz has control. You cannot give Diaz more freebies.
Wow. I mean, First Killer didn't get power on that clear. He probably knew that he was in trouble as soon as he touched that ball. Diaz, with perfect execution, punishes him again. We're back up to a 3-goal difference. It's about to be a 3-game difference. And this is looking like maybe the first once grand final in RLCS that won't go to Game 7.
This is the toughest test for the script. First Killer, nice save. He wants to keep it alive because he gets it across the nets. Even Diaz is going to drop a what a save in the chat on his way back. He's impressed with First Killer, and a minute left to go. It is 2 goals. It is very, very doable, but it just feels like the momentum is still in Diaz's favor.
It really does. This is close enough, despite the fact that First Killer's been playing so much defense. He won't feel like he's had a lot of control over where or when this match is being played. He's still in this one. Diaz taking the ball to the back corner. It's about that time again. Final minute, back corner. Barry wakes up, and we might get a little bit of front court action before heading back to the corner again. Diaz could do it right here. And this is so frustrating to go up against. The time is being wasted. First Killer's coming in for a demo attempt. He misses. It was a good try though.
And this is barely even different. That's the thing. Diaz is prepared for these situations because this is just how he likes to play. First Killer, what a pre-jump. He probably needed to try and just redirect that.
Back corner Barry, yep. And back corner Barry secures the game. Why risk another attack that might be countered when you can simply put the ball in your back corner and win 100% of the time? I mean, Diaz is just, he's a machine. He's outshot First Killer. He's outpressured him. He's completely controlled the match, start to finish. And First Killer does not have an answer. He's just got it right now. Just tried to keep playing as close to perfect as he can. He now calls his timeout, of course. If he can maybe continue to play at this level, the one hope he's got is that Diaz gets nervous on match point. We've seen Moxie do it. We've seen Roas do it the other day. Maybe this is finally the moment where Diaz will be nervous.
Yeah, we haven't really seen it. I mean, we saw him come out against Chronic, dominated in the first game, and then ever since then, Chronic seemed to put a little bit of fear in the eyes of Diaz, and not actually in his player cam, but in the way that his car moved around the field. I haven't seen that yet. I feel like he's still chilling here against First Killer, and for good reason. First Killer is going to call timeout when he has absolutely no lives left. He has remembered that he has it. We've seen people, talking to themselves or thinking or, rubbing their face. First Killer, he's just sitting. I wonder, what is he thinking he needs to do here?
First Killer's been in these positions many times, and unfortunately for him, he's, well, when it comes to online, he's very used to winning. But when it comes to the LANs, when it comes to majors, he's always on the wrong side of the trophy. He's on the on this side looking up at the other team who are lifting it into the air. And this is obviously an online tournament, but it is the first ever RLCS 1v1 event for North America. Firstkiller is the greatest ones player North America has ever produced. He's one of the best of all time. We keep saying greatest NA. He's one of the greatest just in general. But Diaz, he is the new generation. He is playing, just a style of Rocket League that is wonderful to watch. If you're a fan of Rocket League, if you're a fan of ones, you're gonna like watching this guy play because he is just pure mechanics. He's an artist on the pitch. But will he be the one to represent the Americas in Rally against Middle East? Will he be the one to represent the whole of South America, North America combined in France against Moxie? Maybe Diaz can unite the Americas, North and South.
I would hope so. I would hope so. We would be ready to cheer on Diaz if need be. He has been such a fun player to watch, and this is his chance to guarantee he shows up at LAN. There is still that last chance qualifier for Complexity. He can make it with his threes team. Firstkiller will be there either way. Diaz has an opportunity to make sure he gets to play in front of the crowd. He's got one more win to do it.
And first kickoff goes his way. This is where Firstkiller's had to play pretty much the whole series, and he does really well actually to post pitch that one out. And now looking for the demo. Firstkiller chases Diaz away from the play and wrestles back control.
That Diaz gonna back off. Firstkiller has a possession. He's just gonna try and roll through, and it works. We saw this not working for Diaz against Chronic, but Firstkiller is gonna find a goal.
That is a huge last touch on the ball there by Firstkiller. Air rolling into it for that extra bit of power. Maybe a mistake by Diaz. He's trying to intercept that pretty far away from his goal line. I mean, that's obviously an incredible, it's an insane shot by Firstkiller, but it is always easier to save those. Trying to make an interception the closer you are to your goal line.
Diaz close to his goal line right now as he makes a low 50 save, trying to escape the corner. Firstkiller is going to take it away, looking to try and get a quick play going. Now it's Diaz back the other way. He's got Firstkiller rotating back to net. It's going to be a counterattack. You need to be better than that if you want to get away with it against Firstkiller.
That's a mistake. Diaz wanted the tie game. He rushed it. And this is exactly what Firstkiller needs. He just needs Diaz to drop off a little bit. I mean, it looks like Diaz is in full control. It looks like he's just far too good for Firstkiller today. But the reality is that if Diaz drops off by 10%, Firstkiller is right there with him. He's so close. And Diaz is not going to drop off yet because he's just peeked on him off his own back corner. He air dribbles at full length of the pitch, as he always does. And look at the placement with the finish.
It is so tough. When he has that air dribble on target towards the right side of the net, if he does decide to fake it, it is going to go all the way to the right side, but he gets so much movement on his flip reset that he sends it all the way back to the other post. You have to defend the entirety of the net on a dribble that started all the way in his back corner. It can be that tough to defend against him. Diaz going to get a demo here. Can he get back around the ball and shoot? He should be able to. Firstkiller not spotting anywhere close, and we're already back to tie.
Oh, that is just heartbreaking for Firstkiller. He thinks he can turn and make a play, but there's always another trick with Diaz. Even if he's got possession and a boost advantage, Diaz still supersonic, still dangerous. Firstkiller backs him up again. What's it going to be? It's going to be the just challenge straight into the ball from Diaz. I feel like he finds those openings better than anyone else in the tournament that we've watched. Diaz just knows when he can full send it to the ball. He doesn't wait around, doesn't wait for the opponent to make a move. He chooses when the interaction is going to happen, when the 50 is going to go down, and there's another example of it as he just toe pokes the ball home.
A very brief moments that he spent playing on defense. We were playing over here in the orange half, something that we don't see very often because of what you just said. Diaz, even when he doesn't get first possession off kickoff, seems to be one of the best, stealing it away, forcing you to play the game he wants to play. And he's going to win this half. Going to force a save at a Firstkiller, but it's not going to happen. It'll go top right.
What a dodge out Diaz. Firstkiller tried to clap it back into the corner, but Diaz with a quick reverse. Not only dodges the bump, but also sets himself up for the top corner finish. 4 goals unanswered. Diaz is speed running the grand final. He seems like he's just about finished putting in his details on the booking for the trip to rally. His first killer forced to make another heroic last-ditch save.
And gets a demo, and that's key because Diaz can keep you locked back there forever, but the demo will allow first killer to play a bit of offense. He thinks he's going to catch Diaz moving out upfield, maybe booming over the top of him, but Diaz recognizes that, recovers, makes the save. And now we're back to Diaz on offense sequence. It's one we've seen before, and back corner barrier is here halfway through as Diaz goes to his own back wall. First killer I can't see on his POV, probably because he's underneath him, as Diaz goes ceiling height, has a reset, flips back to the ball. It's no touch, and first killer makes the save.
For once, Diaz does not make contact at the end of his patented sequence, where he dodges, gets one extra touch, and then the flip reset. If you're trying to air dribble like Diaz, that's how he does it. Doesn't make it easy, but he's making this look easy. 5-2. Diaz with a simple flick follows through to pit maneuver first killer, who looks just lost on the pitch right now and completely out of ideas.
Diaz is making so many plays happen on zero boost. It doesn't seem like a big boost disadvantage seems to affect him at all. He knows how and when to use his flips to make something happen. As this kickoff is going to go to his back wall, and he is going to play off the ceiling. His ability to turn everything into a perfect air dribble flip underneath this one. He's got it. It's outside of that. It's perfection from Diaz.
Everywhere on the pitch, it doesn't matter where he is, he can set an attack up from any wall, from anywhere. You're never safe when you're up against Diaz. 6-2, 6 goals unanswered. Diaz looks like he's going to be NA's representative in rally. He's going to be waving the Brazilian flag, and maybe if he wants to farm some more fans, he'll bring a USA flag as well.
First killer gets one. Diaz tried to walk it in on a fake flick. Gets dunked over the top. First killer was throwing his camera around on that kickoff. He's feeling the frustration, but not so much that he lets in an easy goal. He's ready to go again here with tons of time. Again, it's the context really so far of how the series has been going that makes it feel like Diaz has already locked it in. This is definitely a retrievable deficit as first killer passed to himself off the back wall. He's got a reset of his own. Diaz makes the save into the crossbar and should have the counter.
What a save by Diaz. Haven't had to watch him play much defense in this grand final, but when he does, he's world class at that end of the pitch also. He's attempted to unite the regions. How do you beat the French with lots of allies? Can Brazil and North America combine? Diaz has been on the grind. When he came over, he was not the best in North America. He was good, but he wasn't the best. But after a year of playing against players like Wavy, First Killer, Daniel, Chronic, AJ, the list goes on. He now looks unstoppable. And he's showing the world what he's all about. The deftest of touches leaves First Killer completely out of ideas and out of the game. GG's, congratulations to his First Killer. And I think it makes sense that we go out with Diaz hitting a full pitch air dribble.
Diaz has done it. I can't believe it. It's domination. He breaks the cycle of game sevens in all of these grand finals, and he does it in spectacular fashion.
Wow.
Diaz is dominant. There was going to need to be a good answer to fight against the likes of Nupo and or Moxie if he's able to get through Nupo, and Diaz is definitely it if anybody is.
Yeah, that's, you know, if you're a First Killer fan, if you're a USA, North America Rocket League fan, you're really pulling for First Killer here. You know, that's got to be the silver lining, surely, is that just look at what Diaz is doing on the pitch. If somebody's going to challenge the MENA and EU1 scenes, I reckon it's got to be this guy. If you're going to like pick the #1 guy for the past year in NA1s, it's Diaz. He's been on top, and to see him do it under all this pressure after such a disappointing split in 3v3, not even winning a single series in Champ Sunday. Now he's won 2 of them, and he's going to rally to represent NA in ones.
Yeah, if you haven't been following ones, now you understand the hype behind Diaz and why everyone was so excited to see him with complexity. I think he still has a long threes career ahead of him. He hasn't been able to match the same kind of dominance that he has in ones, but truly it's a spectacle to behold when you get to watch some Diaz games, and it'll be exciting. It's the high ping Masters. Diaz has been playing USCs. He's been queuing on 90-ish ping, and Nupo's been doing the same thing. You know, he has to queue into EU, so these guys who have high ping, they can deal with it in 1v1. They're going to get a chance to finally play on absolutely no ping at all on LAN.
Yeah, it might be a bit jarring for them. They'll be confused as to why the ball just does what they think it's going to do. But massive congrats to Diaz. I mean, he did it his way as well. He didn't have to, reduce the flair, the creativity to try and eliminate unforced errors. He just played perfectly. And, First Killer is still the North American greatest ones player of all time. Amazing that he's been able to stay at the top for this long as well. I'm sure this isn't the last we're going to see from him, but today Diaz is too good, and I think it's thoroughly deserved. Can't wait to see him play in Rally.
Yeah, we are set up for maybe one of the most mechanical, exciting 1v1 LAN games ever played.
Oh, yeah.
We've only had one other one played. This one is set up to be spectacular. Diaz, can he keep a cool head and pop off, or will it be Nupo, who plays with speed like First Killer, but with similar mechanics? We'll have to find out. For now, let's hear from the desk what they thought about that series.
How about it? Diaz is the inaugural champion of the RLCS 1v1 NA Regional Open. What a title. What a moment in history to witness. And what a style to do it in. A 4-0 sweep, Herc. He was so strong from beginning to end.
He was strong not only just from the beginning to the end of that series, but throughout the entire weekend. That performance is what we've seen out of him every single time. He's the most consistent and also has made every single person, no matter how well they were playing, look like they were not even trying.
Bates, I mean, the minimum score margin was 3 to 5 goals every game against First Killer, the greatest of all time.
I mean, FK's been playing once for the longest in the NA, and he's built up that cachet, that resume. But Diaz, I mean, he is a good matchup for FK. Really met him with the speed. I was talking about if there was one player that can meet FK in close quarters combat, I'd like to call it. FK likes to stay nice and tight. Diaz can do that many times throughout that whole entire series. Diaz would beat FK to the ball, which normally does not happen. When you're going up against First Killer, he usually beats you to the ball. And I think that really threw FK off a little bit, and he never really got into a rhythm. Diaz, honestly, didn't even need to do anything too fancy. Had a couple of great goals, Diaz-esque goals. He really kept the game simple, keeping the ball close, frustrating FK, constantly moving in with pace, and more pace, and it's making him awkward. He deserves to be winning this series in the fashion that he did, and it's just real testament to him.
I mean, Herc, I'm looking back through the tournament, through all the results to confirm, but it's true. Diaz never went to Champions Field. He didn't drop more than one game in any against Chronic he dropped 2 games, but he never went to Champions Field the entire tournament.
Yeah, and honestly, that was, along the vibes we were getting from, Naupo, right? Everybody was like, oh my gosh, this player is, not dropping games, not doing anything. That was our first hint that we all should have taken very seriously, that there was not going to be any stopping Diaz throughout the rest of this weekend, let alone headed straight into that final. He was set up to go exactly where he wanted to be.
I mean, what a profound fashion to do it as well. Over First Killer. I mean, I think we agree this was the best grand finals he could have, the best competitor he could have had in the grand finals there. And it wasn't close. This is Diaz's tournament to lose, and he did not lose. It proved him right, and he will play in Raleigh June 28th and 29th. It'll happen on the 29th. If you specifically want to watch the 1v1s, make sure you're there on Sunday. But Bates, this is it. There are 3 players now still standing with a possibility of being RLCS 1v1 world champion.
It's on Sunday?
I thought, maybe it's on Saturday. Maybe it is on Saturday. You might be right. Make sure you check us on both days, just to be safe.
Yeah, just in case. we might switch it up on you guys just for the memes.
We might. You never know. I don't.
What was your question, Wave? Sorry.
There's only 3. It's so cool to me that there are 3 people left with the chance to win the Rocket League 1v1 World Champion for the first time ever. And we know when those matches are going to be happening and who's going to be playing it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the matchups and the preparation. It's already starting with Diaz and Naupo, 2 mechanical wizards. They're going to bring it up high into the sky, but they've also shown that they don't necessarily need to. I would say Naupo's faster, but Diaz is more efficient. And he's more capable, I think, of playing a better ground game consistently. So it'll be interesting to see that stylistic matchup. And then whoever wins that matchup, then they have to go up against Moxie, who is just a great 1v1 player. Diaz and Naupo are just mechanical, like I said, wizards. They have complete control and mastery of the game. And Moxie just understands ones to a T with a great flick. So it's going to be tough to see what happens there. Oh, wow, this nice graphic.
Look at that. This is the next match in the Rocket League Championship Series 1v1 circuit. This will be happening in Raleigh. This is Nupo versus Diaz. Crazy stats from both of them. That goals per game, astonishing. Obviously, if you're used to 3v3 numbers, that's an insane number. But this is, for 1v1s, a much higher scoring game. Still, even given the new format, this is an impressive result from both of them. Equal win percentage here, Herc. That's going to have to change in Raleigh.
I was going to say, I'm looking at these stats. These are fairly close all the way nearly down the board, right? And it is crazy because you think about, the stats you're collecting and where you're collecting them from. When I look at Napo, right, you're looking at somebody who's playing against some of the absolute best of the best that we consider internationally out there in MENA as far as ones goes. So I don't know. This is going to be a very exciting 1v1 final. I didn't think, we would get anything that really could have competed with what we got to see in Birmingham, but this might outdo it.
I mean, it's also crazy. Like, just look at these. These almost feel like these could be like stats from like a matchup that they've played, with how even this is, with Diaz leading slightly in shots per game, but Nupo leading slightly in saves per game. Like they perfectly balanced out here. This is the next match though, and the winner of this will face Moxie in the World Championship. So only 2 more bouts to determine RLCS 1v1 World Champion. We are continuing to step forward towards making RLCS history this season. It's been a beautiful part of the 2025 Rocket League Championship Series. And man, I don't know. I tell you, Bates, if I had to ask you for a way too early prediction, who's winning in Raleigh?
And Wave, I would look at you and say, you got the way to Raleigh. I'm not doing it. I'm
Come on, give it to me.
I'm predictions out. If I had, do you really want me to give you early prediction?
It's fine. I understand.
Thank you.
It is hard, and these players are so good. And anything we'd be saying at this point, Herc, is kind of it's speculation. It really is speculation, because we have not seen them play against each other in this way. Especially, we have never seen them play against each other on LAN, and that changes everything. We've seen it time and time again through RLCS history. LAN play is different from online play.
Oh, 110%. And of course, like, each of these players have had, it's some simulated experience, but nothing quite competes with actually being there by yourself. When we saw it with Moxie and Yan, I mean, Moxie talked about it. It's like you roll up and all of a sudden you're by yourself. You got 2 empty seats on either side of you, by the way, because you're playing where everybody else has been playing all weekend at that point. And then the entire arena is just staring at the both of you. It'll be really exciting. Of course, like we were talking about before, but like, this is also debut land for some of these players. So there's a lot of factors that need to be thought over before we all start doing preds.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Bates, it's for some players, they're LAN rookies, but literally the entire RLCS scene outside of Yan and Moxie right now are RLCS 1v1 LAN rookies.
That's right.
I cannot overemphasize how important it is that we've not done 1v1s on this sort of stage before.
That's right, and it really is a whole entire different experience, and that's why that matchup between these two guys in Raleigh is going to be so interesting, because both of them really like to bring the ball up into the sky, and they're so mechanical. But on the stage, it might not be the case that they really try to take advantage of that. We even saw Yan, a player who I would say is just as mechanical as either of these two guys, if not better. And he really wasn't doing what he usually is capable of doing, and he has plenty of LAN experience in a 3v3 setting. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what both these players can bring.
It's going to be a big one. I'm really excited about it. It makes these LANs so special this season. It's been an incredible season so far, and we've only got a few more matches, a few more instances of Rocket League to play. The Raleigh Major again, June 28th to 29th. We would love to see you guys there. I hope that we can have an incredible tournament for you there. We'll also have the Last Chance Qualifier, July 11th through August 10th. Those qualifiers will be happening online. Last chance for teams of 3v3 Rocket League to qualify for the World Championship. That'll be going down in Lyon, France, September 10th through 14th. It should be an incredible experience for everybody involved. Moxie waiting for the results of the Raleigh Major event. That's it, though. It's going to be an incredible weekend. And 1v1 has been such a special part of Rocket League this season. It has been the unique, the new thing for RLCS in 2025. And a huge part of that has been the community members and of the Rocket League esports space who have been championing for 1v1s for such a long time. It's really, really special to get to involve this game mode and these people. And I would love to get the opportunity to talk to them here in just a moment. But it's been, yeah, Bates, this is like, it is such a cool part of getting to experience 1v1s again.
Yeah, being able to experience 1v1s. I think the last time we had ones on the mainstream was that all the way back in 2021, the RLCS Championships. Did we have ones or did we have twos? No, we had ones. We had ones because we had the
ones, yeah.
We had the Lamborghini show match between Fairy Peak and Khaled, I think. And then we had two. We had twos.
It was a show match, though. It wasn't a full competition.
Yeah, it wasn't a full competition.
I'm actually really excited. We've brought Fear back onto the desk here. This is the end of the 1v1 online portion of the season. Fear, I wanted to get your thoughts real fast before we close out the day. Like, what has it meant to you to see 1v1 recognized in this sort of space, especially after all the work you've done to get, you know, to get it recognized and I don't know, celebrated by the Rocket League community the way it is being celebrated now?
You know, I think the audience was always there. You're saying that I'm working to get it, celebrated, but I think there was a ton of people who were always willing to celebrate it, always enjoyed it. I just maybe helped out a little bit in getting more competition. It's something that we, the 1v1 fans, knew from the very beginning that this could be an interesting game mode and could definitely be worthwhile and putting on the mainstream. You know, you see other fighting game modes that are all 1v1, the back and forth between them. Rocket League is really exciting, and there's tons of high-level mechanics that Diaz can show you. He's definitely a pretty fun guy to watch. So I've always felt like it paired really well with 3v3. I might even prefer 1v1 over 3v3. I know I might be in the minority there, but I think it's put on a good show. It's been amazing. We've had cinema. This is our first Game 7 grand final, and yet still, I think it was really fun to see the Diaz domination.
It was Fear, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who is going to be the 1v1 Rocket League world champion?
No, the world champion.
World champion. Yeah.
Okay, if you're going to go world champion, this might be a little bit of a cop-out, but 2 players have 2 matches to play, and one of them only has 1, and I think he's pretty strong. I'm going to go Moxie.
Don't give me the statistical
in
answer.
France.
Come on.
No, I think Moxie has a good chance. I think what's so fun about Diaz, Nupo, and Moxie, the reality is that at the last LAN, Moxie versus Yan, I think we were expecting a Moxie win. He's been, grinding ones and maybe was a bit stronger coming into form into that LAN. This LAN, no one really knows. Diaz and Nupo haven't been able to play against each other. The ping separates them. There's big fan bases on both sides. I think there's going to be a ton of people who say that Nupo can win. A ton of people that can say Diaz wins. And then regardless of who wins, it's going to be the same thing at LAN. Nobody's going to know whether or not Moxie's going to be able to clutch it out in France. So now we are into the part of the season in ones where it's no longer free. It's no longer free to guess. Sure, we knew Nupo was the favorite. Diaz was the favorite. There really isn't that heavy favorite anymore. And that's, I guess, going to be my answer.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful time, and this is the end of online Rocket League until the last chance qualifiers well into July. The next time we will be live for RLCS will be June 26th for the Raleigh Major. I mean, I don't usually do final thoughts at the end of the show here, but Fear, for the fans who have fallen in love with 1v1s right now over the course of this weekend, what do you tell them? Where can they find more Rocket League 1v1 action?
You can find it on YouTube. I think that's where a lot of the community has been watching 1v1 for the longest time. There's been a really strong 1v1 community watching these players. These guys aren't just coming out and over here with no practice, right? They're not only playing RLCS 1v1s. There's been tons of events over a long time. I think you can tell me and Johnny both have been big fans of the scene and have been trying to put out the best content there. It's the same place you catch 3v3 stuff. If you watch it on YouTube on the streams or Twitch on the streams, that's the place to be. That's where it's happening. Get excited about it. I hope that we made at least a few new 1v1 fans after they saw it on the mainstream, picked up a couple drops along the way, and had a good time, because I think what we gave out, the product that came out today, was good.
This was a spectacular showing. What a way to introduce North America to 1v1 action here, Herc. I mean, I feel like for a few of us, this is our first time working a 1v1 tournament in this sort of official capacity. Do you have any final thoughts, any reactions, things you're taking away from this weekend?
Honestly, when I first started Rocket League, I was very, very addicted to ones. A lot of that came from the fear of playing with other people. So to get to, enjoy the highest level of it, I've been talking about this all month on my channel, but I just feel like I've fallen in love with it all over again. There's something that is just so special about watching these players, play at the level that they play at. So I'm very happy that it has been recognized now on this stage and in front of you guys, and I cannot wait to see it happen in Raleigh and in France.
It's a beautiful story that continues to unfold in front of us. Bates, anything you're taking away with you from the weekend?
1v1 matches are long.
They're not that much
You're
longer than
so
3v3.
real for that, though.
It's true. It's true. It could have been a best of one. I'm just saying. It was.
Could have been an
It was a
email.
4-0 sweep there. Could have. I don't know if it could have been an email. That's a long email to write all that stuff in there, folks. We were hoping to get an interview with Diaz, but he is off already celebrating and preparing for Raleigh. So we will start to prepare as well. We'll be live again June 26th for the Raleigh Major and the next step on the road to Lyon, France, to crown world champion. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you guys next time.
This